Good morning,
Good morning.
wonderful people. Welcome to the program. Let me increase my voice. Welcome to the program. Happy to see you guys here today, which is August the 19th. Oof, August the 19th, 2023 is very scary. It's like when you tell someone, oh, I'll see you in 6 months. 6 months is next year.
I'm telling you.
Ooh, okay. But anyway, well, I happy to be here. Welcome to the program as usual. Help us to share and like and subscribe and do all those nice things that we need to do to get this going. We cannot forget to remind you that you are a stakeholder. You're part of this.
Yes.
So please, do your part. Share this information. Learn to go to ninasvoice.org. Plenty of information to inform yourself. Brother Tony is constantly releasing videos throughout the week for more formal education. And Sister Ndidi still offers her 1 minute talk just for us to start thinking along those lines. So, welcome to the program. My name is Mona Chimsaga, and I'm here with my wonderful sister.
And my name is Ekwi Simon Okube. Thank you, Sister Mona. Thank you, our viewers, and those that help us to share, like my sister has said. While we get a video, just to play in the background while you're sharing, and so that you don't miss anything in the main discussion. Please subscribe if you have not subscribed. Please, if you're just seeing this video for the first time, hit like button. Don't just watch and go away. Hit the like button so that people will see it, and YouTube and all the social media will help us to uplift the videos so that our people can be informed, accurately informed, not propaganda, not lies, accurately informed. You can see what is happening all over the world. If you are not informed, the river will carry you to somewhere.
If you're not on the table, then you're on the menu, right?
Exactly. If you're not on the table, you're part of the menu. So they will eat you up, So you need to be informed. Okay, let me join the sharing. Thank you, Sister Mona.
When Sékou Touré of Guinea decided in 1958 to get out of French colonial empire and opted for the country independence, the French colonial elite in Paris got so furious, and in a historic act of fury, the French administration in Guinea destroyed everything in the country, which represented what they called the benefits from French colonization. 3,000 French left the country, taking all their property and destroying anything that which could not be moved. Schools, nurseries, public administration buildings were crumbled. Cars, books, medicine, research institute instruments, tractors were crushed and sabotaged. Horses, cows in the farms were killed, and food in warehouses were burned or poisoned. The purpose of this outrageous act was to send a clear message to all other colonies that the consequences for rejecting France would be very high. Slowly, fear spread through the African elite, and none after the Guinea events ever found the courage to follow the example of Sékou Touré, whose slogan was, "We prefer freedom in poverty to opulence in slavery." When Guinea decided to issue its own national currency in 1960, France organized a sabotage operation known as Operation Persil to destabilize the new country. The operation would base itself on two components: causing economic collapse and causing armed insurgencies against the Guinean government. The operation provided for the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage, based in Senegal, to create large quantities of forged Guinean francs to flood the country with and bring about hyperinflation and economic collapse, similar to the Nazi Operation Bernhard. This would allow the French government to cause significant economic instability. The operation was also to arm opposition figures in Guinea and organize them into paramilitaries that would lead to civil war and the ultimate overthrow of Touré's government. However, the operation suffered a number of leaks, and the Guinea government would be able to stop the operation before it happened. Economic imperialism. When destabilizing former colonies did not give the desired results, the French would use other means to ensure it would hold on to colonies and continue to gain from their resources. Since 1961, France would lay claim to the national reserves of 14 African countries. These countries were all former colonies, including Benin, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Togo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Congo-Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. The CFA franc was created in December 1945 when the French government ratified the Bretton Woods Agreement and became the currency of Les Colonies Françaises de l'Afrique, or the CFA, or French Colonies of Africa. The French treasury guaranteed the currency under a fixed exchange rate, but would require that the African nation made a deposit of 50% of CFA franc reserves into the French central bank, giving France control over the country's resources. The CFA was later split into the Communauté Financière d'Afrique, or Financial Community of Africa, which included the West African countries of Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo, and the Communauté Financière de l'Afrique Centrale, or Financial Community of Central Africa, including Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. African countries have tried time and time again to liberate themselves from French control, and more often than not, African revolutionaries in former French colonies are met with violent resistance from the French government. The death of Barthélemy Boganda is a perfect example of this. Boganda was the president of the Central African Republic from December 1958 to March 1959. During this time, Boganda cut a lot of ties that the Central African Republic had with France. For example, he founded the Movement for the Social Evolution of Black Africa, a political party dedicated to liberating the French colonies in Africa, specifically the Central African Republic and the French Congo. Boganda was instrumental in the country gaining independence and planned to use his power to liberate other African territories from French rule. In an attempt to stop the Central African Republic's growing independence movement, France arrested Boganda during his 1951 campaign for endangerment. Explosives were found in the wreckage of Boganda's plane, and in response, the French High Commissioner suppressed all copies of L'Express printed in the Central African Republic. Another example is the Cameroonian Marxist politician Félix Roland Moumi, who was killed in 1960 when a French Secret Service agent slipped a dose of thallium into his drink in Geneva. Another Cameroonian leader, Nyobi, was shot dead in 1958 by the French military. Sylvanus Olympio, the first president of the Republic of Togo, is another significant African leader that would meet his end because he tried to improve his own country and end the ruthless exploitation of the French. In the 1960s, he would try to take his country out of French control by refusing the Colonization Continuation Pact. However, he would agree to pay an annual debt to France for the so-called benefits Togo got from French colonization. It was the only conditions for the French not to destroy the country before leaving. However, the amount estimated by France was so massive that the reimbursement of the so-called colonial debt was close to 40% of the country budget in 1963. Consequently, the financial situation of just independent Togo was very unstable, and in order to get out of this situation, Olympio decided to leave the monetary system set up by colonial France and created the currency of the country. On January 13, 1963, 3 days after he began printing the new bills, a squad of soldiers supported by France seized and killed the first elected president of independent Africa. Olympio was executed by an ex-French legionnaire, the sergeant of the army, Etienne Nasingbe, who, at the same time, received a bonus of $612 from the local French embassy for the success of his mission. Olympio's dream was to build an independent and autonomous country, but the idea did not correspond to the French wishes. Etienne Nasingbe would become president and enforce the monetary system provided by France. Through practices like the CFA franc currency and controlling a large portion of African countries' reserves, France maintains economic control that hampers the growth and independence of these nations. The presence of French military bases in Africa also raises concerns about neo-colonial power dynamics and contributes to political instability. It is important to expose these issues and bring attention to the harm caused by France's actions. The CFA franc, for example, limits the economic choices of African countries and keeps them dependent on France. This dependence restricts their ability to address important social and developmental needs, keeping them trapped in poverty. Moreover, France's control over African countries' reserves prevents them from using their own resources to improve their societies, making them some of the poorest countries in Africa. This control reinforces economic dependence and prevents these nations from making independent decisions about their futures. Africa cannot develop as long as France continues to see the continent as nothing but a tool to enrich France and advance France's global political influence. To create a fair and equal future for African nations in Haiti, we must shed light on these issues and have conversations that address the historical and ongoing consequences of France's actions. African countries need to regain control over their economies, reserves, and political affairs, free from neo-colonial influence.
This is too much.
And there is so much.
Hmm.
Just listening alone, you're like, what?
Yeah, you would think this would be all over the schools, that children will be taught what is going on. No one.
When there are puppets, where their puppets are the ones leading us.
Hmm.
They won't be anywhere. They will hide it under the table. Thank God for the youths of today waking up in former colonies of that France, because the youths in the Anglophone, they are sleeping because lack of information and distraction is not allowing them to focus and do what they need to do. Once they can speak good English, they will think they're intelligent. So kudos to youths from so-called Francophone countries in Africa. Kudos to them. They're smart. When you listen to them, they're talking. If you listen to the guy, talking and hitting on issues. Not talking, oh, NSAS. What are you talking about? What is NSAS? What does that even mean?
It's unbelievable.
How can you have democracy under this type of agreement? Do you know what democracy is?
No, they don't.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people. That means the benefits of government goes to the people. Can the people have benefit under these 11 things that we have read out to you? This colonial yoke and bondage, shackles and manacles. How can you have democracy? How can you even call that thing democracy? I wish I can get to those children in Niger to give them some addresses of where they should go for meeting. I said meeting, no, I didn't say anything. Because people are callous. How can you be so callous against your own people? The colonial masters are already wicked, they're evil, they do whatever they're doing, that one. But how can you be a partner to it? Because of your selfish gains? Look at the signs of the times, home and abroad. The almighty Western countries have built an illusion, a fake world run by make-believe huge corporations, like my sister mentioned earlier on. People like Microsoft, Dangote. That's why when you move around, like even here, you won't see trees on the streets like it was in Africa when you walk around and see fruits. No, they made all the fruit-bearing trees to be seedless, so that they're the only ones.
So they can control where you can eat and where you cannot eat.
So it's everything about control. And then whatever they give you, if they decide to poison you through whatever they're giving you, they can do it. If they decide that all of you're too many, why do you see somebody like Microsoft from computer is going into food making, is going into virus making, going into vaccine making? What's going on? What is going on? So these are the things you're seeing. an illusion. Kept stable. Of course, you can't keep an illusion stable. That's what we say is an oxymoron. By selfish, greedy politicians who think only about themselves and their fatal ambition to rule, dominate, deceive, and manipulate their own people. It's a partnership. They are doing it together. Once they open door, they come and pick their puppets. Those puppets, that's all they do there. To continue to deceive you, to continue to make you not to see that what you have is an illusion, is a fake world. A colonial social, political, and economic system or syndrome described as hyper-normalization. My sister mentioned it at introduction and earlier on. Hyper-normalization. When fakeness will become like normal and acceptable. Hyper-normalization. Things seem out of control and that you can't even explain what is going on. Don't even understand. There's great uncertainty, confusion. Like the more you look, the less you see. That's how we describe it in Africa. The more you look, the less you see. You're seeing something like looks like hand. Then it's appearing like leg. Then he's looking again like somebody's head. Like, what am I even looking at? It's a system, hyper-normalization system, created to get you distracted. The West manipulating other poor countries to protect their selfish interests. The so-called West interest. Be asking them, ask your politicians, what is this interest? I remember in those days, my people say, oh, I'm giving you moral support. My people say, go enable moral support. What is moral support? When they tell you interest, try to find out what interests are. Like my sister said, is interest to kill up everyone, all the indigenous peoples, and take their resources? Ask them questions. They made people abandon their own faith, culture, principle, and sovereignty. Identity crisis everywhere. Like people in the francophone countries, when you go there, you don't know whether they're Africans, you don't know whether they are from France, you don't know which one they are. Confused. The same way, like we're in Nigeria, you don't know whether it's English law we should follow, or is it culture we should follow, or which one are we following? Who are we? Who are we? Are we Africans, or we are British, or what? What are we? Who are we? They use war, genocide, and sanctions as business to create wealth for themselves and their bloodthirsty friends.
They will give you aid. Their brothers and sisters will be at the aid office. They will collect 90% of the aid. Do you know a single aid worker was at the American International Monetary Fund gets up to $200,000 a year? And them mother not here now, claiming to be an aid worker in a place people are dying of hunger.
And you see, there will be war. All of a sudden, they will have access. NGOs will have access. War will not affect NGO. Journalists will have access to the worst terrorists in this world. But the government will say, we don't know where the terrorists are. They are just coming and killing people. They are their agents that are doing their biddings.
They will go and have interviews with them and come out giving us reports.
Yes. And they cannot catch them. And they cannot stop them from killing people. No, they are using them to kill people, displace them, move them in IDP camps, and build houses for them there so that they can take your land full of resources. You don't deserve it. God gave it to you, but God is not wise for giving these black monkeys huge resources. What is God is even thinking? Oh, let's kill all of them off, take their resources. They don't deserve it. And guess what? Our politicians and the elites are helping them.
And your church leaders are there pouring water on you as your horse, you know, as the rat is biting you, your church leaders are there blowing air, so you won't know you're being beaten.
So, Gadima, don't worry. When you die, you go to heaven, and your mansion will be in heaven. Don't worry. Yeah, you see me. I prayed. Now I have a private jet. You're not praying well. You need to do 70 days fasting so that you can have private jet like me. Liars, liars, liars. Yes, your church pastors are liars. Who said so? The pastors in Nigeria, I'll repeat it. They are liars. Yeah, Vika, I said it. You people are liars. You know what? You know the truth and you're keeping our people from the truth. What are you? What does that make you? You know the truth, but you don't want the people to know the truth. Rather, you are telling them story, cock and bull story. Are you not liars? And what did God say about liars? That you're all going to hell, whatever. Okay, I've used the word they say we should not use, YouTube, sorry. They're going to that place where they are roasting people or whatever the place is. Whether it's real or illusion, we don't care. But since you people are teaching our people that, you are all going there because you're all liars. Africa remains under the shackles and manacles of colonial criminals and imperialists for a long time. For a long time. And nobody is coming to our aid. Nobody is coming to help us. Because they're all partners. Both the religious people leaders, the local leaders, the politicians, the traditional leaders, all of them are being paid. My people, you're on your own. Or you people, the citizens, the masses, the poor masses, you are on your own. So let's team up together. And there are not many. Like my sister said, they're just 1%. We are 99. The only thing is that 99% ignorant people
It's useless.
Useless.
1% of people that are organized.
It's useless. So that's why we're here every Saturday trying to teach you to get you informed, and then we organize so that you don't be fighting yourselves, fighting for border, fighting for resources, when you are supposed to face
the system,
the colonial system, and the people managing that colonial system, the so-called puppets and politicians in your land. That are the ones you should face. I didn't say we should ken them. We say you should ask them questions. Signs of the times, they're telling you, so that you be in the moment, you be present in the moment. You're following the conversation. But this is also a time of great opportunity to be freed from colonial bondage. That's why we say time. So if you monitor what is going on, you will know how to play your card. It's a great opportunity for what all this is going on is a great opportunity for us to move. It's like when a woman is in labor and she's traveling and then the contraction is taking place, there's chaos everywhere. It's a time a child comes out. So we can, if we understand the signs of the moment, we'll be able to get ourselves out of this bondage in this whole chaos that is going on. And that's why in what looked like a sudden twist of events, African long-awaited revolution began. Everybody's like, what's going on? Well, yeah, we have been waiting for this revolution. For people, what is revolution? For people to kick against bondage, kick against slavery, kick against prison, and say, no, I have been born for a greater purpose. The God that created me for something bigger. He did not create me to be in this thing that I am. I said no to shackles. I said no to manacles. That is what revolution is. Kicking against the system that has held you bound for centuries. That is revolution. Niger's coup and shifting of alliance, because that's what they did. They just shifted alliance. Rwanda did it. After Rwanda genocide, Rwanda people shifted.
Which they knew was going to happen. And they turned around and let it happen. And then, of course, they appeared as the heroes, Superman and Superwomen.
Yes. So Rwanda people shifted alliance. I have friends from there. Before it's French, they used to speak, but now they're speaking English. They shifted alliance from France to other English-speaking places. So the coup is shifting of alliance. For people that don't understand what is going on, people at ECOWAS, the puppets at ECOWAS, can you understand what the people want? They are resisting French neocolonialism. That's what is going on. Get in tune with what is going on so that you know what to say and how to act. Otherwise, you endanger your people for being stupid. But while this is going on, In Nigeria, what is going on? The indigenous ethnic peoples are battling with an unconstitutional and illegitimate president that has the audacity to go and start attacking other people. I said, are you practicing democracy? You? This is somebody that grabbed Aso Rock, grabbed ECOWAS through institutional coup. That's what Arise News called it. It says institutional coup. These people that impose themselves on the people. The people don't vote for you, but you pose yourself on the people. Check all of them making noise at ECOWAS. All of them are lifetime president and people that impose themselves on the people. People that have done what you call institutional coup. What moral justification do they have to accuse other people and say, oh, you did coup, restore democracy? Are you practicing democracy in your country when you went to
they have approval from the colonial masters, so they yeah, that's what it is. They're practicing democracy. Yes, the colonial masters told them otherwise.
Yeah, the colonial masters gave them a pass mark. He said, don't worry, what you did is right. So far, you do our bidding. You are doing what is right. Like illegitimate Gowon of 1967. This illegitimate President Tinubu is seeking validation from the West. We have seen this before. It has happened before. And you know, when it happened, do you know what happened after that? Biafra genocide. 3.5 million massacred. Children, 2 million starved to death. That's what happened when Gowon, an illegitimate president, in quotes, was seeking validation. He signed every document that Britain put in his presence. He didn't even read. He didn't have to read through. Approved.
And now he wants us to go on to fasting and praying.
Yes, you want to be fasting after you have committed calamity. And your God is still keeping you alive to correct the evil that you did, that your people are being killed for. I don't even know. Things have really changed because somebody like Gowon, his people ought to be asking him certain questions. But they are joining him to go and pray for the caricature country that he created and created on the blood of innocent people.
His own one, I didn't want the generator to turn off. He's only one with generator.
Yeah, the people are hungry, so that they have to get food from him. They just massacred his people again, 25 or 21 the other day. And he's there. I wonder how he feels. I saw him going for this Baba's this thing, happy birthday party. I'm like, how do these people? How do people even sleep? How did they live in themselves?
They do. They have aligned with their colonial masters, and they, have the same blood now flowing in them.
Their conscience
blood
is
where
so
they
dead.
want more. Yes, they want more people to perish.
And I don't know if they have family members that ask them questions. Because me, growing up, I asked my parents questions. So I will ask you questions. Why are their children not asking them questions? You are alive. God is giving you long rope. That's the only reason you are still alive. To see whether you can repent and make amends. What did you do? You brought hypocritical prayers. Is that what will change what you have done? So this Tinubu is doing exact same thing. The West, they want you to play the game for them, be their puppets. Since you are thirsty for power, they will tell you they will support you, anything you do. So he's more interested and willing to protect the so-called interest of the West. America under Democratic Party, France, Britain, and their allies. Because sometimes people don't understand what is happening in America. They are divided. One group, everybody's evil, but one group is worse than the other one. Because one has that alliance with Britain. So anything Britain does, and Britain has alliance with Caliphate and Fulani. So you see that when they are in charge in America, everything Britain, Caliphate will go fast, fast, fast. Some of our people keep deceiving themselves. I don't know what they're looking at. This is not about alliance to political parties. This is about policies. You look at policies. These facts are on the table. You check their policies and see what they're deciding and who they're forming and moving with. Then you will know. Look at your vice president now. He's there. We're telling you that this man did not go through democratic process to become president. You're there congratulating him. Does it make sense? So these things are not hidden. It's either you wake up from your slumber and open that thing they used to block your ear and block your brain too. Throw it away so that you can use your brain to follow what we're discussing and you'll be more useful to the project. So far, you continue to deceive yourself with lies. You won't really do much for Ninas. Because you are not, you are biased in your mind because you have something that you want to gain. You see, for you to be efficient in Nina's movement, you must be somebody that is like, you don't want to gain anything from anything. You're selfless. It's not about you. It's not about whether you have property in Abuja or Lagos. You have said, no, my people first. So all those personal interests, small things that you're getting here, whether you're getting from the government here or you're getting from the government in Nigeria, all those small things, you must let them go and say the people first.
The people first.
That's when you will be useful to Ninas. If not, you'll be there, dancing up and down after you say, I was with Ninas, I was with Tony for 20 years. What have you achieved for being 20 years? Yeah, from time to time, you carry one chicken change and throw into the project. And so that we know what you're doing, so that when we succeed, you now come and say, yeah, we are the one that did the job. Let's stop deceiving ourselves, please. Your illegitimate president is willing to sign every document before him. And even if it means loyalty to foreigners and patriotism to his own people, they don't care, because that's what they care about. Sense of the times. So it's time for Africans to dethrone colonial democracy and enthrone indigenous democracy. By that, we mean the real power given to the people, the indigenous people. They stole the power and sovereignty of the indigenous people for over, in Nigeria, is more than 100 years. So you can't practice democracy when there is no justice, when the people, you stole their sovereignty. How can you say you're doing democracy when the people are not part of what you're doing? So that cannot be democracy. We are still in colonialism. That's what we are in Nigeria. And that constitution is colonial constitution. It's not the people's constitution. So you cannot practice democracy with it. But can Nigerians, can they do to enthrone, because we say it's time for Africans to dethrone colonial democracy and then put indigenous democracy. That means the real democracy. We're just saying this situation because colonial democracy is not democracy, actually. It's colonialism. I would have put it in quotes. There's no democracy with colonialism. Just get it straight. For you to have a true democracy, the people have to be in charge of their destiny, in charge of their future. That's when you talk about having democracy. Nigeria cannot have democracy under the imposed colonial 1999 constitution. Anybody that is telling you that's democracy, tell them foul, they're lying. It's not democracy. A fraudulent constitution that is based on lies, it cannot give you justice. You can't have justice. And if you don't have justice, you can't have good governance, and you can't have anything meaningful for the people. Can a fraudulent military constitution in the hands of people who have hidden agenda give the peoples of Nigeria indigenous democracy? That's not possible. A constitution that has made Nigeria a bondage to the constituent components of Nigeria, because we do have constituent components. Some people will say, oh, how is it that everybody will come and do constitution? That's not what we're saying. We're saying that the people, before these colonial masters came, the peoples were in their lands, ancestral lands. They were there governing themselves. They came and mixed everybody together, stole their resources, stole their land, steal everything. We're saying restore what you have stolen. Give power back to those people, those indigenous peoples, the legitimate indigenous people, because you don't become indigenous people by just putting indigenous to your name. No. You have to get a foreign name. Oh, Biafra, put indigenous there. That does not make you indigenous. You are not indigenous. You are indigenous when you are in your land, and then you are there speaking your language, like you are known in that land for years. That's what makes you indigenous. Like Igbo people, they've been in their land for 5,000 years. Hausa people, Ijo, Urobo, Yoruba, all of them. These are indigenous peoples in that space. So the constitution puts shackles and manacles on our people. What's the way the 11 colonial agreements of France put shackles on those 14 former colonies? Gives rights. This constitution gives rights of passage and massacre to Fulani invaders. This same constitution gives the colonial masters and their puppets unrestricted access to your God-given rich natural resources. A constitution that is very debilitating and has nothing to offer the people except forced migration and death, like my sister said earlier on. Signs of the time. Let's see what George Weah, president of Liberia, said. The next slide, please. He said, and we cannot condemn military coup when we do not condemn those who carry out institutional coups. That's George Weah saying that. Speaking the truth. What moral justification do you have? Some of these old men think that we are blind or what? You do one, and then you are pointing finger at another person that did the same thing that he did. Your own is even worse. So in case there are still people ready to reason like real human beings, those are willing to join this long-awaited African revolution to deliver the people, because it's the people who want to deliver. We're not interested in the colonial masters' interests. We're not interested in what the puppets want. We want what the people want. The masses, the poor masses that have suffered for years, what they want freedom, and we stand with them. It is time to pull down the British Caliphate 1999 Constitution, which has 98 colonial imposed agreements items. That's what it is. British people, they have their own. African French is 11. Our own has 98.
They want to make sure they tie you down real good.
Tie you very well, because we are many. So as we are many, that's how our shackles are many. Indigenous peoples of Nigeria and Africa must be better equipped and well prepared to break away from the colonialism and neo-colonialism projects. You don't just go shouting on the main road and shouting on social media or wear military uniform and be shouting, hey, we're going to war. Stop that, because you're making our people to be killed. That's not what it is. It's going to take brain, like my sister said. You're on your land. You have the resources. Why are you bringing war to the land? There's no need for war in this discussion. No need for war, no need for bullet, no need for gun, no need for bloodshed in this discussion. It is time to take back our sovereignty. It is time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is time for us to take back our sovereignty. And of course, as we always tell you guys on this show, we cannot move forward under that 1999 fraudulent constitution. And these are the 5-point agenda on how we need to move forward. We always like to end our show with, okay, fine, you've been talking and talking, so what's now? What do we need to do? You understanding that 1999 constitution is a problem, not your mother-in-law, not your sister, nobody, not the person selling products in front of your marketplace, nobody but the constitution that is a pressure cooker for the hell that you're facing right now. Objective today, we are going to look at the 11 colonial agreements imposed on the 14 countries by the France since 1960. And if we remember our brothers and sisters in Haiti, they are going through the same thing. They have been imposed, imprisoned, and now they're unleashing terrorism on them. This is never enough. The blood is never enough. The more blood we shed for them, the more blood they want. It's all our blood. It's all our blood and our resources. That's what they live on. They want more blood, you know, killings upon killings upon killings. I don't want to keep using the word. People just being dead and dead and dead and dead. No amount of dead body is enough for them.
No.
We are going to look at signs of times. home and abroad. Of course, our 5-point agenda, because this is what we need to move forward. This is what we need to move forward. Continue to help me to click that like button.
Yeah.
And then we're going to look at announcements and then the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. These are the things that we have in place before they were destroyed by those who came to destroy us. Think about, since they have come, nothing good has happened to our people. It's going from frying pan to fire, like every day. Ihojo is expanding. Our boys cannot even go to school without being in a court system. They can't even finish college without saying, I belong to this court and I belong to this court. Or, and we see them being destroyed every day. Our so-called future. And our people are there dancing in circles. It's sad. So looking at the 11 colonial agreements imposed on the 14 African countries by France since 1960. Number 1, the colonial debt had to repay the benefits. Benefits of colonization. Wickedness. They will remove the cost of infrastructure built by France during colonization.
With their own money, built with their own money in their own land. You now repay another person. Please
share this video, share this information with our people, because as long as we keep quiet and be watching, like I said, no amount of our blood is enough for these people. It's not. So when we understand what is going on, that means we should visit those internal colonizers that is doing their biddings.
Exactly.
We should visit those are our enemies. Yes. They are in our land. They answer our names. They are brothers and sisters. Those, I know they have weapons to come after us, but guess what? They're only 1%. We are 99%.
Yes.
99% over 1. They can only do so much.
The puppets in the land.
They will run anyway. They will run because they will
run. They can't stand now.
Their houses already waiting for them at the colonial masters' headquarters. So they are
Pay them a visit.
They don't want
them a visit.
Pay them a visit. Pay them a visit. Number 2, the automatic confiscation of national financial reserves. They must put at least over 85% of their annual taxes and financial reserves into French bank and financial institution and pay interest on them. Listen, know when you talk about slavery, you think it ended. It never ended for these people. All they did was come up with another thing to make them look good. Yes. Here in America, we see them how they ended up claim they end slavery. They come up with Jim Crow. After Jim Crow, they come up with sharecropping. After sharecropping, they come up with mass imprisonment. My dear, it has never ended. Don't let the job that you're doing deceive you. Number 3, the right of the first refusal on any raw or natural resources discovered in the country. So that means when France says, oh, I'm not interested, then you can look for other partners. They haven't stopped. They left Haiti in destitute. It's not enough. They are there making sure that people cannot even leave their own homes. The same people. No amount of blood is enough for them. Number 4, priority to French interests and companies in public procurement and public tenders. In awarding of public contracts, only French companies will have priorities over others. When you talk about wickedness in the highest level. Number 5, exclusive right to provide military equipment and train military officers. So when they're training you, you will tell them, oh, I have seen the terrorists. They are down the street. They are here. They said, no, just leave them. Just leave them. We are coming.
Yeah.
Leave them there. And then when you do go and capture them, they will go like they did in Nigeria, go and open the door for them to take off.
Yeah.
We know what they are doing. And we're telling you guys until you wake up and understand what is doing you. They will keep doing you and undoing you. Defense agreement, the right of France, to deploy troops and military intervention into the country to defend their interests.
Yes.
And we want to emphasize on this interest because for years, including me, I didn't know that the interest is to me, meaning is to kill people or destroy people because of what you want. I was thinking that I never knew that another human being will say their interest is to destroy other people so they can live. People that didn't do anything to them. For years, I was thinking that interest means, oh, this is my thing. Oh, this is my home that I work hard for. And now you're trying to come and take it. No, I won't let you. Little did we know that interest means if I come to your house and I see what belongs to you, it becomes my interest. It's mine. You have
I want
me.
it. Like toddlers.
I want it.
I want it. I want it. It's my toy. It's my toy.
Mine.
Mine. And then you kill
That's what they meant. Their interest means even if it belongs to you and they decide they're interested in it, they want it, now it's theirs.
It's theirs.
That's what that interest is.
And they will not only take it, they will take it and kill you so that you don't come tomorrow to lay claim on it.
So we, the benevolent people that are kind, that will never take anything that doesn't belong to us, we did not know the interest means you get to disappear from the universe and they keep what belongs to you. Number 7, the obligation to make French the official language of the country and the language for education. Talk about setting up identity crisis. Francophony. Should we call it phony Franca? Is the name of the organization in charge of dissemination of French language and culture in place of indigenous cultures. Lena, you left France. They won't let you live in your indigenous land. When you go to their country, they don't have any respect for you. You're an African monkey. You came through the Mediterranean Sea. How come you came here? They won't let you. Then you say, let me go back to my country. They will go there and start war.
Yes.
So you can leave. Wickedness in the highest level.
Highest.
Then they will come on the other side. If you talk back, their brothers and sisters will show up on the ground. African children are hungry, $3 a month, we will feed them. Just $3 a month. Just donate $3 a month, and we can feed this African child for 3 months.
And then the other one will come the other side and say, if they slap you on this cheek, turn the other cheek and receive it and say, slap me some more, please. I love slaps.
I am flabbergasted by the level of wickedness. Number 8, the obligation to use their so-called currency exclusively. The obligation to use their currency exclusively. It doesn't serve you any purpose. How did people even read this thing and don't think they are still enslaved? I'm confused.
They didn't read it. Did they even see it? They didn't see it now. Is that not why the cool boys came in? It's these things that they saw and they say, what? For the longest time, they didn't know. It's like our people that were teaching about Constitution, 1999 Constitution. To people that are in front of us say, how can you change the constitution of a country? How can you say the constitution of a country is fraudulent? You don't even have a country, let alone you have a constitution. So it's the same way. This thing is the same colonial agreement. That 1999 constitution is the same colonial agreement. It's just that this one, agreement in quote, because there's no agreement in this. At once saying it, everything they have. So there's no agreement. Agreement has to be 2 of us agreeing on it and signing. Agreement is not when you impose something on me, sign on my behalf, and then say I have no input on it. You are imposing it. They cannot impose an agreement. It's not an agreement.
This one is even worse than slavery. At least with slavery, they bring their brothers and sisters to be sitting around. At least I want to try a little bit while they are there. This one, they are sitting in their air-conditioned home, and you are doing the work. And, I forgot, it's their interests. And they're enjoying all their interests.
By proxy. They have the local agents. So they do it by proxy, indirect rule. You say, go away, we don't want you. So they went and then imposed their people, your own people, on you. That's what we'd say. Pay them a visit. Look for these puppets. Please, the cool people in Niger. Pay these people a visit. All the puppets in Africa. Can you visit them to have a conversation? Just conversation. We didn't say we should do anything to them. We say conversation. Sit down with them and present this agreement to them. Say, please, can you read through this and see whether it's what we will continue to live by? Just ask them a simple question. That's all we're saying.
This is heartbreaking. Number 9, the obligation to send to France an annual balance sheet and a report on the state of reserves. Number 10.
Imagine the audacity.
I,
No reports, no
I feel
money.
like I need to use the restroom for real. My stomach is cramping. Okay, number 10. Renounce any military alliance with other countries unless authorized by France. Renounce any military alliance with any other countries unless authorized by France. Our sister Arikana has been crying, shouting from the mountaintop, praying that our people will wake up, even explaining these things over and over again. Instead, that people will say, oh, such a strong woman, she's a nice woman, but nobody did anything about it. We allowed you guys to steal our resources. We allowed you guys to maintain your interests. As if it's not enough, we are busy eating kernel nuts, eating oka, ube. It's not enough. You unleash terrorism on us. So that we will never rise up to say, oh, God, what are you doing? This thing doesn't make sense. So all we're doing is running from pillar to post, trying to survive, eating in, and now we are running for our lives. Number 11, the obligation to ally with France in the event of war or global crisis. I was watching a documentary on World War II, and the British Prime Minister said, it was an audio, he said, if people knew what this war is all about, they will stop fighting, because it's not about anything but about those that won the war.
Okay.
So you send your son to go and join the military, to go and fight for people sitting up there. None of their children is there. They are busy sitting around, and your son will go and die for them. They will bury them, and then they will come and build a cemetery for you. And put his name on it. Oh yeah, Chukwuemeka Jr. died.
Was a hero.
Was a hero. And then I got inside. Hey, you want a high five?
High five.
Mission accomplished.
Yes.
People manipulated, hypernormalization. We have normalized things that are abnormal for them. So the more they look, the less they see. They're all confused. They think somebody cares about them. Coca-Cola will go to Mexico and hold people on hostage, and then they will come out and tell you, oh, good governance, corporate governance, confusion everywhere. And then as you're crying to your Lord, they will have you. You will be captured by their church partners, their religious partners. They will ask you to keep praying to the Lord. It's going to be well. It is well. It is well. With my soul, with my soul. If that's not enough, when you come out, they will pay the musician. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy.
And if you decide not to dance, they will give you hard drugs and knock you out and knock all your youths out. Everybody will now be on drugs. Zombie, like this.
Wake up, my people. Wake up. Wake up. God has revealed everything to us. If we decide to keep on sleeping and keep on begging, blaming on the Lord, keep on waiting, I gonna go in circles. Their musicians are business partners. Their religious leaders are business partners. The corporations, they are so powerful that they influence policies on a government level. And we're the ones supporting them because they want us to remain without knowledge. That's why they will block videos like this that will wake people up. On these slides, we have put in the details because these things are it's very important. Because when you read the agreement, like number one, it said the colonial debt to repay benefits of colonization. It says that is to say that the newly independent state must reimburse the cost of infrastructure built by France, and they were always looking for details of the cost and evaluation of the benefits and payment imposed by France on the countries. So when we share this video along, you can actually read it in details, because me reading it now will make me vomit. The kind of things each one meant. Number one, number two, number three, number four, number five, it will make you sick to your stomach. And then you will come, they don't have any respect for you. You will leave them, be walking, trying to survive. They still will devalue you as a human being. This is what we have to go through. So slide 7 has the number 3 agreement all the way to number 5. And then slide 8, the same thing. and then slide 9, the same thing. So I'm not going to read it because of time constraint. But when we post it at a later time, you can read. If you're on a WhatsApp platform, we can also send you the whole PowerPoint information. The point is that we need our people to wake up. We can no longer be asleep. Our men need to wake up. We can no longer be asleep. This is our time. This is our time. That 400, 500 years that was projected in the Bible ended in 2019. And you can see things have been happening since then. I got down. People that we thought weren't anything, they are all now challenging the superpowers.
Yes.
So we need to wake up. It's our turn to rebuild Africa. It's our turn to build a nation or a continent where our children will thrive.
Yes.
And have self-respect and have dignity. We can no longer afford to play around with this. This is not a popularity contest, my brothers and sisters. It's not. It's all about this. My mother will say, so that we can move. We have no time to waste. Also, this thing because we are fighting a righteous cause. You will be surprised what will happen if we rise up and say, enough of this. We must visit the internal colonizers that are aiding and abetting these people, holding us hostage. Go ahead, my sister.
Yes, please, and continue to share, continue to like. If you need the PowerPoint, just leave us a comment. We'll get to you. If in case you're not already in our WhatsApp groups, because we have WhatsApp groups. So if you need this PowerPoint, let us know and let's find the comments and then we'll get to you. So and for you to know that they know what they're doing. One of their former presidents, Jacques Chirac, he said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. That's over 400 years. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. After being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting Black retribution against us." So read it.
I need to read that again, Biko.
I should read it again.
Please.
So, former president of France, Jacques Chirac, he said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting Black retribution against us." This is from inside. This is an inside
Confession.
Yes, confessing, telling you what they did. And then your so-called elites, so-called politicians, they will come and ask me, "Why did they say the constitution is the problem? How can the constitution be a problem? I've worked with the government. I know. You are part of the problem, actually. You're part of the people killing our people. And if you don't repent, I won't start telling you what might happen to you, because this is wickedness. The people that did what they did are confessing to you what they did. Don't you have conscience?
They are benefiting.
Don't you have the mind of God?
They are benefiting.
Are you not seeing our people die in the Mediterranean Sea like flies? Are you not seeing that? You live in your high castle, all the wealth that you stole, and then you talk down on our people because of your action. And instead of you to be part of the solution, you're speaking English. Don't you fear God? How dare you?
He can speak in tongue, my dear. He doesn't fear God. He's God himself, God of his own village.
We want to call the countries out for you so that you can go and verify these things. The 11 colonial agreements were imposed on these 14 African countries by France since 1960. when they said we wanted independence. They were doing it all along, but they said they wanted it, but they changed it. They changed the name. Number 1, Benin. 2, Burkina Faso. Guinea-Bissau. Ivory Coast. Mali. Niger. Like, where is it happening? Chad. Congo, Brazzaville. Equatorial Guinea. Central African Republic. Togo. Senegal. Cameroon. Gabon.
My dear, don't forget, I know Haiti is not in Africa. Don't forget our brothers and sisters in Haiti. These people are still over there.
Yeah, they're there, but these ones are the ones that they went in and signed this agreement that we're talking about.
Right.
For Haiti, they have a different style for them. Those ones, it's complete destruction. They didn't even come out. They didn't even come out. And if you look at that slide, that slide, you see 6 African countries currently under military rule. What is going on is revolution. The youths are saying we are not taking this anymore because the so-called politicians have been their puppets. Look at Niger, say we want to restore democracy. Before the youths moved in, was there democracy? How can you have democracy under this type of agreement? Do you know what democracy is?
No, they don't.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people. That means the benefits of government goes to the people. Can the people have benefit under these 11 things that we have read out to you? This colonial yoke and bondage, shackles and manacles. How can you have democracy? How can you even call that thing democracy? I wish I can get to those children in Niger to give them some addresses of where they should go for meeting. I said meeting, no, I didn't say anything. Because people are callous. How can you be so callous against your own people? The colonial masters are already wicked, they're evil, they do whatever they're doing, that one. But how can you be a partner to it? Because of your selfish gains?
So much. Please continue to help us to share and like and what is this called? Well, subscribe. We are going home. Devil has no choice. Devil has no choice than to back off. I was listening to a guy that said that we should tell people, you cannot have our sons, you cannot have our husbands, you cannot have what God has given to us. So please help us to continue to share. Our people are getting the information. We want to thank those doing work at home. We do want to acknowledge that we're not the only one doing this work. You know, we're part of groups that are working hard to ensure that our people live with dignity. And we're not even asking for much. We want to be able to live with dignity, take care of our children, watch our children have their children, be a grandmother, a grandfather, live in a peaceful world, which is what is the English word I'm trying to use? Possible, which is possible. But some people decided that it will not be possible for us because they want more and more and more. And that goes in line with our topic today, rejecting neo-colonial shackles. Rejecting neo-colonial shackles. We know about our late brother, Dr. Obadiah. Don't quote me. I can't say his name right.
Yeah, Melafia, Obadiah Melafia.
So, yeah, the former deputy governor of CBN, he said that the 1999 constitution is based on a lie, and it is a fraud, just like we've been lamenting on this platform forever and a day. And is that 1999 that is a pressure cooker that will keep us where we are if we do not release the pressure? He went further to say that a fraudulent constitution in the hands of people with hidden agendas, loyal to foreigners, and unpatriotic to their people has nothing good to offer us as people. We've told you guys over and over again that the 1999 Constitution is an issue. It will never allow you to move forward. It will never allow you to progress. It doesn't matter who you put in the steering wheel. Africa is in the midst of long-awaited revolution as she struggles to rid herself of all shackles and manacles of colonial criminals and imperialists. This has divided the world into those afflicted with what we call hyper-normalization and those still able to reason like real humans. By the way, we posted a video on our platform last week called Hypernormalization. Please watch that video so you can understand what this huge corporation as well as the political leaders are doing to the people. So this hypernormalization is a 2016 BBC documentary by a British filmmaker, Adam Curtis. This guy argues that the government of the West have since 1970 built an illusion of fake world run by make-believe huge corporations and kept stable by selfish and greedy politicians who think only about themselves, their fatal ambition to rule, who think only about to dominate, deceive, and manipulate people. To those who fail to look deeper, the things seem to be out of control and inexplicable. Right now, it looks like we are living in a time of great uncertainty and confusion, but also of great opportunity to be free. So we should not look at this time as a difficult time, but a way to challenge ourselves to get what we want. While 14 African countries under the yoke of France seem to be breaking loose, of course, our so-called Nigeria went back to exactly where she was in 1967, when she was contemplating whether to fight Biafra or not. We know that our so-called President God-fearing Gowon chose to do the unthinkable. He committed genocide and killed about 3.5 million of Biafran people, just like our so-called illegitimate President Tinubu is seeking validation from the West. So he's more interested and willing to protect the interests of the West, especially the Britain, the one who set up the enterprise called Nigeria. Gowon signed every document that British placed before him that allowed him to kill our people. So today we'll continue to connect the dots for the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, who must be better equipped and well prepared to take back their sovereignty from the flesh eaters, bloodsuckers, and the vultures of the West, as well as their internal colonizers. So it's important for us to understand what is happening. We know that everything that is happening around us is based on the 1999 Constitution. We know that all your woes, all the things that the pastor has been telling you, oh, it's your mother, it's your sister, it's your neighbor, it's your friend, holding you down, has nothing to do with that. That is the 1999 Constitution that is pressurizing you. Think about since 1999, how many good governance have you achieved? None. But you've been going to election every year. So until we identify and remove this shackle of 1999 Constitution that is operating in the name of neocolonialism, we will be running in circles. We're not here once again for competition. We're here to be informed, well informed, so that we can make an informed decision. Go ahead, my sister.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and play you one of Nina's videos for you to understand what we're saying about 1999 Constitution. We know you see these videos, but the more you look at it, the more you get the details, because some people don't understand. Some people say, oh, how can you say the constitution of a country is fraudulent? But it is fraudulent. It's not me saying. If you know what constitution is, constitution means the constituents of a country. We make a document that will guide them in the relationship with one another, especially in our own place where we have diverse ethnic nations. So we need a constitution done by all, accepted by all. It will stop all the killings and all the problems we're having with one another, because then we have negotiated and we have discussed and agreed on the terms we used to live. This is just common sense. So please, you don't need to be a professor, a doctor, an engineer to understand this simple thing. It's just for you to use what my people call akonuche, sense. Please go ahead.
As darkness continues to cover Nigeria, things getting worse and worse, NINAS had repeatedly told the public, demonstrated that the unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all the misery, is the source of all the instability, is the source of all of what we have been lamenting, whether it's the killings or infrastructural decay or corruption or impunity, everything. Therefore, we invite you to listen to other voices that are not necessarily associated with NINA, so that we can see that there's a consensus that is sufficient to lead us to where we solve this problem now before it consumes us. Because if we don't solve that problem, it will consume Nigeria. And that means Nigerians are only going to go from where they are now into the inferno that Nigeria will become if the problem is not solved. Let's listen to those other voices and we come down to what shall we do. There may be some of them who will even tell us. Let's take a listen.
49 people selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility to publicize it to the country. On the day of swearing in of Obasanjo, we didn't have a copy of the constitution. I didn't know who was printing it. And my ministry was supposed to pay for the printing. And Obasanjo was sworn on a constitution that had not been read by anybody. And the National Assembly could not be constituted until 4 days after he swearing in, because there was no clean copy of the constitution. You cannot build a quicksand. And the country cannot live on falsehood.
Dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items, 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list in this chamber? We try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summoned the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
So I'm saying that the first problem is that if this country wants to work for everybody, is to look at this constitution and say, this constitution, you have done your worst. Because after all of the people that have been saying, well, they went around the country before the constitution. No, they are liars. The military cannot give us a constitution. It's a constitution produced under the army green. So when people talk about this constitution as something that we need, I tell people, why are people talking as if the basic education and knowledge they should have is lost on them? How can the military give us a constitution? If we told you that the military cannot bear rule, how then are you still using the constitution given to it by the military? Because according to law, they shouldn't be in office in the first place. So everything that comes with the military, you have to try and set it aside. So the first thing we need to do is to sit that constitutional conference or sovereign national conference that they are afraid of. We will have it. We will have all that they are afraid of. We have a constitution. I'm a patriot. I have recommended on different platforms, even in the international media, we cannot have this country break up. So what will make this country work for all is to first of all throw away this wicked paperwork, burn it and throw it out, and sit. We need about 6-8 months or even 1 year to get a proper document that addresses majority problem, minority problem, and the constitution must also make it sacrosanct. For instance, we are going to an election. We had our last census 2006, disputed census. We don't even know the population of the country. We have been dealing with estimates.
Right.
How do you even solve the problem of the
Mr.
country
Kanu?
without data to work with?
What he's saying is relevant, but not in this case. It's relevant when we talk, I don't know when you were there, I want to talk about systems.
Yes, my lord. If I may say something, my lord, with the greatest respect to my lord.
Hold it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I know that most of our headache is in the system.
Yes, my lord. And if I may go further,
And then, well, we will explore that later on when we have this special hearing.
as the court pleases, as the commission pleases, my lord will even know more when we discuss this exhibit. The most important thing, my lord, is that some people appear to be too distant for this generation.
Structural, the word is structural injustice.
Yes, my lord.
I asked people to make their research. I'm conducting mine, and I want to compare your investigations and research with mine. Structural injustice.
Please continue to help us to
The
share.
headache we have is structural,
Yes, my lord.
and in the system itself,
Yes, my lord.
men will come and go. The system still
Remains. Yes, my lord.
That the constitution that we have at present is a fraud. It is a fraud because it starts with we the people, when in fact you and I did not sit anywhere to design this constitution. By that fact alone, it is based on a lie and it is based on a fraud. In the past, people could ignore that because Olusegun Obasanjo was a fair-minded man and he was a patriot. Because
No, he was.
Umaru Yar'Adua of blessed memory was a fair-minded.
All right, we'll stop this video here. We'll post it in its entirety. You know, our people, they will speak half truth because again, they are benefiting from the system. They will speak the truth and mix it. It's like again having cereal with rice and ofu egusi all for breakfast. So the point that we are trying to make that is that 1999 Constitution is a fraud, and until we take that fraud down, we'll continue to run in circle. We'll continue to cook in a pressure cooker. That's what the so-called Westernization project called it. They say the Nigerian Constitution is a pressure cooker for injustice. So that means people can do things to you. The governor can give himself $20 million when you don't have food to eat. They can buy 50 vehicles for people to follow them behind. They can, destroy our land and then send their children. They get rewarded to send their children overseas to school. They buy homes. They allow them, the Western people allow them to buy homes, in their Westernization countries, and then live over there and then destroy you in your own indigenous land. And then they have access to the Westernization area where they will continue to live their lives. And we're saying enough of that. Enough of giving people the leeway to destroy us as a people. And we claim that they're working for us. We can see they're just, another name for them is just called internal colonizers. They have nothing else to do but to keep us down. So I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint for the day. Please continue to help us to share. Knowledge is power. These people they don't mean well for you, bottom line. They never mean well for you. They don't want you to progress. If you think about it, look at what we have done. We have allowed the Western people to steal from us. We have allowed them to have access to all our resources, and they still unleash terrorism upon us. They still want to destroy our food line so that we will die of hunger, because they want more and more and more. Because we are all sleeping. We are all believing God to do it for us. We are all thinking it's our mother that is holding us down, our sisters that is holding us down. We need to wake up and reject the neo-colonial shackles. They don't mean well for us. And of course, we cannot move forward without reminding our people that we live in the Osman Danfodio estate. This is just a business partnership. He's the caretaker of the people imprisoned in that territory called Nigeria. That's all. And now his children are taking over. So it's a family business, just like your father will hand over business for you, and then you have your children, they will hand over to the next generation. They tell us every day that they are born to rule, that we are conquered territory. They can do and undo to what? They can, you know, as long as we're in one Nigeria, that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa, they can mine their gold and save it for themselves and their 50 wives. And then they will come to our land, take our oils, destroy our land, destroy the environment, and keep it moving, and nobody says a thing. And we are sick of it. We are. This over and over again. And the last but not least, announcement of a time-bound two-stage transitioning process, which shall in the first stage feature multi-regional referendums by which constituent components shall recommit or opt out of the Nigerian Union. And if they want otherwise, we'll move forward with whatever the outcome of the referendums are. We need to stop, people. I'm calling on my Igbo people, my Ijaw people, my Yoruba people, start identifying yourself as who you are. I was listening to a brother the other day, and he said, there is a group of people, they're looking for smart people. This guy was in a white man show discussing. There's a group of people that score highest on every standard test. They are called, he didn't know how to say, he said they are called Igbo, but nobody talks about them. I said, why would you be talking about ourselves when we are busy promoting Nigerian brand name? Why would they know my people? The people that knows that can do and undo, the chosen one, the language of heaven, the ones that know who they are. Why are we hiding behind the Nigerian brand? Why? Let those benefiting from it go and be announcing they are Nigerians. Let we that have never benefited go back to our ancestors, because they are waiting for us to come and reclaim who we are and stop the identity crisis. And that's where we are going forward with the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. We love our ancestors because we know who we are. We are part of their DNA. This thing that we are doing, who we are, did not come from any other place, but because of the lineage that we have within our system. We are going to discuss with you guys exactly the dimension of intelligence, which is the Igbo tradition, because these people came and destroyed who we are. They said he's the only person that can speak English that is smart. But English. They are all naked. After speaking English, if you tell them to go right, they will go left. If you tell them march, they will go in left. They don't know right, left. We have seen them and their professional certificates and their professor emeritus and their mathematician from Harvard. Stop making them in charge of things because they know how to speak English. We are looking for people with our ancestral wisdom, yo. Ancestral wisdom, the wisdom of Solomon, where even if you're not present and something happened, just from me hearing the stories, you will know who did what and what did what. And it's not by putting fake wig that looks like Udele wig on your head, thinking that wisdom will connect from the wig into your brain. No, it's called dimension of intelligence, which is our forefathers' tradition that tells us how to. My mother, she didn't go to school. She called that level of wisdom. Yes. My mother will speak with her eyes. You will know when she says yes. You will know when to say so. And the visitor is there and things are happening in the background.
Yes.
Things are happening in the background. Fast. Highest level of intelligence. Because they say there's 7 sense. I want 100 sense that has not been described. Because we know when we used to speak to our forefathers, they will come to our dreams and talk to us about things that are yet to happen.
Yes.
You will know. You will pick up the phone and call your son. Son, how are you? Are you okay? Your son will say, Mommy, I'm okay. He said, no, you're not okay. What's going on? Exactly. Your son will immediately, without anybody, no phone call, no revelation, just you. How do you describe that sense? Like my brother will ask. How do you describe that sense? Ndocha? Let's drop the madness and let me allow my sister to dive more into this, that we need to go and acquire this level of intelligence from everywhere. We don't care about your so-called fake certificate that you're using, parading, claiming that you're speaking English. If you do not understand you are still as dumb as hell.
Yep.
You need to learn. Go
Tell
ahead.
them, sister, humble yourself and learn. Dimensions of intelligence in Igbo tradition. Akonuche. If you don't have akonuche, you don't care the type of certification that you're carrying around. Please get out of the way of our people so that we go and get akonuche to know where we're going. So our people broke it. We told them that this time is so short, so we'll just do something fast. One class, general physical, like academic intelligence. This is the ability to learn and develop skills needed for survival and to perform daily tasks. That's one sect of it. Another one is spiritual intelligence, ability to understand deeper meanings of things, events, and occurrences. Then emotional intelligence, how you relate to other members of the community, the family, and with the issues that concern the well-being of the community you belong to. Our people believe, our ancestors believe, that there is individual variation in levels of intelligence, reasoning capacity, ways of seeing things and evaluating things. That's why they said, Uche bu akpa, onye ruo okoro nke ya. Meaning intellect is like a bag. Each person is meant to carry his or hers. That means embrace your own level of intelligence. Know your limitations. So we respect the views of others in my culture, in Igbo culture, yes. We respect the views of others. However, one needs to know and accept his or her limitations.
Even at that, we'll always go with the superior argument for the well-being of our people.
Exactly. Because it's when you know your limitation, you say your own view, the other person will say, then eventually we go with the superior argument. It will be so clear. Everybody will understand it. So people that don't know will be willing to learn from others who should know more than them. And that's why they say, Ikwa mari ibezia. Meaning, you learn from other members of the community who do know more than you. You can't know it all. One is expected to ask questions when in doubt, rather than make mistakes. Onye ajụjụ anaghị efu ụzọ. Those who ask questions do not miss their way or get lost. For one to be seen as an intelligent person in Igbo culture, one should be able to balance the various dimensions of intelligence. That is, there should be balance and equilibrium. Otherwise, our people will say you have one single unbalanced intellect. That means that you don't have that balanced akonuche that will make you know so that your intelligence will balance. Once it doesn't balance that way, my people will identify you as not being too intelligent, not for chara. No, this person's intelligence is just one-sided. It's not balanced. And you will not be seen as someone that will represent others in that, because you don't really get things.
And it's okay.
And it's okay. You know your limitations are still within your borders and your boundary. Let others who know speak. Don't speak on things you don't know anything about or you have limited information about, because you're going to make people make mistakes and people may die. So in our culture, some of the people we look up to today as leaders, even the so-called well-read, in those ancient times, they wouldn't have been people that would represent us anywhere, because my people will not see them as intelligent enough or wise enough to represent others. They might be intelligent enough just to live in their family and do whatever, but to represent the entire community, no, they wouldn't have been anywhere near leadership. We see them now. Ndị otu ọha na atụrụ ọha na eze. All those moving around. Just looking at them, you know that this is stupidity looking at you. And when they now talk, you say, why did you talk? Why did you even talk? When you didn't talk, I didn't know that you are this, that Obasara of man. Now you have spoken. You have disgraced yourself with the words. So please, let's try as we keep working towards restoration of our neighbor. Let's begin to embrace this balanced intellect because it's available. You can. That's why I say that means that you're able to learn. If you feel that you're limited on anything, ask your brothers and sisters that know to teach you so that you embrace and acquire more information and be a better person and more useful to the great Igbo nation. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. We are here to complete this job. Like we always advise, you guys are shareholders in what we're doing. Share this program, discuss with others, get your children involved. My daughter cannot go a day without mentioning her ancestors. Her ancestors are showing up everywhere she goes. Begin to teach your children your culture. Begin to teach them who you are. If you are home speaking English to Numoge, stop and begin to speak your native language, your mother's language to your children. Let's focus on this. God is available. He's waiting for us. He's eating rice because we're there being naughty children. He said as soon as we turn around and say, Father, we are willing to do this job, he will put his plate of rice and say, okay, let's go. Please identify yourself as whatever nation you're from. We are no longer going to promote the colonial brands. We are calling on all our brothers and sisters in all the African nations. Begin to identify yourself from where you're from. Not what France named you, not what Portugal named you, not what Britain named you. Begin to identify yourself. This is how it starts. This is how we start. When we come out and tell them who you are, they will know that whatever manipulation that they did is falling apart. And we're not using any weapons to do that. Yep. It's all about knowledge. Begin to identify every conversation. Oh, I like your name. I like your outfit. Oh, I like the way you do things. Tell them it's because of your ancestors from Igbo land that made you who you are today.
Yes.
Stop promoting the colonial brands. Stop giving money to those that don't care about you. If you have excess, give to your sisters and brothers down the street, not to the churches.
Yes.
These people are just a bunch of business partners to promote colonialism, nothing else.
Yes.
That's why we are shouting. Our brothers and sisters that run the churches, the bishops, and you won't see, tell them, at least let them mention what is going on to
they
our
will
people.
never. No, they will never. They're there for the colonial masters.
Please, we need to do this work. Nobody's going to do it for us. Don't let the blockage of what they're doing stop you. Yeah. People are getting the message. Again, we want to thank our food soldiers. Thank you for all your work. We want to thank the Daughters of Truth back home. Thank you for what you're doing because we are going home. Devil has no choice but to get a quick notice and get the hell out of our way. We are going home. We are going home. Next week, brothers and sisters, we are happy to have you guys here. We'll return next week by the grace of God. We'll continue to learn and enlighten you guys. And please, please, please be part of this. Don't be part of those that will sit there and say, oh yeah, now who is Nina? Nina's is not. You are Nina's. If you're not promoting Nina's, that means the brimstone is coming your way, brothers and sisters, because it's the only way out of the condition that we find ourselves in. God has given us someone that did this research 23 years ago. We are the one that decided to be in the wilderness. The present has been delivered. It's only for us to open it up and embrace it. Let's stop wasting time. Our brothers and sisters in all the African nations, we are standing in solidarity with you. Yes. We are praying for you. We are going to get out of this. Not by praying. I don't want to get it all confused. No. We are using actions.
Yes.
And we are also connecting with our ancestors and our God to help us as to go into this situation that we find ourselves in. So thank you. We'll see you guys next week. Remain blessed. We will win this war. We will sit, brothers and sisters, we will be here to welcome this new African continent.
Yes.
Our way.
Yes. Yes.
So next week, Mucho love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, our people. Welcome to the program. We are super happy to have you guys here. As usual, help us to like, subscribe, click the notification buttons so that we can get this information out to our people. By the way, we missed you guys last week. I hope you were able to join Brother Tony on Dr. Damages explaining the fundamental information that we need to move forward. That video is still available, by the way, if you didn't watch it. So please help us to share and like and do all these things. We need to empower our people with knowledge. With that knowledge, then we move. We cannot move when we have a lot of ignorant people around us, people that don't understand why we're saying what we're saying. So it's important, like we keep saying, this is not a competition. This is not a popularity contest. We are not trying to win over you. What we are trying to do is to share information that you may not have access to so that we can move as a unit to get to our destination. So welcome to the program. My name is Mona Chimsaga. I love my name so much. I am here. I am here in Houston, Texas. I will defer to my sister. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, my sister. And my name is Ekwi. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Yes, please help us to share, like, and subscribe. Because while we are doing that, we will be playing a video so that will just keep us in the frame as we are, sharing, liking, subscribe. And the thing is that when you like or share, it will help our YouTube, those on YouTube will thank you also. You're doing a good job to help them to bring it for more. And we are breaking our video now so we can travel faster. So please, when you see them, share them, subscribe, like, hit, just watch and go. We know when you watch, you get information, but when you like it, just click, one click. It will make other people to see it, and it will make YouTube to populate it. So like we'll tell you all the time that you're part of the team. So you're part of the team, you're disseminating the information to deliver our people from ignorance. When our people know the truth, they will run with this message. So let me join us to share while we watch our sister.
84-85, Bismarck, who was then the big boss around there, called on the Europeans to say, let's not waste time talking with these African savages. We are going to conquer them, grab their lands and resources, and civilize them. That is how they agreed on a set of rules during the Berlin Conference, also known as the West Africa Conference. And by mutual agreement, they jointly came down on us to carve up our territories and butcher us. After World War II, they once again divided the world among themselves. Russia got its share with Eastern Europe. The USA had its part in the Middle East and Latin America. China took Asia, and Africa was left to the French and English. It's because the French violated the terms of the deal by meddling in Crimea, Georgia, and Ukraine that the Russians are standing by our side today. But make no mistake, they aren't here out of love for us. They are here for their own interests, and also to punish France for stepping on their toes. You do me, I do you. What you do at my place, I'll do at yours, except that in this case, it's actually at our place, our motherland. Today, France is trying to rally all Europeans around the reconquest of the African continent. In the paradigm underlying this aggression, our patriot African leaders don't matter. Our institutions don't matter. It's only what they decide over there that counts. They are certain that there will always be local accomplices, local puppets on the ground, like the ECOWAS or the African Union sellout leadership, to ensure their orders are executed. But while this may be true for some African leaders, it's no longer the case for the African people. The French have not evolved. They fail to realize the generational shift that has occurred in Africa. The post-independence era with the likes of Senghor or Houphouët, who swore allegiance to French domination, is over. The ones who followed, who studied in France, the UK, or the US, and only felt truly African when following instructions from the Élysée Palace, the Quai d'Orsay, the White House, or Downing Street, are becoming the minority. Today, we are facing a new generation of Africans who do not accept to be told that they are not at home when they go to France or Europe. And when they are in Africa or return here, they also encounter French people who say, we decide what happens in your country and our interests come first. This new generation of Africans, whether in civilian clothes or in military uniforms, no longer accepts this. It's over. Africa belongs to Africans, and we are going to ensure that they get this message perfectly straight by any means necessary. My name is Natalie Yam, and I'm one of the worst nightmares of Western colonialists in Western Central Africa. Francophone Africa is the weakest link in Africa's emancipation. I call upon all economic and political freedom fighters of Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, Northern Africa, and the diaspora to unite with us, to enable us to kick France and the West out of our continent and finally exercise our sovereignty to take off towards progress, prosperity, and stability. Amandla.
Amandla, my sister, Amandla. Thank you. The basis for Nigeria challenges and crises. We know that we Africans, Nigerians, we have been long history of exploitation and oppression. Nothing has changed from the day they came in and gave us that fake independence. They were in the background looking at us as if, why are these people happy? They don't even know. They don't even know that the Ewu music has changed and they're here clapping. We know that they destroyed the stability of the country with coups and counter coups that they funded by themselves. If they don't like the government, they make things happen. They make things disappear and people suffer. They have created so much political instability due to electoral malpractices and corruption. They will even tell us that they will bring us a computerized account. And we know that even gives them easy access because with computerized count, one button will change the outcome of everything. Then we have leadership serving the interests of external colonizers because they are there to make sure that the business, that's why we keep reminding you guys, Nigeria is a business enterprise. So the people that call themselves leaders are the ones, leading the companies. But you can tell that they're so stupid because when you're working in a company that is not working, any reasonable person would like to make a change.
Exactly.
So their stupid leadership have left millions of people trapped in a cycle of hardship and inequality. Then there's, of course, the agitation across Nigeria for freedom, democracy, and sovereignty, because our people are wonderful people. They want to do more. They are smart. They are capable. Right now I'm in a random place. You will not believe where I am. But there are two of our people here. We have people coming from all over the world. We are capable of doing the undoable. Because we are trapped in a place where we are not allowed, like Brother Tony will say, it's an incinerator for
talents and dreams.
Talent and dream will not allow you to move forward. As if that's not bad enough. The northern part, there is jihadist insurgency going on. People are being killed. Our Hausas, brothers and sisters are being destroyed in the name of
jihad. Yes.
Or jihad. So, and then when you go to the northeast, you see there is increasing violence from Islamic terrorism. And then the foreign animal herder killing indigenes. They are taking over the land, displacing the people that own the land, and actually renaming the land to their own. And this has happened way past in the history before. If nothing is not done in the next 20 years,
that place will actually look there like their own land. They will insist on grazing rights on the land that do not belong to them in the name of federal government of Nigeria. Because every time they come out on TV, they remind us that as long as we are in that place called Nigeria, as long as we're in one Nigeria, that they own you, own your stomach, own your private part, they own everything. They can do as they wish. And then when you look at the Northwest, there is a widespread and lifestyle criminal banditry and kidnapping. Are they doing anything about it? No. You pray to God, you fast and pray. You go and see your pastor, give him money so he can give you oil, olive oil, as if olive oil is going to prevent a hungry man from coming to appear.
Why the pastor is in bulletproof cow?
Why the pastor is yeah, you will go and see him before you leave town so he can give you olive oil and pray for you and lay hands on you. The same hand he's using to put in the private part of the children that goes to his church, he will use it and lay oil on your head. And you think you'll be protected. And then when we go to the Niger Delta area, they are controlling the resources. The federal government has 97%, while the indigenous people have 3%. They are not doing anything but destroying our land. And then we look at the $140 million naira palliative politicians. People got 8,000 naira. Look at me, who gave me pounds? People got 8,000 K, which is 8,000 naira per family. Politicians got 140 million each. Just do the math. Even if you don't have elementary school education, you know that you've been cheated, you've been punked. Punked out of your resources. I see that's not bad enough. They are spilling oil everywhere at damaging places. Children are now being born with the defect, which you don't see in our land, as if we have the resources to take care of them. And they keep reminding us, like I said earlier, that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to them in Jigawa. So everything belongs to them. They will sell their gold, they will keep the money. They will sell the oil, they will keep the money. They will sell the diamond, they will keep the money. Everything they will keep. They are not even using it to help the people. They're not even using it to help the people around them. And then we know that the unitary system took away our assets. It took away what belongs to us and put our name there down in their so-called constitution and say, we the people. We the people that never happened. Pointing guns at people's head. We know that non-state actors and individuals now have private security outfit to bully others. It's only in Africa, especially in Nigeria, that it's okay for a senator or a politician to carry around 50 cars as if he's God. And it's okay while people are suffering. You're driving all this entourage and people are there waving their hands, hungry people waving their hands, and you think that you're invincible. Former state security agencies, they are all compromised. The police are so compromised, they are not well trained, they are not well paid, they are not well anything. So now they become part of the criminality that we are worried about. You give them a gun, you're not paying them, they are very, very likely to give that gun to someone who will put it to good use if they don't have the stomach to do it themselves. Then there's a 40 billion that was given to buy bulletproof vehicles to protect our so-called politicians, the same one benefiting from the system, instead of feeding the poor, hungry masses. And then there's another 35 billion that was given to judiciary. I know a lot of you are not aware of all these numbers that we are calling out, and that's why we do the research. Because when a mother is busy in the market trying to find the meal for the next day, you don't know that you participating in election has kept you the way you are, have kept your children from not being able to go back to school. Because they will come into a place where you're selling akara and join you to fry akara during election, just for you to feel like they're part of you. You're there clapping, hey, whoa, he says, whoa, look at her down to earth. No. It's all a decoy. It's all a decoy for you to go to that election and give him power to keep you where you are. The worst part is that you may not even be able to fry the akara that you were frying before he came to your location, because the beans is so expensive. And then we look at the Southeast. We are talking about the basis for Nigerian challenges and crises. There's agitation for freedom and independence. And we know the people that pretending to lead our people to freedom, that know this information about the Constitution being the problem, how they work hard to hide it from our people. And when we say they are the agent of Nigerian state, people will think we are kidding. Tell me how someone came to bring freedom. You know what freedom, what pathway your people need to go, and you literally lead them to their damnation. I don't have any names to call you. You can call your name, self-names. We keep every day, they remind us that we are the conquered people of the Southeast, and we are hunted down like animals in the bush. Our youths are being destroyed every day. These are children that we know that are capable of doing the undoable, that can think beyond challenges. And yet we have reduced them to people that anybody can tie their hands on their back and burn them and do whatever you guys do to them, our so-called future. And then you look at the ones that are doing all these things, they don't have any plans for our people. Politicians fund anarchy all over the country. You see them, they will come out on TV from nowhere and say, oh, release this one, release that person, release that person. What about our children that are locked up in every dungeon in Nigerian prison? What about them? Who's going to release them? The politicians, the elders. Who's going to release those ones? Because of one man, our boys, our young men should perish in prison. What effort are you guys making to get those children out and rehabilitate them? As if it's not bad enough, they continue to make our people sit at home. We have our sisters back home that we're in contact with. And one of the biggest impediments that they're complaining about is that sit at home. Whatever, anything that is left of them, they say that sit at home is equivalent to kwashiorkor in their eyes, especially for the mothers. So you're here talking about, oh, Biafra, they killed 1 million people, they killed 20 people, oh, they gave them kwashiorkor. You are initiating another level of kwashiorkor for our mothers and their young children. Because children need protein for them to grow. Missing that protein, missing that enough nutrition in less than a month, kwashiorkor has ensued. If you think it's going to take 3 years like it did in Biafra War. The only reason why it didn't happen immediately because children were being fed even though we are at war. But now you guys have created a level of kwashiorkor for our mothers. And we don't have the medical facility to handle all of this. And then we talk about the serious constitutional grievances in the failed Lugadian experiment. We want everyone to understand that if this constitution did not go down, your life will not change. So that means you will live and go on, meet your ancestors, your children will live and go on and meet your ancestors. And we know it's world without end and nothing will change. And that's why it seems like we are every day pointing to the Constitution because it's the basis. It's the basis of our existence. So we are allowing them to rule us with something that we did not make, to rule us with a fraudulent unitary constitution that we did not make, that did not include the constituents. It leaves us in a dire situation. And then there is a clash of civilization and dual ideology in that 1999 constitution. We look at feudalism and Sharia/constitution and democracy. It's like somebody trying to put milk in fufu and eat cereal in the morning. Just imagine it, you get to egusi, you bring milk, you put in it to go and eat. That's what we've been marinating in. And we'll pretend like all is well. The 68 exclusive item list in that constitution will decide if you live or die. There's no other way to describe it. It will decide if you live or die. It will decide if your land will belong to you. It will decide if the oil will belong to you. It will decide if it will decide whatever they want it to decide for you. So that's what we cannot no longer afford to engage in motor park discussion or one money discussion, beer parlor discussion. It's not funny anymore, my people. It's not funny. We have to do better. Thank you.
And they talk about motor park discussion. You see our people, they don't know anything about the situation. They will go online saying things that they have no clue about, as if they are sure of it. Whoever told them that if you don't know about something, you should go and be saying it? And people will think that they really know what they're saying. Please, we are begging you people, stop confusing our people. If you have not studied anything, if you don't know anything, please stop commenting on them. Stop teaching people the things that you don't know about, you don't know anything about. We're talking about the basis for Nigerian challenges and crises. Thank you so much, my sister. So, rule of law is a product of the Constitution. Like my sister said, we did not make the Constitution. What we have was imposed on us. Meanwhile, you're supposed to get rule of law from the Constitution. That's how it is. So the Constitution is the mold from which laws are made. They cannot block, block. Then the block, whatever shape of that container that you used to put the bricks. Sorry for those that don't understand it, but I'm trying to say it in Igbo so my people understand it, because we need them to understand it. We are not English people, we are Igbo people, we speak Igbo. So sometimes we put Igbo for them so that they can understand what to explain it. So that mold, for molding block, you see that any block you mold, it has to take the shape of the mold that you use, the masons use to mold blocks. If it's small, it will be small. If it's long, it will be long. That's how the Constitution is. The Constitution is the mold where they get laws. So if the law is one that doesn't have like no justice, if your constitution is not the one, like military constitution, is not the people's constitution, the law that you're going to have would be something like that. They will be posing everything on you. So you can't have good governance except you have appropriate constitution. Constitution is a product of rule of law. What did I say? Good governance is a product of rule of law. Rule of law is a product of constitution. So you see how it goes. Rule of law is a product of the Constitution. Then good governance is a product of rule of law. It means that if rule of law is not possible, where are you going to get good governance? For those that are shouting good governance, you can't have good governance if there's no rule of law. That's how it is. There's no rule of law or justice under an imposed Constitution. We told you people that the people did not make the Constitution. The people, the constituent members, that's why it's called Constitution. Constituent members of a union are the ones that make Constitution and say, this is how we want to live. These are the terms and conditions. From there, you now have rule of law and then justice and order. If the Constitution was imposed, then you can have good governance and you can have rule of law. Meanwhile, the politicians and their agents are waving flags, APC, PDP, Labour, this one, while our people are dying. They are more interested in making money. When you hear them talk, even Obasanjo, he said that they are empty in their brain. Meanwhile, he's not most of them inside the place. He himself, I don't know whether there's anything inside. Because as we talk, you see some of the things that he did. You see, empty brain is calling another person empty brain. Association of Empty Brain Leaders. In the days ahead, poverty will increase. Why? Because no foreign investor will put taxpayers' money in a disputed project like Nigeria. They are reading, they are following. You people are not reading, they are reading. You see, they're coming to sign MOU, come and do this. This one is the bragadabra. Like, the more you look, the less you see. It's sure they're doing. They're not going to invest anything. Because for you to invest, the people that they are partners, they will ask questions. They don't throw money anyhow. These foreign investors are not people that throw money. They want to make profit. So they're going to ask, what is the rule of law in Nigeria? They will ask, what is the judicial system like? What is their security before we can invest? What of the law on investment? What do you have? Nobody builds on a sinking sand. So they will ask these questions. They are not just going to, no. That's why I will tell you that they're deceiving you. When they tell you they will do this, they will do that. It's all deception. So that they'll continue to siphon resources, steal and share with their friends. Now their wives, now they're models. Even if they have wife before, they'll go and marry another one for the politics era. And then she will go and fix extra bum, fix extra eyes, extra nose. This is where the money is going to, where the people are hungry. They're on social media, flaunting cars, flaunting this. Hey, my husband did this, my husband did that. That's the type of leaders you have. Very irresponsible, wicked and reckless. I've never seen this group of human beings anywhere. Which country is it that the wives of politicians are the ones modeling on social media? Dresses, where? And the poor people are there looking where and clapping hands. Yes, the wife is good, it's beautiful. Is that what they send them there to do? You think that is leadership? Meanwhile, there are opportunities and new possibilities. All this going on, happening, these challenges and everything, if we can apply our minds, if we can apply wisdom, if we can sit down and actually think, do you know we can have opportunities from what has happened? We can get new possibilities and give our people a better place. That's what we say. Ninas is saying, and we're joining Ninas to say, we must renegotiate Nigeria to serve the purpose of the indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples have interest. There is no way this country, the way it's constituted, is serving them. So we need to renegotiate it. All the people agitating for this, for that, your only problem, stop agitating for NSAS, agitating for police SARS, agitating for what, this, that. The all you need is, we need to renegotiate the whole thing. Then you decide what you want to do. That's what you should be asking for. 1999 Constitution is the thing that needs to go down. We need to fix the structure, not leadership. You have seen yourself now. We warned you. Don't go for election. Going for election will not change the structure. You only remove one criminal and put another criminal. It's survival of the fittest. They know themselves. And all of them are partners. So APC, PDP, Labour, all of them.
They will come out and tell them that Nigeria is, the constitution is a problem. Before you know it, the same person that said the constitution will join P2B to be a spokesperson.
Exactly.
It's what they want enough. They hear you and give you your own cause.
Wike is in PDP. He went with his governors, Autumn, after they were singing and carrying a pakara and they dancing like spirits. The next thing, he went to APC. Then the next thing, Tinubu is meeting him. Like, they're just crazy like that. Bunch of lunatics. But you, the people, are the ones enabling them. See what is happening in Niger. You see how the people are moving. You must stop enabling these criminals. They are very small. They're small in percentage. You are more in number. The only problem is just that you're not applying your mind. You're not listening. You're not listening to information that will help you to make a decision. You're listening to Ndakoko, Negu Mike Ejaga, some of them with social media. When they give them small money, APC will just call them, give them small money. PDP will call and give them money. They'll start. They'll become professor all of a sudden. Professor without degree. He said we are still suffering from the professors that had degree, that they went and got degree, but they don't have brain. Now we have professors without degree, not talk of brain. But on social media, they want to teach our people. We can have new possibilities from this situation that we have found ourselves. You see, where we are, Nigeria is supposed to be a multinational state. Like the America is run. With over 350 ethnic nations. This is diversity here. We are supposed to use the diversity to help ourselves. We are not supposed to make everybody to become one. Oh, Yoruba, Igbo, we convert everybody to become Hausa. No. If you're Yoruba, be the best Yoruba you can be. If you're Hausa, be the best Hausa you can be. If you're Ijo, be the best Ijo you can be. We become like multinationals. Then decide how we want to live together. Bringing our identity, our abilities together. Each person will do their own. Imagine over 500 distinct languages, distinct culture, tradition. Imagine if we have built this place. I will travel to Ijoland to go and see their culture. Here, people are always traveling to so place doing this. The Igbo people will travel to Yoruba people and see their culture. It will be organic. Nobody is killing anybody. Nobody is jealous of anybody. Nobody is envious of anybody. Nobody is shouting like a frog. Killing the Igbo, killing the Igbo. No. Just be in your corner. Be the best you can be. Imagine if we change the structure upon which we are building. Imagine the beauty that would have come out. Imagine how we would have harnessed our potentials. Imagine if these ethnic giants, ethnic nations were allowed the freedom to explore their potentials, become the best they can be. In Middle Belt, they have how many nations there? Each with different abilities. Some are hunters, some are farmers, some they do so many things. Each of them have something that they do well. Each ethnic nation, they are very peculiar in their own ways. In their dressing, when you see thief dressing, traditional dressing, imagine if they were allowed to explore their potentials. We can now organically grow.
Sad.
Even if we want to intermarry, we will intermarry without trouble. We're not going to be fighting over border. We're not going to be fighting who is president, who is this. We will not fight because each person is self-determined. Each nation is in charge of her resources, and then giving the nation the central whatever percentage. So you saw what we told you, Niger Delta. They are giving them 3%, and the criminals are taking 97%. Why wouldn't there be poverty in the land? Why wouldn't there be criminality in the land? Imagine, stand 1 minute and just imagine. Imagine if this...
And the 3% is not even given to the people. It's given to the so-called leaders of the people.
Exactly.
That we know what they do with the 3%.
Exactly. But why are they taking it in the first step that 97% we go? That's why all the politicians are marrying many women. They have enough money. They're gonna babu. Why the people are picking crumbs? Tomorrow you say that they're stealing or they're doing this. What do you expect them to do? You left these people vulnerable. Have you imagined if these ethnic nationalities were allowed to develop at their own pace? No competition. Yoruba will be moving at their pace. Igbo will be moving at their pace. Hausa will move. Everybody will be moving at their own pace. People will have freedom of worship. Worship whoever you want to worship. You want to worship rat, cockroach. Worship, but stay in your corner. Don't kill another person for the person not worshiping what you're worshiping. Stay in your room and worship whatever you want to worship. Keep it personal. We don't want to know. It's your personal business. Imagine if we were organized like that. Imagine how it would have been. Imagine if good policies were thought out properly and implemented very well and in a good way. With like people that have brain in their head. Not coconut, not people that are carrying coconut brain and walking up and down. Good policies, they will just mess it up. Like, are you all right? Because that's what they do in their homes. Imagine if policies were continuous and consistent. Imagine. Not that one will come and try your luck. Try this one. The other one will come and try the other one. The other one will try the other one. The other one will try the other one. Imagine if all these decayed infrastructures were fixed. Imagine.
morning, our people. Happy to be here. I don't know if my volume is up. I know this is an unusual time for us. Something came up and we have to adapt. You know, we are mothers. This is what we do on a daily basis. When things don't go the way we plan it, we make another plan. So welcome to the program. As usual, help us to share. Sharing is the most important thing. You know, share, subscribe, continue to hit the like button. I was told that helps a great deal. So continue to hit the like button and those kind of things. So in the interest of time, my name is Mona Chimsaga and I am in Houston, Texas.
Thank you so much. My name is Ekutosina Madibegi, or AP for short. I am in Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate you. Like my sister said, please help us to share, like, and subscribe. We'll try and pull up. There's a first video while we're sharing, so that we can, people will just get busy with that as we're sharing. Please help us to subscribe, share to your friends, everyone, your family, your friends. No, not this one. Sorry, there's another one.
No, but this is our theme video. I know there's a second one you posted. We wanted to share.
It's like this one. It's like it's saying the same thing with this one, but it's from Nina's.
Okay, so let me.
It's like Nina's came out with their own. Say almost the same thing, but to add more information.
Okay, let's see.
So please help us to share. Help us to subscribe. I will join also to share. Sorry, I forgot to say it.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Excuse me. Oops.
Why are you not investing in tax liens?
Okay. We have to advertise.
No, I can't even find this. Are you able to see this show? I can see
Yeah,
it on
okay.
my...
I posted it in Daughters of Truth.
Yeah, but how come I'm not able to see it from my side? I can't find it anywhere.
I don't know, but I threw it in there. No.
Okay. Yeah, I can't find it on my own side.
I'm sure it's there. It's also at school.
Well, it just came on. I'm telling you,
Okay.
these people are something else. Okay, that's good. All right, so we'll just continue to share while I read the intro for today. So our topic is super nice. We send out the promo as usual for everyone to see. And as usual, please help us to share these promos as you get them, only because they help to put people in anticipatory mode where they are, have at least read somewhat what we are planning to do and, sort of be marinating in it while while the Saturday show comes.
In this part 3 of the NINA's interrogatories, those things that will not change no matter who becomes president, those things mandated by the Constitution that cause catastrophes we see all around us. In this part 3, we'll be dealing with the agitations across Nigeria. What is it in that Constitution that is responsible for the agitations we see? Which will not go away no matter who becomes president until the source factor is addressed. Turn off the tap. Second one, the decayed infrastructure we see, including seaports, airports, highways, railways. What's the reason they are in the state they are in now, compared with Europe, compared with America, compared with Asia? What is it in that constitution that is responsible for what we see, which no new president can adjust by himself, no matter how well-intentioned? Turn off the tap, reverse the situation. Third thing is the question of rule of law and good governance. Those who go about talking about rule of law, under which constitution? The constitution mandates the laws we have. Some don't even know that the law, that constitution is by itself and the laws are, products of a constitution. And so, if you talk about rule of law, then I'll ask you which law? In the absence of a government that is not, in the absence of a constitution that does not allow anything to flow the way it should flow in a federation. So the rule of law is not possible. The rule of law is not possible under the 1999 Constitution. Just like somebody coming to say he's going to fight corruption under that Constitution, that person is a criminal. Anybody who tells you he wants to come to pursue rule of law under the 1999 Constitution, tell that person that Nina say he's a rogue, because rule of law is ruled out from the apartheid constitution we have in place. It's already skewed. It already cuts you out. It took your assets without talking to you. It took the guns without talking to you. So it's pointing guns at you, having taken your assets, and then it says the rules, we are supposed to be a federation deciding together in symbiosis how we organize our society. You impose the rules that tie my hand to the back, and you turn around to hold up that constitution as a basis of rule of law. Shame on the lawyers in Nigeria that canvass rule of law under constitution of apartheid. Was there rule of law in South Africa for the blacks in the days of apartheid? That's what we're discussing. Go and return your certificates to the universities that gave you degrees in law. Go and return the one the law school gave you, rule of law. So where are we going to get good governance if rule of law is not possible? And so let's come into it. The agitations, the number one of what we listed, the agitations going on in the land. In course of my assignments in this project, whether it was in the LNC or the MNN that followed before it became NINAS, when the People's the constituent peoples of Nigeria came to join us. The agitations. We begin with the Niger Delta that was the first to become notorious. Resource control. What is their contention? I happen to have been eyeball to eyeball with the very leaders of those agitations across board. The one of Niger Delta, resource control. What are they asking? What's the question? The basic question they're asking is, how did the oil and gas of Ijoland become the property of Sokoto people and Kano people and Jigawa people? How did the oil of Bayelsa become something that Jigawa people control? At what point did they submit their lands and their people into this union that will be managed in this form? So basically, these are constitutional grievances. These are constitutional questions. You cannot address that question with that constitution still standing, because that constitution already took everything from them and put on exclusive list, oil and gas, arms, by which they are being tormented. And so no matter who becomes president, that question is not going to go away until it's addressed. In terms of calling the owners of the lands, the sovereignties that are consolidated as Nigeria, calling the owners of those sovereignties to come to discuss. As it is with Niger Delta resource control agitation, so it is with the Biafra agitation. The people of the East, particularly the Igbo, so many others, are asking, on what terms, at what point did we submit our sovereignty into this union of debt? At what point did we agree that we should be tied up and molested 24 hours, killed at will, as claimed in the preamble to that constitution? The ones who want Yoruba nation, who want autonomy, who want restructuring and all kinds of things, they are saying the same thing. Let us go and sit down to work out the terms of our union until we remove this fraud of 1999 that does now become basis of union, this imposition, this apartheid of a constitution, until we do like South Africa did with apartheid constitution, set it aside, put it aside, go into a meeting to discuss what will be the replacement. And if we can't find common ground on account of clash of civilizations, if we can't find common ground, then the union stands dissolved. Those who did not know what Ninas, what LNC or Ninas was canvassing all the while, you can now be informed that in targeting the life of that constitution, we wanted to end the union of death anchored on that constitution. The failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, the war caused Nigeria, is now framed and enabled by that constitution of 1999. There was the one of 79, there was the one of 63, there was the one of 60, but the one that is on the table now, by which we are tied hands to the back, is the 1999 edition of the imposed unitary constitution. And so that is the source, that is the tap from which all the agitations in the land flow. They are basically asking, who owns Papa's land? Go on YouTube right now, click the title, Who Owns Papa's Land, so you can get more on this. But we're saying that constitution, as long as it's there, no matter who becomes president, these agitations will not go away. The beginning of the reversal, the beginning of the change in the situation, for whether it's the Niger Delta agitation or the Biafra agitation or the Oodua Republic agitation, all the other agitations, the only thing that will bring relief, that will address the cost factor, is that this constitution goes down. The fact that one new president comes or the other goes does not address it, because if the new president comes, is he going to now, with the arrival of Peter Obi as president or Tinubu as president, change the falsehood in the preamble to the constitution that we, the people, submitted our sovereignty into this union of death? No, it's not going to change. They can hang around there for 8 years like Obasanjo hung around, like Jonathan came in the time he came. It didn't change that. So those things that will not change, Those things that will not change no matter who becomes president. Those are the issues we are taking up. So we've dealt with the agitations in the union across board. We have the second item in this part 3, the decayed infrastructure, including seaports and airports and all of that. It is because of that exclusive list that the federal government is now the one to decide whether there will be airport in Enugu or whether there will be potholes in the wrong way or when they will be fixed, or shut down the port of Port Harcourt and tie everybody down to Lagos that has now become unusable. It is because of that exclusive list that we have the decay in the infrastructure, the railways that shut down, the seaports and airports and the highways. Look at the road that goes from Enugu to Port Harcourt. Look at the one that goes from the east-west road. Go and see if it was the people of the territory that will have charge and responsibility for fixing their roads. Those roads will not be like that. It is because these things are exclusively federal responsibility and therefore assets. The constitution, donates it to the illicit federal government that emerged since 1966. Nigeria ceased to be a federation at the point the constitutions, the 5 constitutions that define the federation, got toppled between 66 and 67, between those 2 coups. Particularly on the 27th of May in 1967, that Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon fractured the 4 regions into 12 states. That was the end of the Federation of Nigeria, because the constitutions of the 4 regions were then toppled. There was only now one government of the Federation that began to validate itself all the way to 1979 when they codified that unitarism. That's how we got to unitarism. What happened in January of 66 was merely, some intervention by middle rank officers who were looking out for their country. It wasn't something anybody did. Ironsi did not touch, Ironsi's decree number 34 did not touch the structure of the Federation. For those of the people peddling all kinds of lies, we are talking about things that will not change. These things are we are talking about how we got to where we have 68 items on the exclusive list. It was because we abandoned the federal basis of Nigeria to centralize everything in the unitarism we have. We then took all the economic assets and all the powers to work those assets and loaded into an exclusive list in the constitution that is now in the hands of an illicit federal government that is imposing itself on us, of course, controlled by the caliphate. And so nobody, those things will not change because Peter Obi or President or Tinubu become president. Those exclusive lists, the items in that exclusive list will remain there, and the owners of those assets will continue to cry. The last item there is the rule of law and good governance. Like we already said, when everything is structured to be upside down, what rule of law are you talking about? Because the laws, the constitution is the mold. You have a vehicle, you have an engine in that vehicle. There's a mold from where those parts of those engines are made before they are assembled. The constitution is the mold from which all your laws are made. So if the constitution already turns everything upside down, confiscates my sovereignty, pretending I brought it by myself, confiscating my economic assets, oil and gas here, port there, bitumen here, and limestone there, concessioning it to people, they already stole it, they hijacked it at gunpoint. And then I'm supposed to now come and obey all the laws they make, even the representation in the National Assembly. How did we come to where I am now a permanent political minority? And then people gather in Abuja thinking they are there on my behalf. The ones from my part who go to, collect what they give to others, swearing to defend and uphold the constitution that enslaved me. I'm sorry for all of you, because the day is near when that constitution will come crashing down. 24 years from 1999 is more than enough time for us to abandon the stupidity and obduracy of thinking that we're going to keep things the way they were imposed for all times, particularly from the December 16, 2020 constitutional force march.
Thank you, Brother Tony. We posted this whole thing in our Facebook page. It's been there since I think Thursday. So if you want to watch it in its entirety, please go up there. The point of watching this is for you to understand the problem so that you are not having a what we call a beer parlor conversation, a motorbike conversation, so that you will be well informed based on what the evidence are. So that you're not speaking as if someone, I know, so I know this person, I know that person. So please continue to help us to share this video. The good thing is that we go nowhere. This news, we'll carry this news until it enters everybody's ears.
This did not start today. We'll run you through history of poor policies and choices that this your country called Nigeria has made over time. It's important for you to know. Because if my people say that if you don't know where the rain started beating you, you won't know where you got dry. Then my people also now root cause analysis. How did it start? You see that we have been very reckless. As we are discussing this show, I felt so sad. I said, like, so all these things have been going on for about 63 years. And people sat down, people that are giving birth to children. You sat down, you did not care what is going on to ask questions. 1960, they gave you fake independence. You did not care to ask this independence, what does it even mean? They say, okay, it's Federal Republic with 3 constituent states or regions, North, West, East, and their various constitutions. Somebody will look and say, okay, good idea. That's good. So we're coming with different constitutions because that's a federation. A federation, you need the components have their own constitution, and then they come together, you have a federal constitution, which is a union of all those independent constitutions. But you know what? By 1962, they've suspended the Western Region Constitution. May 29th, 1962.
Less than 2 years.
Yes. So Nigeria Federation is a stillborn. He came out of the womb dead. Yes, your Nigeria came out of the womb dead. He did not even breathe oxygen before he died. You want that your papa is telling, let them breathe. In Nigeria did not breathe oxygen. He came out dead. He came out dead. By 1966, then 70, when you have the war that you had 1967, 70, somebody was in charge. Yakubu Gowon. What did he do? He balkanized Nigeria. Those regions that is okay, these regions, they were 3, then they became 4, so that people can be independent and run at their own pace. No. How will they allow it? They brought a young man that was just reckless in his thoughts. Yakubu Gowon. He balkanized the whole thing into 12 states. Now the states are 36. They kept increasing. This one will come, share. This one will come, share. This one will come, share. The so-called Federal Republic became unitary government. Inverted federation. They'll still be calling it Federal Republic of Nigeria. There's no more Federal Republic of Nigeria because it's being governed by unitary constitution, one constitution. If it's a federation, the components that make up the federation will have their own constitution. But it's not a federation anymore. By 1976, Olusegun Obasanjo arrogantly introduced by himself and imposed US-style presidential constitution. They are not asking people, they are not doing anything, and it wasn't even ratified. That means the people do not approve it. He just put it there because he could do it. You just do anything because you can do it. You want to copy US, but you copied incompletely. Because if you wanted to copy US, you see that all the states are independent to some extent. The assets in different states work for them. If you want to copy, won't you copy well? No, copycats. You will not copy well. You can't copy the nonsense one. By 19, we are jumping, we're just giving you some breaks. There's so many other things that happen, but just because of time. By 1999, they brought this edition, the one that we have now. This 1999 Unitary Constitution. It's still by Obasanjo again. Doing things without discussing with ethnic peoples. They'll just wake up, do whatever they want to do, and put it on you. Like you saw Tinubu, you want to remove subsidy. Nobody is discussing with anybody. They'll just scratch their head, wake up, anything they feel like, bam, they throw it inside there. By 2000, the 12 northern states, contiguous states, adopted Sharia law as their own way of living. In a secular state, or in a state that was supposed to be secular, Obasanjo was still in charge. See somebody that is saying that the leaders are empty brain. Do you have brain inside your head? And these things are happening, yes, and you are there looking where? 2006, 2008, they carried Bakassi Peninsula and dashed Cameroon people recklessly, without even asking the people, without anything. By 2009, Boko Haram jihadists launched their campaign. The same 2009, Niger Delta people are doing their own. They gave them amnesty. That's when you saw some of them coming with their over-bloated stomach. It's from amnesty. If you want to, federal government to give you money, you start doing freedom fighting. When you make enough money, they will call you and give you your own piece of cake. You become big. Then you take all the money, go to a foreign country, build university, build school, marry 50 women, have 100 children. Then you become your own president and have all the poor children around you. And when you're like this, you're talking to them. You want to go to war with a big stomach. Like, you can't even get oxygen inside the system. I have seen trouble. There's nothing we've not seen inside Nigeria. Reckless people everywhere. And people are allowing that to sponsoring it, because everybody must have their own private security. APC will have the people that are sponsoring. They will be sponsoring militants. PDP will be sponsoring, if it's the IPOB they want to sponsor, they sponsor. Labour Party will get their own that's sponsoring, because it's about sharing money. It's not about helping anybody. By 2014, Boko Haram kidnapped 200 Chibok girls. Yes, 2014. Somebody will say, wow. Is that for already? Yes. I think it's over 10 years now. They kidnapped Chibok girls. Till today, the girl is still, one of the girls is still there. Panampasi has even gone to sing song. That's what they will do. They will sing song. They will sing hallelujah. They will pray, do night vigil. The girl will be where she is. That's what parents, adults do. You will not say, this thing I did not work. What else can we do to save and deliver this girl? No. We'll release song for you. You'll carry placard, obiokwesi. After shouting, bring back the girls, that's the end. They will call her at the international level and give her a job. I said, thank you, madam. You shouted very well when the girls were. He said, yes, when the girls were kidnapped, and we saw you barb your hair and you carry paper and you were shouting. Thank you very much for shouting. Come and take a job. Come and take employment at the international level for shouting when they
come and take a pacifier and shut the hell up.
Yes. And we are looking. See, don't they look? By 2015, good luck surrendered to Buhari because they were about to kill everybody. Good luck said, okay, thank you, I surrender. 2023, Tinubu hijacked power. You see how we have been going from bad to worse? My people say from bad to bad, mbadamba. From bad to worse to worse to worse. To terrible to horrible. Interregnum presidents. Everything is happening at the same time. All the criminals are out from their hiding places. Criminals have taken over. If it's not Boko Haram, it's militant. If it's not militant, it's the other one. And we say we are building a country. How can that be? How can that be? How can that be? And we call ourselves educated. How can that be?
Elders or the elderly ones, the sooner you key into this and begin to understand truly what the problems are, and don't think it's about bringing one savior from prison and all your problems will go away, is for you to understand, like truly understand what the underlying issues are. So thank you. Continue to help us to share. We appreciate you being here. So welcome to the program. As our topic goes today, every problem is an opportunity in disguise. This is by John Adam, a former American president. This is so awesome. I love the way he put it. Every problem is an opportunity in disguise. An opportunity for you to be innovative. Opportunity for you to improve yourself. It's not where you're supposed to pass out and start asking God to come and intervene on your behalf. The human mind is an extraordinary and powerful tool with untapped creative potential. When earnestly and appropriately engaged, it becomes a force to reckon with, capable of generating effective and innovative solutions to even the most intricate problems. Yet, we must candidly acknowledge that human mind is not immune to its share of limitations. Biases, greed, and selfishness can sometimes cloud judgment and stifle our positive creativity. Only by recognizing and overcoming this obstacle can we truly unlock our mind's full brilliance. However, the situation is not entirely bleak. In the context of Africa, there has been a historical challenge, both internal and external, that have hindered the continent's development and progress in the past. Western globalists and their local agents have taken advantage of Africans' abundant resources and human capital, leaving it underdeveloped and its people grappling with adversity. So the urgency to transform this narrative is definitely paramount. Imagine a future where Africa stands tall, empowered by self-determination, and harnesses its boundless potential and resources for its own advancement. Imagine an Africa where we will no longer be a mere reserve for raw materials. That will help us to emerge as a beacon of innovation, contributing significantly to the industrialization and civilization of the entire world. And we know Africans, we love to share, because in Africa, our visitors are taken care of. We tend not to harm other people. So through knowledge sharing, collaboration, and sustainable development, Africa can rewrite its destiny, breaking free from exploitation and creating a legacy of progress and prosperity for the future generations. So together we can seize this moment to reshape the narrative, moving away from the past of subjugation to a future of empowerment. By fostering partnership and collective efforts, we can rally behind Africa's transformation, leaving no room for doubt that the continent will be a testament to the incredible potential of human mind when devoted to positive creativity and genuine self-determination. So today in our show, we'll delve into Nina's template for self-determination, which offers a compelling model for Nigeria and Africa to leverage their challenges as stepping stones to learn, grow, and prosper. So as usual, of course, we cannot start the show without reminding you guys where we are. We live at the estate of Usman Dan Fodio. That has not changed until we begin to accept that we are tenant in our own land. We go nowhere. So we need to understand today that every challenge is an opportunity for us to invent new possibilities. It's an opportunity in disguise. I'm trying to pull up this PowerPoint for today.
Please continue to help us to share, like, hit this the like button, please, so that this information can get out to our people. It's so important. And if you're seeing this video for the first time, please help us to subscribe. We appreciate you. All right, please go ahead.
Awesome, awesome. Look at this beautiful, bright video that we have. You almost emulate what we are thinking in terms of the brightness that we wish for Africa. Beautiful pictures. So again, we know that we are in a conquered territory. We know that we have been ruthlessly turned into a slave, and we will be ruthlessly, we'll remember a slave, we'll remain a slave, because their plan is to allow us to never have control over our future. But in order to change that, we have the NINAS protocol that most of you are ignoring. You're making fun of it. You're pretending they are using big English, yet you watch BBC. You're pretending like, oh, it's only one guy that is doing it by himself, but it's the information that you need. So our objective today is to look at the basis for Nigeria challenges and crises, history of poor policy choices, opportunities, and new possibilities. I love that. And then we're going to look at NINA's roadmap, the next steps to union reconstruction. And of course, we cannot end without the NINA's point agenda. Shining a spotlight with our ancestors will come back next week because we are running out.
Share this video, like, subscribe, help us to get the message to our people so they will stop dying. There is a way out. There is no reason for us to continue to die. Our children are committing suicide because they are in a dire situation. There is a solution on the table. Let them hear the gospel. This is the good news. Not the one that your fake pastors and fake priests are giving to you and deceiving you, telling you scary things from the Bible so that you give them money.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And of course, we cannot move forward without reminding you guys that you live in the estates of Usman Dan Fodio. Until you begin to wrap this information around your head, we go nowhere. So you need to know that you're a tenant, because they must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. They must use the minorities of the North as a willing tool. And then they will use the South as a conquered territory. That's why you cannot go from point A to point B without being searched as a criminal. All criminals cannot search like that. Here in America, you can drive from here to New York, which is what, a day and a half trip. No police will stop you, unless if you're driving recklessly. But when you're conquered, when you can't even put your foot on the accelerator, they will stop you and search you as a criminal living in their estate, because they will never allow you to rule over them, and they will never allow to even make matter worse. They say they will never allow you to have control over your future. That's why you will wake up today, fuel is 100 naira, you turn around, it's 800 naira, and there's nothing you can do about it. The same thing, you can sleep and wake up. Instead of waking up in Biafra like you were promised, you are waking up in a place where $1 is 800 naira.
You wake up in hellfire.
You wake up in hellfire with incinerator, up blazing hot. So you see, we cannot afford to fake it anymore. We cannot afford to act like we have it and we don't. We cannot afford to go online and be showing off where you and your wife are suffering. You're living like cats and dogs. You're living like roommates. we cannot afford it anymore by leaning on a car that doesn't belong to us and showing off. This is a dire situation. If you call yourself an adult, if you're giving birth to children, you must understand Nina's strategy. If you have any decency, human decency left in you, you must understand Nina's strategy and stop playing games with popularity contests. We have been taken on a merry-go-round by criminals. They have pretended like they are giving us stuff. They will tell you they are spending $100,000 in consultation in America. Lies, 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 lies. Now people are flocking. And the one person, the one movement that has what we need to move forward. I don't want to do it because you want to be clocking in and clocking out when somebody is doing it for you. Well. We're here to tell you nobody's doing nothing for you. You, Mr. 12 hours, Mr. 11 Akwashebi, Mr. Wear new clothes. This is it. The job is waiting for you. Nobody is going to do it for you, and then you will appear with your business plan. It ain't going to happen like that. The job is waiting for you. So you're better off coming back to say because I'm not more connection.
Yep.
No matter how you close your eyes, pretend. Also, the John on Ebuka, you saw Ebuka more 50 million people watching him. You will be watching boxing.
Yes, demons will be coming to your house.
Stop playing. There is job to be done.
Help us to share, please. Like and subscribe.
There is job to be done. This is not, God is not going to do it for you. Well, he could. He may, if you are willing to wait 500 years. Because we've already seen it happen.
Have we not waited 500 years?
We did. The criminals came and took our brothers and sisters. Ship didn't capsize. Thunder didn't strike the ship.
They even named the ship Jesus.
The captain didn't catch malaria. Nothing happened to him. And they did the business, so not 5 weeks. So we said 500 years. So you know what that tells us? God will not do for man what man will do for himself. So don't let Ebuka tell you you're going to that thing that is holding you. You're going to be saved. It's coming. It's coming. Nothing is coming. Nigeria is flawed. Nigeria is a prison yard. Nigeria is a prison yard. Get into your head. Nigeria is a prison yard. It's a business enterprise that you guys are projecting as your own. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to somebody else. So nobody, don't let them promise you Bugatti. If you follow me, you get Bugatti, God will bless you, and you get promotion. Which promotion? You don't even have a job.
No.
Your boss that you're working for was scoring the lowest in your class, and now he's your supervisor.
Is your organ?
I don't want to get emotional. Our objective today is to understand what a system is, the dynamics of a system, and how it affects nature. And number 3, we are going to examine some systems in Nigeria. And 4, letting go of any abusive pattern, because that's what has been happening to us. We have been abused, people. We have been abused. That's why we fight, just like the same phenomenon. They have described this in psychology so many years now. You marry a guy that is beating you up, he will beat you. And then when you threaten to leave, you go and buy flour, he will cry, he will get on your knees, he will say, you know, on them more, no, the devil made me do it, I love you, baby. Huh?
The devil that made him do it.
Devil made him. Devil has let me do it. You guys are too much. The devil made me do it. So that's how I ended up slapping you. Next time I'll slap myself. And then you go and cook ofe egusi. And then he will give you flour. After he finished eating, in 2 days, the cycle will begin again. He will love you that day. The next day, if you say good morning, it's annoying to him. If you forgot to hang his clothes the right way, it's annoying to him. And then the 3rd day, he will give you that dirty slap again. And then Mama Gine Weziwe, when your mother or your sister is angry that nothing is changing, then he gave me until they kill you, Mumu.
Yes.
If I'm your mother, I will carry you, donate your body to Bellor College of Medicine. What kind of nonsense is that? Yeah, you will now hide the abuser. Be cooking for him, also again Hamanishi, cook Anishi, you cut your parents off and your friends that was telling you to leave him, you will disappear from them.
Osinachi group of companies, and the church will hail you. Come and be singing for us. You go to heaven fast. Yes, you go to that heaven fast.
You will. Your ancestors are waiting for you, girl, for big spanking.
And they will slap you when you get over there.
That is
For
slap.
abandoning children that you gave birth to and stupidly allowed yourself to transfer to the other place.
It's unbelievable. So we are going to see how we can galvanize the people from bottom up, because we are going to do this. Dr. Shiva, when we say watch him, he tells you how these things, even the 8-hour day that we're working here in America, is people that did it. The criminals that call themselves CEOs of companies, they didn't want anybody to, they want people to be working 16 hours. And guess what he said also? It was women that led the charge. It was women.
Women, get up. Wake up.
You're not giving birth
to children that have been slaughtered. Get up.
Yeah.
That Lebaron John is not easy. It's not easy.
It's
so
not.
get up.
So Nina's 5-point strategy, we're going to look at assessments, announcements. And then, of course, we are going to end with the spotlight. This is my favorite part, spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. I know where I come from. My ancestors are super wisdom. I'm so glad that I have their DNA in me. I don't know what your ancestors did, but today we are going to look at tree planting and the purpose, And thanks, kudos to our sisters and brothers that we are calling about Oziza and Otazi and what it does. And please use those local things that we have around us before we start investing our money in chemicals that are brought from overseas. So understanding what a system is. What is a system? And here we are here to tell you that a system is a set of things working together as a part of an interconnecting network, or you can look at it as an organized framework or set of principles or procedures according to which something is done. So you can see that working system there, they are interrelated, like we said, they're interconnected. They allow each side to go on each side and glide. So like they can communicate and get something done. Then let's look at the dynamics of a system and how it affects nature. I love this picture. This is again by Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. This guy is an MIT guy. He just, like I said, he's just like Brother Tony made in America. He knows his stuff. He's not having a Mutupak conversation. He's tying everything in because he studied it. He didn't wake up one day and start making noise. No, when he saw things were going wrong, he literally sat down and started studying the system. So he said there's...
And guess what? He's from India. He grew up in a local environment where he observed things by himself. That's why he's able to critically think.
Right.
Yeah,
nobody gave him anything. Nothing came from heaven and landed on his lap.
No. So please, you are where you're living. Look around you in your nature, in your environment. You learn something. Like Bible say, go to the ants, go to nature and learn from nature. Don't allow anybody to bamboozle you and brainwash you. Look around you. You will learn a lot. The nature will speak to you and you will begin to reason the way you should reason. Please go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Please continue to help us to hit that like button so that others can get this. And please continue to help us to share as you're watching. Thank you so much. So he said that without freedom, if you look at that structure that we have on the screen, it says without freedom, you cannot convert ideas, right? Because if I want to do something now and somebody else is there telling me because you're Igbo, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, or I have people have all kinds of gifts that they can use to bless others. And you said, I cannot convert the ideas. That's what we're going through back home. As long as it came from a certain group of people, we're not going to do it, even if it means everybody else will die. So without freedom, you cannot convert ideas, hypothesis into truth, which is science. Because with hypothesis, you're looking at things, you're saying, okay, if this is this, let's check it and see if these things that we're saying, that we're seeing. Because one of the things that he mentioned is look at things as they are, not what your pastor told you, your mother told you. Just clean out your brain and say, let me look at this thing and see exactly what it's made of. Therefore, without freedom, you cannot get to the truth, because the ideas and the hypotheses will lead us into the truth, which is part of the science that we're mentioning today. So without truth, you make up fake problems and fake solutions. And doing that, you destroy your health, because truth is what will keep us here. Imana, in Igbo land, they say Zoku Bondo. Ezoku Bondo means truth is life. Right, Sister Ekwi? Did I say right?
Yes, you did, my dear, you did. Yes.
Yeah. Truth is life. Ezoku Bondo. So our forefathers, when we say we are so proud to be the children of the great or the current member of our ancestors, we are not playing. They were using words, like today people will say, anything that we didn't do, we don't have words for it. We don't have words for money laundering because I know I say we don't take money. By yourself. So for everything that our ancestors were doing at that point, they always have words with it. And we know that we are taught that without truth, you make up fake problems and fake solutions, and then you destroy your health. Without health, you cannot fight for freedom, right? Because you have to be well. You have to be well in your mind. You have to be well in your spirit to say, oh, I need to do better. I need to, push harder. Where we are right now, we don't have any of this. We don't have freedom. We don't have truth. We don't have health. We only have fake pastors, fake leaders, fake everything else around us that is pushing the agenda that they want.
Fake constitution, fake country, everything is fake.
Everything is fake. And we're not going anywhere with it. So what we have now is people that are very sick. They are sick-minded. You don't know anything from anything. You'll be putting your mouth into it, talking, instead of saying, let me go and watch. You don't know anything. They put things from other places, other countries that you know they don't care for you. They will bring things that will kill you. You will leave your okwa and oziza and okazi, and you start eating indomie that is set up to wipe you out. And when you guys know they have the agenda to decrease the population, they're starting from where you are, because we are lying to ourselves.
Now, what is happening here is happening in other places, even in America, and people are identifying it. And when you listen to some of these people that are speaking the truth, it's as if you had a meeting with them, because what you're saying, that's what they are saying, even in your own locality. So please, we want our people to understand, be encouraged. There are other people working somewhere else. It's like syndicate job. Do your own in your neighborhood. They are doing their own, and we'll collaborate to make this world a better place for our children. Okay, please go ahead.
And it's not too difficult.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
There are all kinds of things that are being bandied around now, like we saw in 2013-14 that led to 2015. Change. Nobody had the discipline to interrogate what will change and into what. Again, things are being thrown around now. New Nigeria. Let us remember that what became NINAS began as Movement for New Nigeria almost 15 years before it became NINAS in 2018. After PRONACO, that ended in 2006, we set up Movement for New Nigeria to implement the consensus generated by PRONACO, which we could call Aburi 2. The whole country now in agreement, not the military, not the officers that went to Aburi. And so, if anybody will talk about New Nigeria, that is what that Nigeria that could that will accommodate all, that Nigeria that will give everybody the best facility to actualize themselves, not the Nigeria that is a incinerator of talents, not Nigeria that is a graveyard of dreams, not Nigeria that destroys innovation. Because that's the Nigeria we have now.
Yep.
Incinerator of talent, graveyard of dreams, and destroyer of innovation. that Nigeria, which we called New Nigeria, was supposed to be emerging from the restoration of our sovereignty to the constituent companies, was supposed to be emerging from reworking the damaged constitutional basis of Nigeria away from the unitarism that has brought it to where it is. And so we hear all over the place some of the things that have been infused into this campaign. A new Nigeria is possible. No new Nigeria can be built on the basis of the 1999 constitution, of the unitary constitution we have now. Young people, listen, no new Nigeria can emerge. No new Nigeria, no matter who becomes president, including anyone, no new Nigeria can be built on the basis of a constitution that makes it impossible. Then those who want to take us from consumption to production, the 1999 constitution makes that absolutely impossible, because you are not going to go to production without electricity. You are not going to go to production without security. You are not going to go to production without, elections that can produce the best of the leaders. You are not going to go to production without infrastructure, the roads, the rails that are not there. And it is that constitution that is responsible for the insecurity, the corruption. You can't go to production with a constitution that mandates corruption and protects the beneficiaries of corruption. So these are all empty sloganeering as long as that constitution remains in place. Therefore, no new Nigeria can be built. Therefore, nobody can go from consumption now to production under that constitution. And then we come to the question of the structure of corruption, the structure that has to be dismantled. Is it the structure of individuals or the structure of the institution, the structure of the system that generates all of what we see? That is the structure. That's when people shout about restructuring. It is that structure represented by that constitution or emplaced by that constitution that has to go down. Not the structure of APC that is replaced by PDP or PDP that is replaced by Labour Party, or individuals who are sacked here and there. Those are marginal. Those are inconsequential. Yes, there are a few governors you may be rejoicing that the election has happened, and some governors who should have gone to Senate did not go to Senate. How does that solve the question of agitation over the union itself, the union dispute? That we have not agreed to be union, and people are occupying our space, shooting at us, holding on to our economic assets, oil and gas, airports there, and all kinds of other things, preventing us from generating electricity that we can generate for ourselves. Or what is the meaning of structure in the circumstance? We have education. Why can't we apply that education to define the terms we're canvassing? So this short address is to those who are banding around all of those things, that there will be new Nigeria emerging under this constitution, that there will be structure of a new demolition of old structure of individuals who are doing wrong. It is the system that mandates that wrongdoing. If you didn't hear it before, hear it now. It is the Nigerian constitution that mandates the corruption you see.
Yep.
And protects the beneficiaries of corruption. So anybody who is coming to say it is the structures of those structures we want to demolish, but who is not committed to taking down that constitution, is either ignorant or dishonest.
They are not serious.
There can be no middle ground. And the lawyers who are trooping around, you can see them. They never found their voices in this debate about the constitution that is responsible for the problem. You will never hear them. Now, election petitions have come, season of petition, that will go with billions of naira, both in fee and in bribe money, because they are going to carry money to judges in tribunals. That's what will happen next. Billions will fly. You've seen all of them now, trooping out, election petition. May 29th will come, the governors will lose their immunity, EFCC cases will come. That's all they're interested in. That's why you will never hear them join in this conversation about the constitution that is the source of all the misery. But they've all jumped out now like people who have gathered to share opium. Because of what they will get. That is why they conspire to make sure that they keep confusing the public about what a constitution is and what it does. They were watching. when this place will snap, it's bound to snap. When it will snap, all of those who are going around pretending they are trying to help they are trying to help the candidate that won the election to now emerge so that new Nigeria can emerge. There's no, they are being dishonest with everybody. Anybody who has not joined the campaign to take down that constitution, but who is now champion of how a winner can emerge, that will come to swear to defend and uphold that constitution, is part of the problem. The senior lawyers in Nigeria, particularly, all of those who are going to be taking up election petitions, who will soon take up EFCC, matters, flowing all from that constitution. If not for this constitution, will we have this kind of election?
No.
If not for this constitution, will we have the kind of things that now will lead to EFCC when May 29 come against the governors that have been given the spare key to take everything in the treasury? Nobody's deceived. In the days ahead, the people that have been deceived out the way, the young people who did not know, are going to know. Those who want to know in advance can go to www.ninasvoice.org. That's the website. Go to YouTube, just click Nina's Voice YouTube channel. If you spend 3 days looking at the things there, you will see all of what the matter is and what is being done. Those who refuse to do that, to enlighten themselves, will just become statistics in the carnage that will follow if this matter is not resolved sooner than later. Thank you.
Yep. And that's why we're asking our people to get informed. We have passed having a Motopac conversations where anything goes, anybody can say anything. Oh boy, they charm.
Beer parlor conversation.
We have passed that stage. This is not even about you anymore.
No.
We're talking about our children, because I know a lot of you now, you have arthritis, you can barely move, your back hurts, your neck hurts. The least you can do is to use whatever life left in you to make sure that your children's future are protected.
Yes.
It's not about how many clubs that you join. It's not about, living life. You cannot afford to hide in the syndrome that you're defeated, because you're not. There's still something you can do.
Yeah.
You can educate yourself. We didn't ask you to go out there and demonstrate. We didn't ask you to go out there and shoot anybody. We're asking you, educate yourself and be informed so that you will stop having Motopac conversation.
Yes.
Especially those of you in diaspora. You have passed that stage.
Yes.
For you to continue to be having them, oh yeah, boy. No, my brothers and sisters, please don't embarrass yourself.
What's the sense of going to school if you cannot understand simple things? It's disappointing. I mean, it's embarrassing, to say the least.
It is. Especially when our children, look at our boys, look at our young boys back home.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't even go home and go to their village anymore and sit down. You can't even do that. Because for years, you guys left these boys vulnerable.
Exactly.
You come from Abuja and be on one village, and you just give them all little things here and there, hands up, foggy, and put fuel in your gas and your generator, and then you become the big guy and you show off a tour guide. You leave them in the same desperate situation that you found them. When there is a way out, a lot of these boys want to be employed. They want to be able to take care of their friends, their family. They want to be able to be something.
That's all.
Like my brother said, Nigeria is a destiny incinerator.
Incinerator. Yes. On a destiny. On a see a
So
talent destroyer.
Talent destroyer. We cannot afford to leave our people in that situation anymore. It's no longer okay.
No.
It's not. I can't even imagine, like me, I'm doing 20 things at the same time. And anybody asking me to do 19 is trying to kill me.
It's so
I'm capable of doing 20. No, I am capable of doing 20.
I'm telling you,
So
you
why
can't
would
function
somebody
that way.
stop you from not even doing one?
I'm telling you, you can't function that way. People already know me. If I don't have nothing to do, there's trouble. I want to do. Do this, multi-talented. That's how most of our people are. Our people are dreamers. They have talent, they have vision, they want to fly. And then you go and shackle them, tie them down, and you think it will be well with you. No, it will not be well with you. It's game over.
Serious game over. So identifying the systems in Nigeria and why they failed. And we talked about this U.S. presidential aspirant for Independent Party, Dr. Shiva. Please listen to that guy whenever you get a chance. The man is Brother Tony made in America. Highly intelligent. He has studied the systems. He knows what these people are doing. they are taking us in a merry-go-round and we'll go nowhere. All they're doing is painting a building that is already falling down and making it look good. So he said that what America or any nation needs is a movement of the working people, because we're the ones suffering. If you look at all these elites, they marry each other, they hang around the same neighborhood, they hang around the same boat, they go on the same vacation, it's all about them. They will go and invest in Coca-Cola and then they will run back and invest in diabetic medications, just them alone. So he said that movements should be by the working people, for the working people, so that people that will do the right thing at the right time, not when it's convenient and popular, because that's what happens. When you look at things that are going on around here, they will get information that will save the people, just like one criminal. That information that could have saved our people from Brother Tony, instead, he went on a business. He became a merchant of self-domination and sold everything out, put everybody in a place where there is chaos.
Sealed and delivered everything.
Sealed
it.
And God was giving us signals. I just remember this morning when he was on some type of TV station, Israel, and the guy that was taping it was using vulgar tongues.
Yes.
You can see it was our group of company.
Exactly.
My dear.
Even when he appeared in Israel, the people that, oh my goodness, you could see that this
fishers of men.
Fish, can they even fish, men? Fishing tilapia. Standing by the water. The armpits full of all sorts of evil.
It's unbelievable.
People that want to give us freedom. When you are not free, you're not liberated. How can you liberate another person? All the red flags were there. But we kept asking the people that were before us. What did you people say you discussed with this guy? All of them were.
Some of them were saying,
yes, follow, and led our people to death. Our youths are dropping now like flies, and somebody is not repenting yet, coming openly to say, "I'm sorry," but you're speaking English here and here. You forgot when you are telling our people you haven't asked because you want to lead them to their death.
It's unbelievable.
Not acceptable anymore.
It's unbelievable. So we know that those who sow lies, falsehood, and propaganda will reap betrayal and endless tales of woes and disappointments. But if we, the people, will learn to let go of our abusive patterns and seek the truth and authenticity, in no distant time, in no time at all, we will be reaping a solid foundation, stability, and improved quality of life for all our people. And that's another thing our people need to begin to understand. Big men and women, or big men and women, rich people, it's okay for your housekeeper to drive a car to your house to clean your house. It's okay for your gate man to drive his car, if that's what he wants to do, to your house and keep your gates. It's no longer okay for you to be oga bata bata and everybody else is hungry, because at the end of the day, I'm not saying everybody will be rich now. I'm just saying that we should begin to see our people that were bigger than, that they will eventually, our prayer is that for them to eventually come up, because that's the only thing that will give them hope in life. Knowing that if I start with motorcycle, that if I work real hard, that one day, if that's what you want, a car, I'm trying to sell my car and ride a bicycle. If that's what you want, that if you work real hard, you should go from a bicycle to a motor. But what we don't want is for anybody to be coming and acting like one in Wood and deceiving our people with madam, tirani 7 plates. And then when they finish eating 7 plates, there's no other thing for them to eat when you leave town. Not good. So we are going to continue with our PowerPoint today. You can see our topic. We are trying to identify the systems and why they failed. Give me a minute. I have so many things open here.
Yes, I said, trying to pull up the PowerPoint because we want you to follow. This is not just an idle talk. It's not by the side thing. No. Strategy on the table, and you need to be part of it. You need to understand it. And for those of us that have one access to one media broadcast or the other, instead of going to this media place and lamenting what happened 1920, what happened 1901, what happened, your ancestors failed. Okay, what are you doing right now? There is a solution on the table. This type of project is on the table. You abandon it, you want to go and lament. Are you okay?
We don't know we're already in hell, Bonnie.
Please stop the lamentation. There is work to be done, and you need to understand what it is. Each time you lament, and I hear you, knowing that the things you are lamenting about, that event has already taken over, that things that are in the past, we need to move forward, and there is a way to move forward. I just look at you and say, you are unbelievable. Because you are even worse than the people before you. Irrespective of the mistakes they made, you are making worse mistakes right now. Because our people should hear there is a way out. But you're spending that airtime telling their cockaboo story. Please share this video, like, subscribe, help us to get the message to our people so they will stop dying. There is a way out. There is no reason for us to continue to die. Our children are committing suicide because they are in a dire situation. There is a solution on the table. Let them hear the gospel. This is the good news. Not the one that your fake pastors and fake priests are giving to you. Please share this video, like, subscribe, help us to get the message to our people so they will stop dying. There is a way out. There is no reason for us to continue to die. Our children are committing suicide because they are in a dire situation. There is a solution on the table. Let them hear the gospel. This is the good news. Not the one that your fake pastors and fake priests are giving to you and deceiving you, telling you scary things from the Bible so that you give them money.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And of course, we cannot move forward without reminding you guys that you live in the estates of Usman Dan Fodio. Until you begin to wrap this information around your head, we go nowhere. So you need to know that you're a tenant, because they must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. They must use the minorities of the North as a willing tool. And then they will use the South as a conquered territory. That's why you cannot go from point A to point B without being searched as a criminal. All criminals cannot search like that. Here in America, you can drive from here to New York, which is what, a day and a half trip. No police will stop you, unless if you're driving recklessly. But when you're conquered, when you can't even put your foot on the accelerator, they will stop you and search you as a criminal living in their estate, because they will never allow you to rule over them, and they will never allow to even make matter worse. They say they will never allow you to have control over your future. That's why you will wake up today, fuel is 100 naira, you turn around, it's 800 naira, and there's nothing you can do about it. The same thing, you can sleep and wake up. Instead of waking up in Biafra like you were promised, you are waking up in a place where $1 is 800 naira.
You woke up in hellfire.
You wake up in hellfire with incinerator, up blazing hot. So you see, we cannot afford to fake it anymore. We cannot afford to act like we have it and we don't. We cannot afford to go online and be showing off when you and your wife are suffering. You're living like cats and dogs. You're living like roommates. We cannot afford it anymore by leaning on a car that doesn't belong to us and showing off. This is a dire situation. If you call yourself an adult, if you're giving birth to children, you must understand Nina's strategy. If you have any decency, human decency left in you, you must understand Nina's strategy and stop playing games with popularity contests. We have been taken on a merry-go-round by criminals. They have pretended like they are giving us stuff. They will tell you they are spending $100,000 in consultation in America. Lies, 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 lies. And our people are flocking. And the one person, the one movement that has what we need to move forward, I don't want to do it, because you want to be clocking in and clocking out when somebody is doing it for you. Well. We're here to tell you nobody's doing nothing for you. You, Mr. 12 hours. Mr. Elebana Kwashebi, Mr. will wear new clothes. This is it. Oh. The job is waiting for you. Nobody is gonna do it for you, and then you will appear with your business plan. It ain't gonna happen like that. The job is waiting for you. So the longer you're better off coming back to say because I'm not more connection.
Yep.
No matter how you close your eyes, pretend. Also, the John on Ebuka, you saw Ebuka them more 50 million people watching him. You will be watching boxing.
Yes, demons will be coming to your house.
Stop playing. There is job to be done.
Help us to share, please. Like and subscribe.
There is job to be done. This is not, God is not going to do it for you. Well, he could. He may, if you want, willing to wait 500 years. Because we've already seen it happen.
Have you not waited 500 years?
We did. The criminals came and took our brothers and sisters. Ship didn't capsize. Thunder didn't strike the ship.
They even named the ship Jesus.
The captain didn't catch malaria. Nothing happened to him. And they did the business. So not 5 weeks. So we said 500 years. So you know what that tells us? God will not do for man what man will do for himself. So don't let Ebuka tell you you're going to that thing that is holding you. You're going to be. Sin is coming. Nigeria is flawed. Nigeria is a prison yard. Nigeria is a prison yard. Get into your head. Nigeria is a prison yard. It's a business enterprise that you guys are projecting as your own. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to somebody else. So nobody, don't let them promise you Bugatti. If you follow me, you get Bugatti, God will bless you, and you get promotion. Which promotion? You don't even have a job.
No.
Your boss that you're working for was scoring the lowest in your class, and now he's your supervisor.
Is your organ?
I don't want to get emotional. Our objective today is to understand what a system is, the dynamics of a system, and how it affects nature. And number 3, we are going to examine some systems in Nigeria. And 4, letting go of any abusive pattern, because that's what has been happening to us. We have been abused, people. We have been abused. That's why we fight. Just like the same phenomenon. They have described this in psychology so many years now. You marry a guy that is beating you up. He will beat you. And then when you threaten to leave, you go and buy flour. He will cry. He will get on your knees. He will say, you know, on them more. No, you can't see me. The devil made me do it. You know, I love you, baby. Huh?
The devil that made him do it.
Devil made him. Devil has led the prison. You guys are too much. The devil made me do it. So that's how I ended up slapping you. Next time I'll slap myself. And then you go and cook ofe, and then he will give you flour. After he finished eating, in 2 days, the cycle will begin again. He will love you that day. The next day, if you say good morning, it's annoying to him. If you forgot to hang his clothes the right way, it's annoying to him. And then the 3rd day, he will give you that dirty slap again. And then Mama Gine Weziwe, when your mother or your sister is angry that nothing is changing, then he gave me until they kill you, Mumu.
Yes.
Or if I'm your mother, I will carry you, donate your body to Bello College of Medicine. What kind of nonsense is that? Yeah, you will now hide the abuser. Be cooking for him, also you cut your parents off, and your friends that was telling you to leave him, you will disappear from them.
Osinachi group of companies, and the church will hail you. Come and be singing for us. You go to heaven fast. Yes, you go to that heaven fast.
You will. Your ancestors are waiting for you, girl, for big spanking.
And they will slap you when you get over there.
Dirty slap.
Abandoning children that you gave birth to and stupidly allowed yourself to transfer to the other place.
It's unbelievable. So we are going to see how we can galvanize the people from bottom up, because we are going to do this. Dr. Shiva, when we say watch him, he tells you how these things, even the 8-hour day that we're working here in America, is people that did it. The criminals that call themselves CEOs of companies, they didn't want anybody to, they want people to be working 16 hours. And guess what he said also? It was women that led the charge. It was women.
Women, get up. Wake up.
They're not giving birth
to children that have been slaughtered. Get up.
Yeah.
That Lebaron John is not easy. It's not easy. So get up.
So Nina's 5-point strategy, we're going to look at announcements, And then, of course, we are going to end with the spotlight. This is my favorite part, spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. I know where I come from. My ancestors are super wisdom. I'm so glad that I have their DNA in me. I don't know what your ancestors did, but today we are going to look at tree planting and the purpose, you know. And thanks, kudos to our sisters and brothers that we are calling about Oziza and Otazi and what it does. And please use those local things that we have around us before we start investing our money in chemicals that are brought from overseas. So understanding what a system is. What is a system? And here we are here to tell you that a system is a set of things working together as a part of an interconnecting network, or you can look at it as an organized framework or set of principles or procedures according to which something is done. So you can see that working system there, they are interrelated, like we said, they're interconnected. They allow each side to go on each side and glide. So like they can communicate and get something done. Then let's look at the dynamics of a system and how it affects nature. I love this picture. This is again by Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. This guy is an MIT guy. He just, like I said, he's just like Brother Tony made in America. He knows his stuff. He's not having a Mutupak conversation. He's tying everything in because he studied it. He didn't wake up one day and start making noise. No, when he saw things were going wrong, he literally sat down and started studying the system. So he said there's...
And guess what? He's from India. He grew up in a local environment where he observed things by himself. That's why he's able to critically think.
Right.
Yeah,
nobody gave him anything. Nothing came from heaven and landed on his lap.
No. So please, you're where you're living, look around you in your nature, in your environment. You learn something. Like Bible say, go to the ants, go to nature and learn from nature. Don't allow anybody to bamboozle you and brainwash you. Look around you. You will learn a lot. The nature will speak to you and you will begin to reason the way you should reason. Please go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Please continue to help us to hit that like button so that others can get this. And please continue to help us to share as you're watching. Thank you so much. So he said that without freedom, if you look at that structure that we have on the screen, it says without freedom, you cannot convert ideas, right? Because if I want to do something now and somebody else is there telling me because you're Igbo, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, or I have people have all kinds of gifts that they can use to bless others. And you said, I cannot convert the ideas. That's what we are going through back home. As long as it came from a certain group of people, we're not going to do it, even if it means everybody else will die. So without freedom, you cannot convert ideas, hypothesis into truth, which is science. Because with hypothesis, you're looking at things, you're saying, okay, if this is this, let's check it and see if these things that we're saying, that we are seeing. Because one of the things that he mentioned is look at things as they are, not what your pastor told you, your mother told you. Just clean out your brain and say, let me look at this thing and see exactly what it's made of. Therefore, without freedom, you cannot get to the truth, because the ideas and the hypotheses will lead us into the truth, which is part of the science that we're mentioning today. So without truth, you make up fake problems and fake solutions. And doing that, you destroy your health, because truth is what will keep us here. In Igbo land, they say Ezoku Bondo. Ezoku Bondo means truth is life. Right, Sister? Did I say right?
Yes, you did, my dear, you did. Yes.
Yeah. Truth is life. Ezoku Bondo. So our forefathers, when we say we are so proud to be the children of the great or the current member of our ancestors, we are not playing. They were using words, like today people will say, anything that we didn't do, we don't have words for it. We don't have words for money laundering, because I know I say we don't take money. By yourself. So for everything that our ancestors were doing at that point, they always have words with it. And we know that we are taught that without truth, you make up fake problems and fake solutions, and then you destroy your health. Without health, you cannot fight for freedom, right? Because you have to be well. You have to be well in your mind. You have to be well in your spirit to say, oh, I need to do better. I need to, push harder. Where we are right now, we don't have any of this. We don't have freedom. We don't have truth. We don't have health. We only have fake pastors, fake leaders, fake everything else around us that is pushing the agenda that they want.
Fake constitution, fake country, everything is fake.
Everything is fake. And we're not going anywhere with it. So what we do is, what we have now is people that are very sick. They are sick-minded. You don't know anything from anything. You'll be putting your mouth into it, talking, instead of saying, let me go and watch. You don't know anything. They put things from other places, other countries that you know they don't care for you. They will bring things that will kill you. You will leave your okwa and oziza and okazi, and you start eating indomie that is set up to wipe you out. And when you guys know they have the agenda to decrease the population, they're starting from where you are, because we are lying to ourselves.
We need to let go of our abusive pattern. Ozugozien, we have been abused enough. Okereku, we abuse us. Ngwere, we abuse us. Ochecha, we abuse us. Ewu, we abuse us. Atoro, we abuse us. Even Nama, we abuse us. All the organisms everywhere creeping out and abusing my people. We need to let go of it. There's something that we're doing that is making us that vulnerable. That victimhood mentality, just want to lament. Oh, lo, 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 oh, lo, 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 they did this, they did it, they did me, they did me. You, what did you do to stop them? There's a solution on the table. You will never embrace it. You will rather want to lament from morning till night. You think that will bring you salvation? You think that will bring you liberation? No, that's not going to happen. How long are we going to allow ourselves to be abused? We're asking. How long are we going to continue to live in a lie? We told you that 1999 Constitution is a lie. It did not make it. It was imposed on you, and it will never work. And it is a unitary constitution. A federal system will come with a federal constitution, not unitary constitution. We tell you this, but you choose to live lie. Are we not tired of suffering, lamenting, and telling the same story over and over? Are you not tired? Since I was small, I kept hearing the same story. That's why I'm part of NINAS, because I want to be part of change. How can you choose to be suffering and smiling when there's an easy way out? Yes, there's an easy way out. We the people, the indigenous ethnic peoples, if you want to be 350, if you want to be 400, if you want to be 1,000, there is a way for you now. Begin to seek truth and authenticity. No one will do it for you. Politicians hate you. Your church leaders hate you. Your mosque leaders hate you. Your Islam, your religious leaders hate you. Traditional leaders, all of them, they hate you because it's what they will gain that they're more interested in. If you're suffering, they are doing good for themselves by distributing the night. They will carry Kana must go and distribute for all of them. Will be fine. You are the one that will be suffering. Seek authentic knowledge, not falsehood or make-believe stories. You'll be listening to stories. Look for authenticity in anything that is going on. No one builds on a quicksand and expect to have a solid foundation or have stability or improve quality of life. That will never happen. That's not how things are done. That's not how America was built. That's not how UK was built. For those that keep comparing, they say, yes, you see, America was here 500 years. Yeah, we just started. You started, but you're building on quicksand. When do you think you will finish? You are sinking. You will continue to sink. You're not building anything. We must let go of this abusive pattern in order to embrace patterns that can work for everyone. Pattern that will give us what we want. Not this abusive character, the way we are every day lamenting. And when you have made up your mind to let go of these things, see, these things have not worked. Lamentation has not worked. Suffering and smiling has not worked. Even shouting inside church, night vigils, hallelujah, prayer time, noodle time, all those anointing oil, mantle, all those fake things will never deliver you. We need to galvanize our people from bottom up. Galvanizing our people from bottom up, not from up down. Dr. Shiva said the same thing. We need to have a federal system. For us to have a federal system, we need federal constitution. That's the only way you can get anything called New Nigeria. Under that unitary constitution, you will never have a new Nigeria. In fact, you will have worse. It will get worse by the day. You get worse by the day. Constituent members, the indigenous ethnic peoples, ethnic nations, ethnic nationalities, anything you call them, those distinct groups that are the constituent members and are the ones that will decide how they want to form a union, whether they want to form a union at all, how they want to form it, and what are the terms and conditions. Are the ones that will make constitution. That's what we call constitution. Constituent members from ground, grassroots, will make it and come up. It will not go the other way. That's how they did in UK, US, UAE that people like running to. Dubai, we are going to Dubai, Dubai. You're not ashamed of yourself. Dubai was a desert just a few years ago. Somebody built it. Now, Allah, even pastors are going there to go and have party. They're doing birthday. Yeah. Stop deceiving your children. Stop deceiving the people. God is not mocked. He will never be mocked. God does not bless stupidity. He will not start with you in Nigeria. If there's something you're supposed to do and you're not doing it, God will not come down to do it because you're dishonest. And he said, if you are dishonest, that he will spew you out of his mouth. Constitution making is from bottom up, not imposed from top down. So if you have a document that was imposed on you from top down, know that it did not make it. It is fraud. When government is taken to the grassroots, as it should, then we can hold our leaders accountable. Rule of law will become implemented and corruption will be exterminated. Dreams, talents, and innovation of the people will be actualized. Regional or and indigenous ethnic peoples will be allowed to develop at their own pace. Resources will be micromanaged to get to everyone. Wastage will be reduced. Interest and vision of government will align with those of the people and the masses. Development and infrastructure will get to our villages and communities faster. We will not be waiting for Abuja and Lagos. All of us will not carry slippers and polythene bag and go to Lagos like they told us. The only reason we are coming to Lagos following night bus with slippers and polythene bag is because you have taken away what we had in our land. We have to follow the resources. Even if it means swimming through the Mediterranean Sea, even if it means trekking through deserts. Watch migration of the people. You know that's the direction resources are stolen. That's where they're going there. Meanwhile, we're supposed to develop our villages. We're supposed to have a system that will ensure that, so that the people will be where they are and develop it. That's where it is in America. In America, people don't flock to New York. People don't leave their places. Development comes to meet them where they are. Crime, insecurity is local. So solution should be local. The things you're having everywhere, the evil flowing out, is because the system is not right. So please join this campaign to take the Unitary 1999 Constitution down. Our movement is based on truth, freedom, and health. Because when you're dindo, that will fight for freedom. It's when you are healthy and alive. That's when you will fight for freedom, not when you are dead. Mobilize your people from the towns, your town, your own town, from your villages, from your communities. It's not me that will do it. My brother George Onibe, it's you that will do it for your people. Mobilize your people from your village. It's not me. Your village is your village. Nobody is tracking it. Go there and mobilize your people, educate them and tell them about self-determination. Then we move. I'm mobilizing my people from my village and we will move. Go to motor parks, markets, schools, churches. Go and mobilize our people. Ninas is not going to do it for you. Ninas has got the templates.
Yep.
It is our responsibility, because since we are talking about the people's rights, self-determination is the people's right. So it's the people that will do it. Ninas is not an organization, it's a movement of people. So all the people that believe in truth, freedom, and health come together. Then we work and get to where we're going to. What we are asking for now is transition. 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 We are not asking for P2B. We are not asking for Tinubu. We are not asking for Atiku. We are not asking for Ndimo. We are not asking for Ndimadi. We need to change the constitution. It's not the management team. The constitution, that is how we are structured. We need to change it before we now start talking about, oh, who is going to lead us or who is not going to lead us. The system is bad. The system needs to be changed. Transition now from here to there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Epi. And please do not let them give you the fake option, right? Because they can go and wake up the dead people from 1999 and tell you that that is where the solution is. So don't get it confused. We have a lot of people that will sell out any moment and destroy the work that is being done, just like the agent that is cooling down in DSS dungeon that they used to destroy our people, made our people look like the biggest fools you can find anywhere. They speak like you, they act like you, they even can call heaven down from the same mouth and confuse a host of people to their damnation. So please be as wise as serpents and as what is the other word? Whatever.
As innocent as a dove. Yeah.
As innocent as a dove. There you go. So the 5-point agenda is an acknowledgement, number one, an acknowledgement of the grave constitutional grievances raised in our union dispute. The second one is express commitment to decommission this imposed 1999 unitary constitution. And the third one is an express commitment to share further national elections under the 1999 constitution in order to initiate immediate transitioning process for fresh constitutional protocols. You can see that's why the last PowerPoint that we said that we are ready for transitioning. That's what we should have done in the first place than to go and join the criminal enterprise in their national election that we won and won and won. I even have to cut some people off because I was telling them, I said, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. Now people are texting if they can borrow $50 and oh, hunger is killing us and this one is happening. But when we told you guys what to do, everybody's mouth was running fire. And now it has happened.
Tree planting and the purpose. First, preservation of ecosystem to preserve our environment. We didn't joke with trees. We didn't play with our ancestors. They will always put forests around them, planting trees around them. We did not live in desert. We did not allow desertification to come and overtake us. That's why we inherited a land full of trees, my people. We inherited that land from our ancestors. That's why we are telling them, thank you that you did not leave us without trees. You planted trees. Trees to prevent deforestation, to demarcate sacred forests. Yes, we had sacred forests. Sometimes when we had people had diseases, like you read in the Bible, when there was leprosy, you see in Old Testament, God will tell them, take that person out of the community so that he will not transfer the disease to other people. So such places, you keep the people in such places, and some other things. You have people that know the things we give with sacred forest, and then they will plant certain trees there. Demarcation of boundaries. We have trees that you have to use. Anybody that sees that tree will know that, oh, there's a boundary here. This is the boundary between this place and this place. That's why we didn't have a lot of land fighting, killing, all these
Western ways of doing things.
Yes, and all these wars, intertribal or interland disputes boundaries, is the colonial masters that brought them. They came and started shifting boundaries and doing this, and that's why people are fighting. Before, we didn't used to fight, because once you see that plant, that tree, wherever you see it, you know that that's where your ancestors kept the demarcation. You won't go and remove the tree and do something else with it. Spiritual and religious reasons, yet trees were used for religious and spiritual things. Food and medicinal purposes, yes, we used all that. These plants had what they were used for. We didn't used to have maybe tree planting campaign announcement. Oh yeah, everybody will come, let's plant tree, everything. Because we had particular events and times associated with tree plantings. Everything our ancestors did, they did with a reason, for a reason, and for a time. When land is given to someone, for instance, first thing he does is to plant a tree called Ogirisi. Some also use Oha around it to demarcate that, okay, this is my land. Anybody that sees it knows that, okay, this is where the demarcation is. When a young man gets his inheritance, like we told in one of our programs, that they will give you, your father will give you your inheritance, your land. The first thing he does before him, because as he gets his, he'll start married, planning to marry. The first thing he does is to plant certain trees and fruits in that land, in that new land, like ube, kola nut, orange, palm trees, all that he will plant first as he's building his new house. And then after marriage, a newly married Igbo woman, Igbo wife, is expected to plant certain trees and shrubs around her home so she can be self-sufficient. Bitter leaf, scent leaf, ugu leaf, pepper, oziza, oda, otazi. These things a woman will plant. It's not like, oh, like now that they're looking for food. Well, there's no food, there's no transportation. An Igbo woman will just go behind her, take bitter leaf, wash it, put crayfish, put oil. Food is ready for her children. Put pepper. She's self-sufficient. That's how her people were. We did not buy everything from market. An Igbo woman will just come in. Oh, she just go pick up her ugu leaf and makes a soup fast. She also has where she keeps her cocoyam, her ede. She will just pick it quickly. She has her ngiga where she's keeping her dry fish, keeping her crayfish. There's no way that an Igbo woman will not have something to give to her children. It does not happen. An Igbo woman is a sufficient woman.
I'm still practicing it. I have 4 freezers in my garage. It's embarrassing that I do.
It's not embarrassing. We do it here.
I have plants all over there.
Even in Nigeria, they'll say, sister, that you're never shocked. Visitors do not shock you. No. When they just land.
We shock the visitors.
Yes. You can whip it out from where it is and perform magic.
The visitor, they say, oh, madam, I didn't even call you.
Exactly.
You eat
I didn't even tell you I was coming. Did you know I was coming? No, I'm an Igbo woman. This is what we inherited from our ancestors, our mothers before us, fathers before us, and we just continued. So please go back to these things. So we'll give you more examples. Spiritual and sacred trees. Ogirisi, I mentioned before. Oji, kola nuts is a symbol of life. Our people will say, Onye wetere oji, wetere ndu, because a kola nut is a symbol of life. That's what we used to do our Holy Communion. That's what I would tell people when they're bringing us on Holy Communion from Rome or from America, from Egypt, from wherever, where they're killing us. You're not introducing something new to us. We had Holy Communion before in Igbo, and we use oji and osoji. Osoji is alligator pepper, and we will eat it together. When you do something with somebody and you eat kola nut over that matter, and the person betrays you, the person knows he's going to go and meet the ancestors to answer the question. That's the power of the type of communion that we had. Then we even tap it with wine. Yes, these are spiritual things. They have meaning. Unkwenu, yes. Then when you finish, you exchange those things. In marriage, going to marry a woman, you come with unkwenu. You can come with the other beer, but that unkwenu must be part of it because it's a spiritual thing. But our people now, they want to drink wine. When they give a woman now, go and show us your husband. He wants to do it with American wine. You will marry an American husband, and he will treat you the way they treat. Whatever you see, you take. These things are very significant. And that wine They will do libation. Yes, it's in the Bible. For those that think like everything our ancestors did, oh, it's evil. No. Go and read your Bible. Look at what Samson's parents did. Samson's mother did when she was visited by an angel. These things we did. So they will pour out libation with palm wine. We have Oha also. We have what you call Anunuebe. Birds do not perch on this plant. Then we have Ofo, which is a symbol of justice, sincerity, and truthfulness, and is also an authority of family, villages, and towns. So some people that say Igbo people are not truthful, Igbo people are not this, Igbo people are not that. We became like this because we started associating with you people. That's why we're crying for restoration of Igbo nation.
Yep.
We want to go back to
who project.
Yes, it's because we started associating with Nigeria project, the criminal project, where there's no justice, where there's no equity, where there's no fairness. That's how our people became like that. We were not like that originally. That's what we're talking about, restoration. We were something before. We're trying to restore our people and our land to what we used to be. We even had a plan for justice, sincerity, and truthfulness. Are you joking with us? My ancestors were not people that were not noble. They were noble people. They believe so much in truth. You're not teaching us truth. You're not teaching us justice. We are saying you corrupted us. That's what we're saying.
Seriously.
We need to go. Stop your corruption. Food, yam. We even celebrate food. This yam, because yam is the beginning of the planting season. Before you start planting, you plant yam. And it's staple food. We celebrate it. Yes, I heard one pastor say, oh, some people are even celebrating food. Yes, if you don't have food, you won't be alive. You won't be healthy. We celebrate it so that people next time, they will go and plant their own yam and have something to celebrate with.
And also give thanks to God.
Yes. So encourage people to go and plant more yams so that people will not die of hunger. Cocoyam, ede. Have different types of ede. Palm, aku. All this for food. Bitter leaf, oha, scent leaf. We have fruits. Odara. Some people call it odala. Usually in those days, you don't go and pluck odala. You leave it for the children. That fruit, they say, odala bo biomaka. They believe is associated with fertility. So you don't sell it in the market. Children will come and pluck it like it's going to fall. After rain, it will fall. They'll just go and pick up and take and be happy. Everybody will be happy. We believe so much in happiness in our society. All this wickedness you're seeing came foreign. That's not who we used to be. Ube. And these things have spiritual significances. If you dream and see Ube Jileji Baraba in your dream, something good is coming. Our ancestors and they speak to us through these things. Oboro, some people call it. Orange, lemon, lime. And you know what? In those days, if you're just walking around, children coming back from school, they're hungry, their mother is not back home from market, they can just take any neighbor's fruit, eat, and be fine.
Nobody
will challenge them, oh, you stole my fruit. You did that. No. Especially for children. But now what is going on? Wickedness is overtaking our land because we have left our culture, we have left who we were, our identity. We lost our identity. Medicinal plants, like my sister mentioned the other day, Oziza otazi, Oda. Oziza otazi, used for respiratory diseases, reproductive health also. Scent leaf, Nchiongu, that means it sends death away. From their names, like we told you, in our language is so powerful that everything means something. And for those that say, oh, we did not write our history, from our language, we know what it is. It's coded. Obichiro uno, that's another plant. This plant stops bleeding. We heard that it came during the Biafra genocide. For people that don't understand who we are, during Biafra genocide, all of a sudden, all the abandoned properties, a strange plant took over from nowhere. Nobody planted them. That's why the name says Obichiro uno. Uno means abandoned property, that you to go and take it over. It's just like in the Bible, when the people saw the food, manna, they say, manna, that is what is this? That's how my people are. They just saw it blocking everywhere. They just named the plant Obichiro uno. So then, because we didn't have health facilities, we didn't have everything, if you get injured, you just take it, put, pam, it will stop the bleeding. Those are fighting in the bush, anything, they just put it from nowhere. My people, let's go back to tree planting to preserve our land and community. Plants, plants, plants. Palm trees, plant. Don't have in your house. Go and put a marble, all this in that you people are putting tiles or whatever, stone or whatever that you people are putting in your compound.
But planting shrub that doesn't give rise to any fruit.
I'm telling you, plant.
Take care of it. You put a man, or your shrub, or your this and that.
Are you planting shrub? Are you going to eat shrubs? In a flower. Plant trees that will give you food, meaningful things. Plant those ones. Then if you want to add flower on, you can add. But let those ones be number one, because we're going to eat food. We are human beings.
Or you can eat your tiles when hunger comes. You know, if you are put it by, you could or lose. Anyway, thank you so much, David, for that. You know, I love our ancestors. We love who we are. Like my sister said, we need to go back to who we are and ask for forgiveness and move. Because in the here, we keep telling you guys there is nothing about westernization project that we're interested in. Anyahola have it ended. Anyahola had a destroying Ghana upon nuclear family. Now men are over there, women and children over there, children are misbehaving, kata everywhere. When we had a formula that was working for us, we abandoned it to follow something that our God did not make for us. Chiyomani, man, we are definitely honored to come back to you. We are definitely honored to know who our Chi is. Because people think, oh, we are against God. No, we are against your religious bigotry and your religious strategies and your religious whatever.
Manipulations, your fake religious manipulations. That's what we're against.
We love our Chi, and that's why we answer his name every day. Every day we even call our names. We are giving reference to our wonderful, beautiful, ever-doing God that is still telling us, yes, you answer my name, I love you, but I'm not going to do for you what you should be doing for yourself. Yeah. And that's what we're doing for ourselves. So tomorrow, see you guys later. We'll be back next week. Please continue to help us to share. As you can see, they love to block our things so that our people will not learn that we are here. They have never seen anything like this. We will persist till the end.
Yes.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Have a wonderful weekend.
Bye.
Hello, welcome to the program. We are so happy to have you guys here today. As usual, help us to share and like and subscribe and all these other fancy things that we need to do. And please during the show, help us to continue to click the like button. So remember, you put your hands on that like button. I've heard other people that know one or two things about this algorithm that it really does help. So welcome. My name is Mona Chimsaga and I am in Houston, Texas.
Thank you so much, Mona. My name is Ekwi Simon Okube. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you so much for coming to watch and for sharing and subscribing. Through the week, we saw people trying to share and do one or two things. We appreciate that because you're part of the team. This is mobilization phase. And we're mobilizing our people, getting them to wake up. So let me join us to share. We have our video for
our theme video. Let me put it up. This constitution can never serve us right.
It will not. Our people need to hear it severally. Hear it from the people that should know. People that will not lie to you. People that are not lying to you. I will tell you the truth. Not people that will tell you to do merry-go-round. And when you're tired of doing merry-go-round and nothing happens, you start killing yourself and killing people around you. That's not how things are done. So know what the problem is, understand it, so that you know where to be part of the project. You are welcome to be part of the project. Stop watching. Stop standing by the side and say, when. No, you need to be part of it, because tomorrow your children and your grandchildren will ask you, what did you do, grandma, grandpa? What did you do when this type of project to liberate the black man was going on? What was your role? What will you tell them? That you were trekking from Iyanapaja to Lagos, or you were trekking from Lagos, from Onitsha to Benin, because Tinubu Tinubu took away your subsidy. Yeah, he came to your pocket and collected the subsidy. Took it away. What is the problem is the 1999 Constitution. That's why he's able to do all that he's doing. All the suffering from Obasanjo to Buhari to Tinubu to all of them is because of the 1999 Constitution. My dear, I'm waiting for you. I'm just talking while waiting. When you're ready, I'll stop. So that's why you're suffering.
Yep. And we warned you guys about the election.
Yep.
We knew what the outcome was going to look like. We were even fortunate to hear from someone from Australia telling us what's going to happen, that it's going to be 10 times worse. And now people are feeling the pinch. The same people that we are telling about mandate. We have nothing against your candidate. We just have everything against the foundation of Nigeria. And you guys think that, because a lot of you have been, working or surviving in lawless society, you think you can continue in your lawless ways. But we are here to tell you that this constitution will not serve us any purpose. So please continue to help us share as we play our theme video.
Nation today, that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summon the courage to say, we should not dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? We try to federalize the police system in this chamber. We failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria someone the courage to say we should not continue to deceive
ourselves. We should not do what? Continue to deceive ourselves. My brother, thank you so much for that. Please continue to help us to share and like. You know that we bring you good news, good tidings. All we want as mothers and sisters is for you to be well, for working, for wine, for cocoa, for everybody else, for everybody to live life with dignity. And right now, all we see is our young boys being killed because you guys have left them in a desperate situation. You have left them in a desperate mode. People, instead of looking for solutions to help our young ones, they are busy thinking that when they release one criminal, that all will be well. And we're asking that we need to do more for our sons. We need to do more for our sons. They are down and out. They are depending on us, the mothers, the sisters, the mothers, to wake up on their behalf and speak. Yes, a lot of them they've done some despicable things, but we are here to tell you that there are still many that needs help, that wants to be redeemed. And we want to extend a helping hand today. Please continue to help us to share and like. Continue to help us to share and like. You know, they will always block what we're doing. So our topic goes today, identifying the systems in Nigeria and why they failed. So we're going to share today with you guys about what the systems that we are referring to, what they are made of. So when we identify this system, we can actually go line by line today and let you guys know how they failed. According to Dr. Shiva, who is a U.S. presidential aspirant for Independent Party, try to look this guy up.
Can we play the video first?
What video? Oh, my dear.
I know you hit the ground running. Sorry, people. We just want to play the theme video so that
yes,
you will follow.
Absolutely.
Sorry, we have so much to tell you, and we are really excited, to explain these things to you, for you to understand that what is happening here is happening in other places, even in America, and people are identifying it. And when you listen to some of these people that are speaking the truth, it's as if you had a meeting with them, because what you're saying, that's what they are saying, even in your own locality. So please, we want our people to understand, be encouraged. There are other people working somewhere else. It's like syndicate job. Do your own in your neighborhood. They are doing their own, and we'll collaborate to make this world a better place for our children. Extravagant spending in leadership. Look at your interim President Tinubu. He's there renewing the hope of his fellow recycled criminals who are parading as Nigerian politicians. He called them class of 99. Isn't that classic? Yes, because Ninas is saying class of 66 did this. He said, okay, I know what to do. I will bring class.
I'll bring my own class.
Since Obasanjo has finished his own class of 66, me, Jagaban, I will bring class of 99. And you know the people that are in the class of 99, the likes of James Ibori, former Delta governor. He was sentenced because he stole the materials for building Abuja Dam. And he became a governor still. Nobody. He even went to prison came out. They are the ones in Aso Rock that Jagaban called for meeting to decide your fate. Lucky Benedion. For 8 years, he did nothing in those states. When he finished the first 4 years, the people were agitating. The father, Ibunidion, Chief Ibunidion, said, if a child wrote the exam and he didn't do very well, you have to give him receipts now. Let him write the exam again. Please vote him in again. He failed the first time, I know. But vote him in again so that he will not do well. And they voted him again. Smuggled it in because I know it's not the people voting them.
That's what I was about to say.
8 years, nothing. The only thing he tried to build was a library he was trying to build. I don't know if he finished it. It's unbelievable. The likes of Yerima of Zamfara, the one that brought Sharia law. The Sharia law he does not live by. He does not follow any single thing that is inside that Sharia law. We're in Abuja. We know how they bring in plane to carry girls and move prostitutes from Abuja to Zamfara for him. We're witnessing all these things. Yet, he's imposing Sharia law on the people. Boasting, he's even boasting that Sharia will rule over north and south of Nigeria. This is the same man that went to Egypt to buy a girl. Human trafficking. Buy a girl of 13 years, say he's marrying her. He's still there marrying her as a senator. And when the people revolted, like you can't do something like that, they said, no, it's Sharia. They have to do it's Sharia. Anything if we have to. If you want to kill somebody, say Sharia. Now he's telling them that bandits are Fulanis. He's accepting them. He's not, they're not even denying it. He said that the bandits, the terrorists are Fulanis. And he wants Tinubu to dialogue with them and grant them amnesty like they gave to the indigenous people of Niger Delta. These are intruders, foreigners, coming in to kill people, to kill citizens of Nigeria, the ethnic people in that land. Yerima wants Nigeria to dialogue with them, give them amnesty, pay them for killing the people. Why not? Yes. They are killing the people. You reward them and give them amnesty. Say thank you for killing, displacing, removing, destroying, and renaming people's villages and homes. We'll give you a reward. And then build infrastructure for them. Pantami is saying the same thing. Gumi, the one that Sheikh Gumi, the one that goes to always negotiate with them, he knows where they are to go and negotiate with them. But where they are to go and arrest them. Who is fooling who? This is the type of thing people are there doing in the name of leadership. We're still talking about extravagant spending in leadership. We're telling you things that will not change. So far, that evil book of Lucifer, 1999 constitution is still in place. It will never change. It will continue.
It's sinking. They're living on a sinking sand.
Sinking. Quicksand. Moving you. Class of 99, this class of 99 that you saw Tinubu, your interregnum president, put in place, are just errand boys of the military class of 66. So you see what is going on. The military class of 66 are sick and old now. And they couldn't fight Ninas with intelligent, Nina's intelligent maneuvers and all the things we are putting out. They are old. They couldn't do all the things they used to do. Before, they would kill. Obasanjo alone, we know how many people he killed because of this Nina's project. So they are old. They have to hand over the baton to the boys. They are criminal boys that they have trained over the time. And who's the class prefect? Tinubu. And you saw him say, I'm one of you. So that's why I called you people to come here and let's do this thing together. So they are the successors. Now they're going to operate above Constitution because they were outlaw before. These are outlaw people. So they will do everything. And whatever they decide is final. Whatever they decide. They decided what happened in 1999. And now they're continuing with that. Tinubu and his systemic bribery. They're talking about extravagant spending. He's bribing his way through. From party primaries to voting to judiciary, House of Representatives, ex-governors, his class of 99, Tinubu's backup squad, is bribing his way through. He gave the judiciary, he gave them 35 billion naira. That's a big hospital right there. At least one healthcare facility. Why he's giving the people he's bringing out 500 billion to give people palliative, drugs. Like this, giving you like this. And then he gave 70 billion to House of Representatives. This is not their salary.
He's already buying them all.
Yes, now.
They are about
buying his way through.
I'm dunk all of you guys.
He's buying his way through. We are telling our people what is going on so that you will follow and know what you need to do. We're talking about extravagant spending in leadership. Somebody is asking, what is it that these senators are doing? That their salary is 29 million per month, 1 month. Calculate how many senators do you have? You see what we're telling you about the cost of governance. All these senators, they will sit down in that their house of whatever they were, that assembly where they stay, and be poking hand inside nose and picking teeth. When they finish, they will pay them 29 million Hawaii straight every month. Why wouldn't they kill to be there? That's why politics in Nigeria is a do or die affair. Because it's about money. Once you enter, if you manage to enter, you have finished. You're settled for generation. 29 million over every month. In a country where minimum wage is 30,000 naira. Is it fair? My people, is it fair? Is it fair that you allow this constitution to continue to breed one more day? Is it fair? Are you being fair to your neighbor? Pastor, are you being
fair to God that you guys are
God that put you as a pastor over sheep, leading the people, preaching to them, and telling them that their father and their mother-in-law, that are the witches destroying them. Meanwhile, the witches destroying them are their politicians under the 1999 Constitution. You know this thing. All you bishops, priests, pastors, you know, Ninas have discussed with all of you, not single one. All the bishops, Catholics, all of them, they've been discussed with. What did they do? They chose to uphold this book of Lucifer. And then they will turn around and tell the people to bring tithes and offering. And then have the audacity to tell them that is their mother-in-law and their grandmothers that are holding their destiny.
Their ancestors.
And your ancestors are the ones holding your destiny. That's why you cannot move forward. You are lying. And you think that God will allow you. That God will allow you to continue to lie. And the blood of the people just going like that. People are dying every day. Nigerian senators will have a display for you here. When you have time, go through it. See what their basic salary is. They even have hardship allowance. Hardship allowance. 1.2 million. Tell me, what hardship are they going through? Meanwhile, the masses are the one actually going through hardship. Serious one. They don't even receive any allowance for what they have put, for failure of governance, for what they have put the people through. They are not even giving them allowance for that. But the senators that are putting people through hardship are receiving 1.2 million hardship allowance. They have wardrobe. Wardrobe allowance alone is enough to feed you through the whole year. All sorts of allowance inside. We are not talking about the 29 million. No. After the 21 million a month, then you have all these allowances that we cannot go through now. Go and read it by yourself. Meanwhile, they are giving our people meager. Like, you want to remove subsidy. Why did you not take care of everything first before removing it? Are we talking about the non-transparency? You want to remove subsidy. Okay. How much are you saving from it? Please, the next slide. How much are you saving from the subsidy that you removed? And where do you intend to invest this money? Remember what they told us? Hey, well, that they're returning the money of Abacha. Abacha loot. We are returning it. He followed on one. And
Ekenjab has swallowed that money.
Ekenjab has swallowed the. You only hear that they returned $20 billion dollar. Where he went to, you don't know. The way he came is the way it will go. Who owns this money that are being distributed at Abuja? That is distributed actually, typographical. It's like dispatched. Okay, we are dispatching the money. Who owns it? Where is it coming from? You see, the country is sinking and going down on daily basis. Somebody was trying to calculate. I saw somewhere said like how many years ago, maybe 30-something years ago, what 500 naira was worth and what is worth today.
Trash.
Is sinking. And these people are here telling you cock and bull story. Mbagaba ajambene. Abawanun neyefelu. Sorry for those that don't understand it. I don't know how to say it in English right now. But it's just about cock and bull story. Stories that do not make sense. That even when you tell children, they'll say, what are you talking about? Sometimes when we discuss with some of these foreigners and we're telling them some of the things, they'll say, oh. When you say something, they'll say,
yeah, exactly. They look at you like, are you talking? Are you is this for real?
Is this for real? Are there human beings in Nigeria?
It's happening.
They are removing subsidy. Meanwhile, they created the impression that Dangote is starting a refinery. You thought, oh, okay, that's removing it. That is not. No. It's nothing like that. Nothing. They just do whatever they feel like doing. They don't care who is dying. They don't care who is not making it. They don't care who is running out of Nigeria. They do not care. The masses are suffering untold hardship. Tinubu is giving them 8,000 naira.
Is that for WhatsApp loading card? What is that?
See me now. Are you able to see?
And his class of 1999 is receiving trillions.
Yes, now. Even the money they used to fly them into Abuja alone, before they now give them the pocket one that they will not settle them. This man has the audacity. When we told the people that they gave us Ndibu, survivor of Biafra genocide, that they gave us 20 pounds per family, some of you thought we were lying. Have you seen it? After they have done all the nonsense they are doing, they are giving 8,000 per family. For 6 months, so not that they are going to continue for life. So this is what you are worth as a family.
Hey, don't say that. Oh
8,000 naira. One eye drop for my mom every month is 8,000 naira. Just one eye drop. We're not talking about other medication. Just to keep her going. Because as you age, you want to keep yourself going. This is what this criminal is bringing to give the family. Not knowing that even just removing that subsidy that he has, even if we had 12 million poor people, now he has multiplied by 5. Remember the prophecy of Emasak last year. He said, if you continue, if you're going to allow this 1999 constitution, which she referred to as Leviathan, because she was saying spirit of Leviathan, we understood that is 1999 constitution she was talking about. He said, if you don't take it out, if you don't take it down, he said that your suffering, that if it comes back, that your suffering will be 7 times worse. We heard it. People heard it. And they were sitting inside church and they, none of them said, what can we do to stop this? God has given us a prophecy. Church people. God gave us a message. What do we do to stop it? No. They are looking for PVC. As if that is what will solve your problem. Now, a bag of rice that was 8,000 naira 8 years ago, before your boo-boo entered, is now 40,000. That's 5 times. Salary did not increase, yo. Everything is just going up. And you are surprised that there's criminality. You are surprised that people are dying. You're surprised that people are selling their children. Are you really surprised? One egg that used to be 30 naira is now 150. 5 times over. Everything is 5 times over. Fuel that when they entered, it was less than 100 naira. It's now 500. Over 500, because in some places, 520 and everything. Per liter. Tell me, how are you going to survive? Is this what 8,000 naira will do? 8,000 naira is not even enough to pay transport for you to go to work. Are we talking about infrastructural decay? Are we talking about unemployment? Because these things follow one another. One leads to the other. One leads to the other. For companies, we used to set up Mommy the other day was telling us about the taxes you have to pay if you try to set up a company in Nigeria. Up to 60 different taxes. Local companies. So that's why you see that people, instead of producing or manufacturing, they will just import. And you need safety to make investments. People that are telling you, yes, investors are coming. Investors are coming.
Iborulo.
Iborulo. Where there's no safety. See how you are deceiving yourself. Are you deluded? There's no safety. That cutting up people's heads, shooting them. Who wants to go there and invest? Who does that? Will you go there and invest? And you're bringing other people to say, go and invest. Deceiving yourself. And if you don't have those things, how do you create a job? From the sky? That's why there's unemployment. Poverty has multiplied. Killings escalated. Kidnapping everywhere. And somebody is deceiving the other person. Meanwhile, Nigeria authority, NTA, is running jingle, promoting illegitimate President Tinubu. Talk about corruption. Talk about people that have lost their conscience. When I read in the Bible, they say people that their conscience have been seared like with hot iron. It's these people managing Nigerians. They have no singular conscience. Like hot iron, their conscience. I got to go their conscience. Yoruba nation. Those that say they want self-determination for Yoruba nation. What are you doing? You're sacrificing your freedom for one individual's ambition for power. Is that the story you will tell your people? Is that what you're going to tell your children tomorrow? Ndibo. You're pushing P2B. P2B cannot change any of these things that we have been saying for the past 20 minutes now. P2B cannot change one. If you want, go and bring 20 P2B and put inside.
Who is P2B? I'm telling you, Jesus Christ of Nazareth cannot change it.
And P2B has told you that there's nothing is wrong with the 1999 Constitution. That is not the Constitution, because he has promised almost Madam Fodio to uphold and keep it, so that you will be enslaved. And you are hailing him and clapping for him. The way
talk about perishing because of lack of knowledge or stupidity.
The way you are clapping for Ekberima from Afari Ibak or whatever they call it. He sold you people up, sealed, signed, and delivered. Sold you people, signed you, delivered you. And you're still here praising him. Now you're dying. Guess who is dying? Yes, you'll be sitting at home, sitting on your something. Yeah, Sokoroto. Sit on it. They buy you.
You have to sit on it every Monday.
Yes, every Monday sit on your something. And you're a man, no. Tomorrow you start doing, yeah, I'm the man of the house. I'm the man. Yeah, you will this. SNDDC. Small children. Bam! Then you sit on your something. And you have no choice. Tomorrow you want to make noise. When I'm talking, you start talking to you, a human being now. I'm a man. I've seen you. I forgot again a man on name. I can say, man, I hail you, man. Oh. Everybody kept quiet. All the elders.
And
all
we are screaming.
King, we warned you people that we had discussion with this guy one-on-one. This is what he said he was going to do. We warned you for 2 years. He started calling us daughters of Jezebel. Now, those daughters of Jezebel are 6 feet below. All of them. Because we are here to warn you as mothers. Do not follow this guy. But you didn't listen. We begged you. Say, come out from the bush. This is the plan this guy has for you. We discussed with him one-on-one. Come out. You didn't want to listen. Now, guess who is under the ground? I say, I want it on raw. Somebody sent me text, one pastor. Oh, what did you do about the killing in Southeast? I won't tell you what I told him because I'm sure he got shocked by what I told him. Think I'm here to play with truth? I don't do hanky-panky. I'm my father's daughter. I tell you what it is. If you want, take it. If you don't want to take it, hug transformer. Oh, there's no light in the transformer. Hit your head on the wall. Because Nigeria doesn't have any light in the transformer. So if you hug it, it doesn't do anything. These people, these politicians from South have wasted their alliance that will spend time and energy and resources to build. The South and Middle Belt Alliance, built to deliver the indigenous peoples, being massacred.
Letting you know that you're not part of the nation. You're not part of the country. You're not part of what they're building. They are that bold. So people are seeking a sense of belonging because you know you don't belong. We all want to belong. We all want to belong, and we don't want to be in a place where we are not wanted. And there's a way out. There is a way forward. So I'm going to play the video of the day. As always, our brother is there to teach us things that we don't know, so that we can move forward in our efforts to dismantle the 1999 Constitution.
Just before the September 28, 2022 commencement of campaigns in the 2023 round of elections in Nigeria, NINAS had put out a notice of interrogatories to the political parties that will be going into that contest under the 1999 Constitution. And those interrogatories were 10 in number. And we made it clear that the promises and manifestos of the political parties will be subjected to scrutiny along the lines of those interrogatories. I have a copy of that Guardian newspaper here, and those interrogatories are still sitting there. We deliberately slowed down in that engagement so that we don't heckle the parties. We allow them to bring out all of what they say they are going to do to solve the problems of Nigeria. Now they've done almost all. There's nothing. They're only now repeating what they've all rolled out their manifestos. They are going, trying to amplify it. So this is the time to come back to engage the hard questions. We are surprised that the media, that should have been the fourth estate of the realm, the one with the constitutional responsibility to interface between the ones in power and the populace, the ones seeking power and the populace that will be governed. We are surprised that the media in Nigeria, for some reason, maybe there could be reason, maybe it will just be a matter of not paying sufficient attention. We are surprised that the media, who have been holding interview sessions with these candidates, have not asked them any of these hard questions. Because those interrogatories relate to the promises that have been made, the promises that were likely to be made, the promises that have now been made by way of the manifestos of the party and their campaign promises generally. Those interrogatories began with the question of unity, which every one of them is offering. They have that across board. Everyone say, I will unify the country. I will unite the country. Some of them don't even know the meaning of unifying and uniting. Yet they say they want to bring everybody together. They know that there's something wrong. Everybody is saying they want to leave the union. And so they will say they want to unite the country. What is the meaning of uniting the country? And so our number one on the interrogatory list is to define that unity away from the unifying that happened in 1914 that is being kept still by brigandage of unitary constitution, command and control, the unity of the goat and the lion, the unity of the graveyard. Because in the graveyard, there are only two persons, the man that is lying dead and the one that is alive. If that is the peace, when they say peace of graveyard, the unity of lion and sheep. And so those who are coming to say they will unite, they will unify. Ninas is saying that unless we go to the structural injustice, as Chukwudifo put it, unless we address the reason, unless we address the cause of the agitations, what is the reason of Yoruba people for saying that they are fed up with the Nigerian Union as presently constituted, and therefore they want Odua nation? What is the reason for the Biafra agitation? What is the reason for Ijaw, agitation for resource control? What is the reason for the agitations in the Middle Belt concerning if anybody cannot interpret what Samuel Ortom is doing as agitation, then such a person needs to go back to the kindergarten. And so there's this agitation, there's this tearing apart, there's this determination to leave union. And candidates are coming to say, oh, you will unite them, we unify them, without addressing the cost factor which the Constitution represents. It is the unitary constitutional arrangement that is choking everyone. That is the reason for their wanting to leave, is the reason for the disunity that has now become violent. And so that is the number one interrogatory. Those who say they are coming to unify, let us ask them how. Because in every one of them, in every one of the 10 interrogatories, we put forward what the problem is, we put forward what the solution should be, and anybody who is saying is coming to solve outside what the Constitution creates, outside what the Constitution imposes, is talking trash. Because the day after the election, he will then come to tell you, oh, we didn't quite know that the Constitution was bent this way and that way on that subject. So as it is for the question of unity, we dealt with the question of security. You are going to provide security. Some of them are talking about recruiting more policemen. Others are talking about buying more guns. Whereas the basis, the source of the insecurity in the manner we have seen is the fact that those who are suffering from the insecurity are not allowed by your constitution to arrange their security. Arms and ammunition are on the exclusive list. Police and army and other security services are on that exclusive list. And so the controllers of the federal government, the Fulani controllers of the federal government, who are in exclusive control of all the arms and ammunition in the land, will on one hand open the gateway for Fulani to come from all over West Africa to come to your community to kill, without any one of them being arrested to date. Whereas you, who have to be invaded, who is being invaded, who is being killed, like we had Governor Samuel Ortom say repeatedly, cannot touch any weapon. There's nobody that is going to solve the question of security without dismantling that impediment, that constitutional impediment. We have the capacity to organize our security. If we take charge of our space, and take responsibility for our own safety, for our future. Nobody will come from Mauritania to begin to slaughter people in our communities in Bayelsa, in our communities in Yoruba land, in our communities in Igbo land or TV land. Because we are more than able to organize our security. The only reason it's looking intractable now is because the Constitution tie our hands to the back and put the guns in the hands of those who have an agenda to kill us and take our land. Unfortunately for us, our president is their champion. The commander-in-chief over the army and police that should have been providing that protection for us is complicit in the invasion, in the terror we suffer. The candidates that are talking about solving security, but who do not want to talk about this Fulani agenda of conquest, who do not want to talk about the constitution and the exclusive list that put the guns away from our reach, are talking trash. The media should be able to ask them, in the face of this constitutional impediment, how are you going to do it? The same thing as the first one I talked about. The media should be able to ask them, in the face of this source factor, what are you going to do differently? Because the people who are choking, except the choke is removed, you are not talking to them. You certainly are not talking to me. You want to unite me with people who owe the duty of faith to kill me. I don't want to address that anomaly of their having been in a position to do what endangers my life. And so, as it is for the question of unity, so it is for the question of security, so it is for the question of corruption. They are all coming to say, oh, we'll solve corruption this one, that way. Peter Obi say he will do it one way or the other. But nobody's asking them, like we asked in this interrogatory. The Constitution of Nigeria 1999 creates massive avenues for corruption and comprehensively protects the beneficiaries of corruption. Having given the spare key to the treasury, over to the heads of the executive branch, and having excluded responsibility to the citizen in section 606C that nullify chapter 2, which grants the citizen his own share of the social contract. And so the government, we are saying all of whatever you say you're going to do about corruption will fail because of what is in black and white inside the Constitution, no matter how well-intentioned you are. That is what we expect the media to zero in on in questioning the candidates for what they say they will do about corruption. Section 6, subsection 6C, that nullify chapter 2, which provides for everything the citizen may need, including welfare and security, including equal treatment, including healthcare, schools, and all kinds of things. Things that will make life livable are contained in that chapter 2, but section 606C of the Constitution nullify that chapter 2. So the citizen gets nothing. That's in black and white. So the people going to government house, they don't owe you any obligation. That is what it simply translates to. For young people, they don't owe you fair welfare, they don't owe you security, they don't owe you school, they don't owe you hospital, they don't owe you nothing. In black and white. And they have the spare key. Section 81 says the president must go to National Assembly to get permission to spend money. Section 82 says he can run government spending money subject to dubious limits that practically leaves him with the entire treasury. The governors have the same provision in section 121, 122. Go and verify, for those who verify every other thing, go and verify whether under section 6, section 6C, the government owes you any obligation for anything. Go and verify whether under sections 181, 121, 122, the governors do not have the spare key to the treasury. Go and verify under the Constitution whether in section 81, 82, the president does not have the spare key to the treasury. And then go and verify in section 308 whether those who hold the treasury, who hold control of the treasury, the president and the governors, what immunity is extended to them. They don't owe you obligation. They have the spare key to the treasury, and you can't question them while they're in office. What's anybody going to do about fighting corruption in that circumstance? The corruption, the corruption is official under this constitution. But you think that officials are corrupt. Therefore, if you find better people, they'll be no. The constitution mandates the corruption and protects the beneficiaries comprehensively beyond your reach. You can't even ask them what they are doing. The constitution put them beyond sanction. And so you have to wait for 8 years when they might have invested all the money they stole, and they hand over to somebody who will go to prison if their tenure is investigated. That's what's going on. And so that's about corruption. You come to the cost of governance. We are asking the media of Nigeria to look at these interrogatories. September 26, 2022, page 10 of Guardian newspaper has it. If you also if you Google, you just say notice of Nina's interrogatories to political parties. It will come up. So that these key things they are using they're campaigning about, how they will unify, how they will solve corruption, how they will solve security, how they will solve infrastructure, how they will solve cost of governance and bad leadership. We pointed everybody to the constitutional provisions that make those things impossible. And unless we are conniving, media now, unless we are conniving those who attend town halls, who have opportunity to ask them questions, this is your guide. Because all the things they are telling you they're going to do, they are not going to be able to do. Obedient movement people, go and look for those interrogatories. Notice of Nina's interrogatories to political parties heading to 2023 election under the 1999 Constitution. We are saying that under the 1999 Constitution, these things cannot be done, no matter how well-intentioned your candidate is. The followers of Atiku, the followers of Tinubu, the followers of Kwankwaso, everything they say they are going to do, go and check what you say is reason why they won't do. And if they tell you that, oh, when we get there, we go to National Assembly, constitution making is not the business of National Assembly. I don't know who taught the kind of lawyers who are going about running their mouth about how National Assembly will amend, which we've not made a constitution. The central contention here is that we have not made any constitution. Decree number 24 of 1999 cannot become the sovereign peoples of Nigeria. The soldiers who made the decree, why didn't they say, I, General Abubakar, now issue you the constitution? No, he said that we the people. He is pretending that we're the ones who submitted our sovereignty. He's pretending that we're the ones who wrote the articles. He's pretending we're the ones who agreed to be in formation of 36 states and 7 local government areas that have to be financed every month. That is the source of the corruption. That's the source of the cost of governance that has become so humongous. Nothing is left for the citizen. Unless those things are changed, unless those things are toppled and dismantled, nothing is going to improve. Those who are saying they will reduce the cost of governance. You have 774 local government areas that shouldn't have been mentioned in the constitution. They are listed there. They are financed every month. Who owns the money that is being shared? Who owns that money that is being shared in Abuja every month? And if the people who are taking away those allocations do not owe you any obligation, at what point are you going to get the dividend of democracy? What change will happen if you have somebody who is elected, a good man, that comes to the arena? Is he going to stop the allocation sharing of money every month as constitution mandates? As president, will he now be in charge of the coffers of the states? They are already in court saying that EFCC has no right, and I agree with them. The federal government is an entity. The state governments are their own entities. They are only cooperating in a federation. And so you can't set up the witch hunt you call EFCC and expect that governors will now come under the jurisdiction, under the superintendence of federal government on that matter. No, the governors have immunity. And that's why things have gone the way they've gone. So the candidates who are telling you they're going to stamp out corruption, they're going to reduce cost of governance, go to these interrogatories and ask them the questions we raised there about why those things cannot be done.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I have this video posted on our Facebook page, so you can actually almost listen to the whole thing. You know, well, thank you, brother, for once again explaining this so-called difficult thing for our people. Even when you explain it on a Ghani shit like this with their degrees, their professorship, you put a pepper
Hunger and suffering. If no more Ghanaians here,
So it's amazing. So we thank you. So if you want to watch that video in its entirety, it's already on our Facebook as well as on Twitter. Go there and learn. Go there and learn. This is not about popularity contest. We're not trying to show off. It's when other people are speaking, you're speaking. Oh yes, I have to add. I have to piggyback to hear somebody. We have passed that stage. Our lives are in danger. So hopefully we can run with this information that we are providing today, so that we can do more for our people. God has given us freedom, and no rapture is coming until we do what we're supposed to do. Nothing is going to happen. It's also hunger and suffering, because He already given us a roadmap that we need to use.
Sorry.
Good morning, our people. Welcome to the program. We are extremely happy to have you here today. As usual, help us to share and like and subscribe and hit the notification button. And also, as the show goes on, please help us to keep clicking that like button. I do hear other people say in their show, just keep clicking it so that it can sort of disrupt the algorithm. So help us to do that. Sometimes we forget, we get so passionate about what we're doing, we forget to mention it. But please, as you remember, as you're watching, just keep your thumb on that like and love button. Welcome to the program. My name is Monachim Saga, and I am here in Houston, Texas.
And my name is Ekwi Simon Okube. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Please, thank you so much for coming. Help us to share, like my sister has said, subscribe and follow. And there's a notification bell that you hit. And whenever we drop videos, last week we dropped a lot of videos, and just to help our people follow. So please, when you get there, share to your groups, your family members, alumni, all the organizations that you belong to. You are being part of the work. It's the dissemination of information. Our people need to get this information. We enlighten them. So as we play the video, continue to share and let us join to share also. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister.
That this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summoned the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves. dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items, 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summoned the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Yes, we should not continue to deceive ourselves. Did I stop this video? Okay. We should not continue to deceive ourselves. We love this video. It's going to be our theme video, moving forward, because we need to understand that we are building on a sinking sand. It's a funny thing happened. One of our brothers went on our promo, and he said it's not just a sinking sand, it's a ticking time bomb.
Exactly.
You got that right. We are standing on a sinking sand and a ticking time bomb. And until we do differently, we'll be running in circles. So please continue to help us to share. Our topic today is grand. We love it because we know with all the things that is going on, the things that Jagaban is doing to distract you guys, that very soon you may find yourself in a place that you never imagined. So we stand at a precipice of destiny, gazing into the vast expanse of time where our ancestors' dreams merge with our souls. We are not just product of chance or luck, rather we are the magnificent manifestation of divine purpose, meticulously woven into the tapestry of existence. Our sacred duty is to honor this profound lineage, rise above the shackles of adversity, and illuminate the path towards a future that resounds with justice and fairness. In the face of unimaginable hardship, Yusuf Salam emerged as a beacon of hope, piercing through the darkness of wrongful incarceration. His journey is a testament to the indomitable human spirit, a resounding testament that stolen destinies can be reclaimed and triumph can emerge from the depths of despair. The echoes of history reverberate within our souls, recounting a tale of deliberate fragmentation and subjugation through 1884/1885 balkanization of Africa, the powers of the West, driven by a voracious hunger for dominance, carved Africa into fragmented pieces, tearing apart families, communities, and entire nations. Apart from taking away the sovereignties of these indigenous peoples and instituting indirect rules that enabled them not to deal with these indigenous people directly, they also continue to cause conflict and proxy wars all over Africa, using other people to achieve their purpose by making them kill their own people. Therefore, We must confront the specters of conflict and proxy wars that haunt our land, perpetrated by those who seek to exploit our division for their gain. As a unified force, we will dismantle the walls that separate us, replacing them with bridges of understanding and solidarity. Through collective action and unwavering resolve proposed by NINAS, we shall break the chains that bind us, empowering ourselves and future generations to transcend the limitations imposed upon us. So today we are going to embark on a sacred mission, illuminating the minds of our incarcerated masses of Nigeria. We will instill in them the vision of transformative jailbreak through NINA strategies. This revolutionary act will shatter the chains of oppression and usher in a new era of enlightened leadership. Why are we doing this? Because we will no longer tolerate a system built upon trial and error, perpetuating instability and inequality. Instead, we shall construct a society fortified upon unshakable principles, capable of withstanding the pressure that assails us from all sides. So let our voice rise up today as we take action, a guided action by touch of truth and righteousness. So together, hand in hand, we shall forge a future, bright future where justice reigns supreme and fairness is the cornerstone of our society. We should know that we are the architects of our destiny, the embodiment of hope for the future generation, and we must march forward undeterred and unwavering, for our purpose is divine and our legacy is greatness. So we want to again honor NINA's proposition. All these things is illuminating from the work that they have done. We keep reminding you guys that the freedom has been given to us, that all we have to do is just grab it. So welcome to the program. We are going to play our first video of the day. And our brother Lumumba, Professor Lumumba, our singing brother that I've been singing, trying to wake up dead people in Africa to do the needful. Go ahead, my sisters. I pull up the video.
Yes, our singing brother. he will almost compose music with all the problems that we're facing as Africans. So please continue to help us to share as you join. You're welcome. Subscribe, please. This message should go out to our people. They need it. Our people need it. And you are a team member, like we say, we can't do this job alone. We can't do this by ourselves. Waking up our people is a task for all of us, you and I. We must do this job. They must wake up. They must wake up. Thank you.
That if we separated from our current countries, we would be better. It is beginning to happen. It is happening here in Nigeria. It is happening. I saw a letter last week addressed to the president of Zambia by a people in Zambia called Barosela. And they are telling President Hakainde Hichilema that you remember in 1964, we had an agreement with the Lusaka government that the time has now come for Barosela to become an independent country. Can you believe it? I hear people in Namibia saying, do you remember that there was a strip called the Caprivi Strip? I hear people in Ghana saying that you remember that in the Volta region we had a different country. I hear people in Zimbabwe saying that there should be a country called Mutuakas. I hear people in South Africa, the South Africans say that we should have a separate country in the Western Cape. I hear people in Ethiopia saying we should have Tigray and Oromo. The centrifugal forces are there. And the only way to bring them in is to create a sense of belongingness. The people must feel that they are part of it.
Yep, the people must feel like they are part of it. So you cannot build a nation where people are coming on national TV and letting you know that you're not part of the nation. You're not part of the country. You're not part of what they're building. They are that bold. So people are seeking a sense of belonging because you know you don't belong. We all want to belong. We all want to belong, and we don't want to be in a place where we are not wanted. And there's a way out. And we also know that the Fulani conquest will continue. El-Rufai has already, alerted us about that. Thank you, Master El-Rufai. Thank you so much. Maybe that will get into the ears of our people. As they are reading the Bibles for them, maybe the pastor should start preaching about the possible conquest coming your way soon. Conquest loading coming your way soon.
They will not now. They will try to deceive our people and deny so until the thing will come and swallow them up completely.
I know.
India will change a group of companies.
It's sad. We see them, they'll continue to kill the owners of the land and take over their resources unabated. In the Middle Belt. Recently, we saw the loads of dead bodies everywhere. Nobody is talking about it. The so-called media will not even bring it up because they are so Americanized. They speak fluent English, American English. They are pretending like they are in New York, not even New York. They are pretending that they are in Vermont or Virginia, where bad things don't happen that much. That's where they're pretending they are. And then we'll talk about the ethno-religious killings in connection with the Fulani conquest.
And these things will not change our people.
It will never change.
No matter who is in Aso Rock. So far, that person is swearing to uphold and govern by that 1999 constitution. It will never change. These things will continue no matter who is in Aso Rock. Your brother, your mother, your sister, your father is in Aso Rock. This thing will continue. So far, that person says 1999 constitution, I want to uphold it. And by the way, these are part of the NINA's 10 interrogatories to political parties that did the 2023 election under the 1990 constitution, and it was published in Guardian. So you pick up that and read it and use it to engage your politicians. Please go on, my sister. Just let me.
Yeah. So thank you, my dear. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes. So the Guardian newspaper is there for you to go and read these things in details. If you recall, we mentioned earlier in one of our shows what the Guardian newspaper is, at least that fake territory called Nigeria. When you want to, these are the newspaper that the diplomats will read and share with their own constituent members. So it's important that you, the citizens of Nigeria, understand the importance of these things that we are doing, that we are putting in a public space for you to see, because a lot of people will wake up because while they are home, either they are watching Manchester United or they are watching CNN or whatever. When you tell them there's something on Guardian, they don't know, they don't have a clue. But they will pay $500,000 to put their 500,000 naira to put the picture of their dead parents on there to tell people that their parents died. But they won't go and read the newspaper that can have a change, that can actually change the way that you live. And then let's look at the structural injustice as a cause of agitations. This will never change. You will never change no matter what. Even if Jagaban brings up his friends from 1999, dead people that are already in their grave, nothing will change. The unitary constitutional arrangement that is choking everyone is caused by constitutional impediments. Our brother did a very good job in explaining that in that video. Nothing will change. So we need to understand this. We're not using big terms here. We're not using big words. We're telling you these are the day-to-day principles of things that will never, ever change, even if Jesus Christ of Nazareth comes down to run that place. And as long as he's upholding that constitution, we know that this constitution mandates corruption and protects the beneficiaries. So Brother Tony mentioned earlier that even if they have good intention, like they want to come and make a change. Because of this 1999 constitution, they are unable to make that change. They are incapable of making that change. They may have the capacity to make the change, but this constitution renders them useless where they are not able to do that. We also want to emphasize that constitution making is not the business of National Assembly. And you can see that's why the guy was picking his nose and flipping it up in the air. Hmm? This one doesn't concern me. Yes, he's
He's
ready.
waiting for them to give him money, share his own money for him so that he will go. That's what he came there to do. So he can pick, about to pick his nose and pick his teeth. You didn't see the Buhari when he was president and they were interviewing him and he was picking his teeth. They don't care.
They don't care. They don't care. Their body, what is it called? Their body
Language, you mean?
Language tells
Yeah.
you that they don't give a damn. They don't.
give a damn. Oh.
They don't.
Yeah.
And we've told you guys over and over again that the business of constitutional lies with the people. Is the business of the sovereign people standing on their ancestral land that are capable of making, or that is capable of making the constitutional changes that we are looking for.
We want
It's
to
not
explain this.
someone. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we want to explain this so that you understand why it says standing on their ancestral lands. So if you're an Igbo person living in Lagos, you won't be there exercising your sovereignty rights.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, self-determination. I'm in Lagos. Lagos is no man's land. No, you must be an indigenous group standing on your ancestral land. That is when you will stand and then exercise that right. And UN says it is your right, but you must do it the right way. Tiv on Tiv land, Igbo on Igbo land, Yoruba on Yoruba land, Ijo on Yoruba. You see, when you do this, there's no reason why we should be fighting and quarreling and killing and saying, yeah, well, all these nonsense talk. That the only reason we are fighting and quarreling, like my sister said, is because we were muddled up, mixed up, put in a container, shaking together, and we are running over.
It's sad, my sister. So it's important that you're in your own land when you are exercising your self-determination. Like she said, you cannot be in some other people's land. So that puts you in a position to be part of what is being done for this self-determination that we're looking for. We know that things that will not change under this 1999 constitution is that the sovereign ethnic peoples have been balkanized into impotent states. That will never change. It will remain the same. That's if they don't try to divide it even more, because they know what they do. The more they divide, the more they conquer. We still have our sisters and brothers in a place that they don't really belong to. Some of them are now thinking they're Yorubas when they used to be Igbos because of how they were divided. So now they are thinking, they don't even know they were Igbos before. Now they're on the other side. And we can't even come out together to hold a discussion, let alone exercise political power. Right? Because when you are fighting, or when you, worst of all, when you don't know who you are, because all these things that they have done have caused us to have identity crisis, where people are struggling every day to figure out who they are. They don't know who they are. If people say, oh, I don't speak Igbo, I don't speak this one, they are denying who they are on a daily basis. And when they go back to look, some of them are not able to live with themselves. And then what about the huge size of government and extravagant spending that is going on? Currently, we have 744 local governments. State-wise, we have 36. Federal government 1 and FCT also 1. So in total, we are looking at 782 government units. 782 government units instead of 4 that we have previously. You see that we're so my sister is going to carry along and tell you guys how much money is being spent to maintain this mess, to maintain this shenanigan. How much money? That's why you can't find money for the teachers. That's why you can't find money for infrastructures. That's why you can't find money for what the people need, because somebody else is stuffing it down their throats, and they can own 27 houses all over the world while you cannot feed even 1 meal a day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please continue to help us to share, so continue to help us to like. And those that will stumble upon this video later, share, like, subscribe. So we are telling you about things that will not change, no matter who is in Aso Rock. Like the size of government.
Oh, Sister, the brother Tony said is 812 governments.
Okay, I tried to calculate that, but I'll check it. Yeah, because we're trying to add 744, 36, 1 and 1. Someone can just help us calculate that and know what to get to. So we have, okay, I think they have their House of Representatives, they have their reps, they have all that. So these are units, like each of this government, like they are a government on their own, and they have to be funded. Salaries have to be paid. It's like you're setting up a business and you just break up, like employ 200 managers for one store. You have one store. You employ 200 managers, each one with their office and table, and the overhead cost alone will take the capital you used to set up that business. I know my people are business people, they will understand this thing. The overhead cost you're running to keep that business going will even take everything. Like here, why is it that they started bringing in some younger health workers? Because to pay medical doctors became very, very exorbitant. They had to bring in people that would train, health assistant, medical assistant, nursing this and all that. So that these people, their salary will be cheaper and they will do the same job. Then you leave the professionals to the bigger ones that all these people cannot do. You're trying to save cost of running the system. But in Nigeria, the cost of running Nigeria alone is more than the cost of taking care of the people. You have all that in place under 1999 Constitution. Meanwhile, previously, we had just 4 regions. So one government, you see, the cost of doing the job is less. That's what Ninas is saying. That so far you continue to uphold 1999 Constitution, you can never reduce the cost of governance. For your brother Peter Obi that is saying, I'll cut this, I'll do this, I'll do. It's not possible, my brother. Tell Peter Obi, share this thing to him. It's not possible. You cannot reduce the cost of government because the Constitution says so. You cannot do something outside Constitution. You cannot manage Nigeria as if you're managing your private business. You have to follow their so-called fake Constitution. So you might have the heart to do, but you will not be able to do. That's what Ninas is telling you. Stop lying to the people. You don't know. You're ignorant. Go and sit down and learn so that you know that you don't know. And if you don't know, please stop leading my people in that pattern of ignorance. Go first and know. Go and know first.
So Nigeria is standing on a sinking sand. As you can see, we have played our nebulous video that told you how Constitution is nebulously written, and we will never, never, ever, ever see progress as long as we stand in that Constitution, because we live in an estate. We keep saying that, you know, we are in a Federal Republic of Nigeria, but we have been told that we live in an estate. And that's why we are not able to protect ourselves, because they've already told us ahead of time that they will never allow us to control our destiny. They will never allow us to control our future, that they will ruthlessly prevent anything that can improve our lives. But Ninas, thank God to Ninas, we have a way out of this thing. It's just that people are not paying attention. They are thinking if they pray long enough, if they blame it on somebody else long enough, if they go and die in the Mediterranean Sea long enough, things will change. It will never change. We are going to show you how people are benefiting from this. Like there are some blood-sucking demons everywhere that is benefiting from the way we have left this place. So we are going to empower you, like we said in our opening statement, on things that you need to do. So let's look at our objectives. So Africa is funding the comfort of the Western world. And we know that they're not hiding it. Thank God for the internet. We know what they're doing. These people are capable of flying a plane in a poto. I don't know how to say poto. Oh, mod. They can fly a plane in a mod, all in the name of taking resources. We're also going to look at the purpose of the built-in internal contradictions in Nigeria. And then we look at things that will never change. Under 1999 Constitution, God will never, even God can send rain and thunder and everything, it will never change. The thing will be firing you from January to December.
Sorry,
it will never change.
Can you remove the pin up? The comment is not allowing us to see the lower part of the PowerPoint. Thanks.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, that's fine. I will take that off. Okay. Which one is it? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Please help us to continue to share, continue to hit that like button. You know that we are at war here. You know what they're doing. They don't want our people to get this information. They don't want that enlightenment. They want us to sit around while they order Uber Eats in their house and weigh 700 pounds. So we are here to know how to get ourselves out of this mess. Oh my goodness, it's my it is something different. Let's see here.
Sorry, it's like I was like, what happened? Can you have voice again? Please continue to help us to share. Yes, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, too many buttons to show. All right, so our fourth objective is the extravagant spending in leadership. You will see how much these people are spending on themselves when they are not doing anything. I was watching the brother that is telling us how in the Constitution is nebulously written. There's a man behind him. He was picking his nose and flipping it up in the air and picking his nose. He wasn't paying attention, looking at him. What are you talking about? The other one was backing somebody else talking. They're just gossiping like a bunch of girlfriends that saw something on sale. These are the people representing you, but they will spend billions on themselves. And then we're going to look at the transitional order that will interface with the existing order. And of course, we cannot end without looking at the 5-point agenda announcement, especially the last but not least, the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. And today's topic is the last will and testament. Okay, so let's start by looking at who is funding the comfort of the Western world. Like we said, look at, okay, here's the difference. Look, my goodness, look at this picture that we have online. Is that picture coming out? Yes, I can see it on my screen over here. Look at that picture, right? So when you look at the West, they are under their mattress, they are reading, they are having fun, they are well covered, well taken care of. And look at the picture on the right, the African children. They are literally getting water to drink from a drainage. You can see that those children are pouring water in a container that they have gotten from that nasty looking place. And this is the agenda all along. This is how they want it to be. And if we post this thing and they see, they may even show up and start telling you to feed those children, bring $5 a month to feed an African child, when we know that we can do more than that.
Imagine a child that grows up in this environment and this way. What type of human adult do you think he will become? And they'll say, oh, you are angry, you are this, you are that. What are you telling me? These children are set up to be anything but pleasant.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Right. That's if dead body is not on the other side of the pipe where the water is coming from. So the question here is that did Africans really get independence? Think about it. Did we really get independence? These things that our leaders are gallivanting, thinking we have a sovereign nation that we are ruling, that we're in charge of. Do you really think that you got independence? And then the question is, what is independence without political and economic freedom and security? What kind of independence is that? What kind of independence do you think that you have when there's someone remote controlling you in your own space? That's why little things will happen here and then it will affect everybody else. We are not even close by. They want to be able to sit in their comfort zone and remote control everything that happens to you. And in order to look good, they will appear as a savior to try to help. They will cause a problem and then they will appear to bring the solution. And they are not bringing lasting solutions. They are looking at solutions. I get you like this, confuse you so that you won't know what is happening. You will think, oh, they are the good guys, the other people are the bad guys, just to confuse the people. We know that colonialism took away everything from the indigenous nationalities to fund their westernization project. We see it. Our brothers and sisters are all over the places. And if it's not worse, even when they are done with some of them, they leave them in the forest everywhere. If you go to South America, you will see our brothers and sisters somewhere in the bush, somewhere in Colombia. They don't deal with them because they are monkeys and baboons. So the real Colombian, the light-skinned Colombians don't mingle with those people. Then you go to India. They are still there looking like me and you. The only thing, how they can India like this. It's sad to watch. I see that's not bad enough. The 1999 Constitution sealed this asset stripping and made it permanent. And that's why we are here. As well as, of course, our brothers and sisters that are in this thing that brought this thing down, this mess, permanent mess they think they have created. Celebrate victory party, and we appear on the table where the victory party is happening. That you think it's okay for your child to be reading and have a mattress covered under the mattress and reading and looking happy, and then our children are drinking water from a pipe, a dirty pipeline for that matter. And you think that's okay. You think it will be going on for millions of years and it will be happening for you, and then we'll be watching you. That's how you imagined in your life. The purpose of built-in internal contradictions in Nigeria. We know why they did this. It's a no-brainer. They did this to strengthen imperialism and Western hegemony. What is hegemony? Leadership, dominance. Because as long as we stay down, they will be up. We will be looking for them for help. They will be doing 419. The more you see, the more you look, the less you see. They will even show up. If there's a child that did one in school, they will show up and give scholarship. But you don't know that they're taking billions, trillions in the background and doing this one with millions in front of you. We know that they want to create an unstable constitutional union that is built on a shaky, wobbly foundation that sink on a daily basis. That's why we told you guys today that Nigeria is in a sinking sand. And our brother came and added that it's not just on a sinking sand, it's also on a ticking time bomb. And Bosoge may explode. You know what bomb does. When it explodes, it goes miles away from where the damn thing happened.
And everyone will be affected.
Everyone will be affected.
You have run it, you have done, everybody will be affected.
Yeah. It will blow you down when you didn't even know it was coming. We know that they did this to create a union dispute and constant conflicts among the indigenous peoples. Because here you are, you want to belong. And the people that they ask you to work with is saying, we don't know you, you don't belong here, we don't care for you. We want you to be dead. We want you not to be here anymore. You don't count. You're not meaningful. We don't need you. And they're forcing you to stay in it.
Together.
They're forcing
somebody up like that.
That's it. But if you go to their places, you go to a nation like Scandinavia and how they're like 2 million people, Netherlands, there are not that many people. When they come to us, they will force all of us together and then give everybody guns to be doing the work. We know that they want to weaken and make internal cohesion impossible because we are not the same people. Come na si Chimo, konye nkoza na se ala kubuoge or whatever hana das.
Ala kubuoge. Say it again. Oh my God. Exactly.
And which is fine. That's what they want to do. Why can't we live in a respectable manner where I'm in my own space, you're in our own space? If we have a need to trade, we trade. If we don't, you keep it moving with your people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, we want to make sure that our democracy is not functional. That's what the whole purpose is. Right. And they will give us something that is called democracy, and then their own is called democracy. All right. And of course, we cannot end without the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. We love our ancestors. For those of you that are still twisted by what your pastors told you, I'm encouraging you to get out of it. Think about how loving your grandmother was. When you were with her, I remember my grandmother coming to see my mom, which not me, I didn't remember. I remember the story. My first sister, which is my mother's second born, she got lost. I was told coming down to see her, and she named her when she came back na Chimdumuga, Chimudumuga, meaning God took me on the journey. So we love our ancestors. They are so directly connected to us, and we will continue to tell you what they are capable of. So don't believe the hype. We have been punked. We have been punked by westernization projects. We know that what they're promoting is not really the best. It's just that they have too much resources to come out and shower us with their trash and make us think they are all how and our own doesn't mean anything. Our own means a whole lot. I would tell you, Sister Queen started drinking Oziza on empty stomach in the morning. My dear, she's preaching on her friends. She said, ask your mommy what's in Oziza. Oziza is the thing now in this house. Oziza on empty stomach in the morning. I tried it. I said, wow. I didn't know if you have any kind of nausea, you're not feeling well, you feel squeamish in your stomach, just get some hot water, put dry Oziza in it, and you're good to go.
You don't need to blend it. You don't need
No,
to blend it.
just you know how you have a tea bag, right? Because it's not in a tea, like mine is dry in a Ziploc.
Okay.
So you pour hot water, you just get some leaves of the Oziza tea and allow
Oziza leaf. Oziza leaf. Okay.
Oziza leaf. So it was awesome, my dear. So I've been telling everybody, I said, Oziza is a thing. If you want your stomach issues, Oziza the damn thing. Oziza the damn thing.
Thank you so much, my sisters. Thank you. Our ancestors are wise. Our ancestors are wise. They are wise. And we are children of wise ancestors. That's why we're going to do the wise things. We're going to be the right thing. We'll do what we're supposed to do to free ourselves and free our children, because we are products of wise ancestors. So we're looking at the last will and testament, because sometimes because people don't know our history, they don't know our story, they just say all sorts of things. Yes, our people did not write will. Our people did not do this. They don't do that. No. We do. We call it Ike. This was our culture before the colonial masters came and bastardized everything, bastardized life as we knew it, with their teaching, with all the things that they brought. Our forefathers, our fathers, especially in those days, they used to be ready to embrace death. Even our parents, generally, not just fathers, father, mother, because they usually grow old and they're able to prepare, and they know that, okay, I'm closer to where I'm going. This is what it is. There must be something that they see that make them know. So they prepare for death and they embrace death. They don't run away from it. So it's not new. It's just that these days we die too early. So death comes on us suddenly. And then most of our people are caught off guard because of the evil in our land. That's why I say people, maybe they didn't write their will, they didn't prepare, because they didn't know it was coming. But in those days, our ancestors, they used to know. So they do what you call Ike Ekpe in Igbo land. We're talking about Igbo culture. Like we said, you go and dig into your own culture. We are from Igbo nation, the great Igbo nation, Yoruba nation. Dig your own. Dig, you see what your ancestors did. Like we said, the ones that you're not comfortable with, you can always improve on it. That is civilization. Civilization does not mean westernization. You throw away your way, your identity, and pick up another person's own. That will not work. It did not work for who was going to war. David was going to war, and Saul tried to give him his own type of weaponry. David was like, no, I'm not used to this. This is not who I am. Please take it away. Let me use the catapult I'm used to. I will know how to maneuver and operate it. So our identity crisis came when we dropped our ways and picked up other people's own. It will not work for us. Even their food does not work for us. Let alone system. So in those days, the father, for instance, we call his sons, sometimes all his children. Sometimes there's no limit. It can be his son, it can be his family, wife, and children. Why they call sons most of the time? Because we are brought up to be courageous. So they're able to withstand certain information. If he tells his wife, oh, I'm going to die, she will start crying, or the daughters will start wearing under. So it depends. But if he has a daughter that is know that she has raised his daughter, that she's strong, he will also do with this daughter also. So the only reason is not because they prefer sons, because some of these things, if you don't explain it, people think that maybe in our culture they didn't respect women. No. Igbo man does not joke with his daughter. You can do anything to his son and he will forgive you. His daughter, you dare not. He will destroy you. He even love his daughters more than his wife. That's how serious it is. So in our culture, women are valued. Why you be fair? So please don't listen to anybody that's telling you that, oh, they're doing this or do that. It's colonization, westernization that brought all this evil against women. It wasn't in our culture before. That does not mean that you don't have some villages, small villages that we are doing some nasty things to women. It's not general. It's just some of those places. So the father will begin to tell the sons, the children, or the family, or the friends sometimes, where he kept certain documents, certain important documents, and some items. For those ones that have chieftaincy titles, they will tell you the items that will be given back to Umunna, items that will be given back to Ndiobodo, items that will be given back to so person, even someone that has traveled and is not coming back, they will tell you those things. They will tell you the boundaries of the land. Okay, see our land, leader, they will take you there and show you this is the land, this is land, this is where it started, this is where it's ending, this one is for this person, this one is for this one. He will share it for his sons if they have the ancestral ones, the ones that we told you that if they have the ones that are not within the clan, women are also free to inherit those ones, just because we live clan by clan, kindred by kindred. Everything has a reason in Igbo culture. We don't just do things because we just want to do, because we believe in justice, fairness, and equity. So, that's why we don't do things anyhow. So they will tell you who their enemies are and who their friends are. Yes, they will. Our people knew that there were people that did not like them. So they will tell you, see that family, we don't marry from them. When the last time our great-great-grandmother, great-great-great-great-sister married there, they maltreated her and she died untimely. So we don't marry from that community. We don't marry from that family. They will tell you. They don't deceive themselves and believe like, oh, all is well. Everybody's my friend. No. Pray for your enemy and turn your other cheek when they slap the other side. No. They will tell you what to do. These are your friends. You can trust this one. This one, don't trust this one. This one is your enemy. This is what you should do. And this is how you should handle it. They will prepare their family. They don't just go out like that and leave their family vulnerable. No, they will give them information. They will tell them what they want to be done in their absence. When they are gone, what you should do, they will give you the details. They will tell you how they want to be buried. Where some will tell you where you need to bury them and the reason why they want to be buried there. How you should do everything, they will explain to you. So we're not going into details, like we told you that this is spotlight. So we're not giving you to any topic we pick. It's not like detailed study. It's just to give you an idea. You now go and do more research. As you do this research, it will help you to find yourself, because we know that our people lost who they are. Like my sister would say, if you don't know who you are, how can you embrace what is yours? So please, we keep telling our people, go and rebuild your Obi. Some people call it Obu. As Umuada, daughters of the land, we are giving a call. Please begin to build up your Obi in each family. You know where they are. Some have fallen down, destroyed. Go and start rebuilding, even if you just make it with cheap something. But go and begin to rebuild that Obi or Obu, some people will call, is helping us restore the spirit of oneness in Anibu, and we will prevail against our enemies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Ekwe, for that. I also wanted to remind our people about the piling of dead bodies all over Igbo land. That is not our culture. We will be able to bring a brother that is well-versed in this thing to come and give us some information at a later time. But it's important that we allow our dead to rest. And if they are not resting, we don't know what else they are doing. So keeping dead bodies so you can collect money and do shakara and buy clothes and buy cars and whatever is not what we do. We should be allowing our dead again to rest. So we'll bring this information in a detailed manner for you guys at a later time. But until then, please remain safe. We are super to have you guys as a stakeholder in all of this. Continue to help us to share. If we share to 10 people, 10 people to share to 10 people, that's how we expand. So thank you so much for joining us. We are super grateful.
Yes.
Take care. With this, we will conquer. We're not going anywhere.
Yep.
Don't let anything, deter you. Don't let anything make you feel any kind of way. We will remain consistent and persistent until the last day.
Yes.
So thank you.
Bye. People will say, how do we move forward? Ninas is working. The only thing that we're here, what we're explaining is for you to understand what is going on and you will be part of what we're saying. It's not like we're overwhelmed. We are working hard. We are doing what we're doing. A transitional order that will interface with the existing order. There's no vacuum. For those that say, government in exile, government inside the bush, government in the forest. Biafra people now have up to 6 governments inside bush. Government in exile, government in the desert, government inside the Mediterranean Sea. There's no vacuum. So what Ninas is working on is a transitional order that will interface with the existing order. When we broke it down about we broke the template, we told that this is 5% transitional government, 5%. It's going to move like they did in South Africa. We're not the first to do this. So South Africa didn't collapse one day. For those that are thinking like, oh, we have buildings here, nothing will happen to your buildings. There's also asset guarantee scheme. These things are put in place for you.
Even if something happens to their building, are we going to die because you have a building?
No, they will die.
Are you willing for all your people to die because of your building?
They are willing to do that. And that's what we're telling them. Don't worry, we got you. We have taken care of it. Ninas has a template for this union renegotiation, reconstruction, and reconfiguration. We hear people trying to do one thing or the other, reinvent the wheel. I was speaking to somebody for hours yesterday. He was talking about some high-phallotic ideas. I said, good luck. If you want to follow Ninas, this is where you can come in. But if you don't want, you want to do, I have come. Yes, I know it. You only end up the way other people have ended up. It's as simple as that. We're not begging you people. I am as a beg. If you want to follow evil forest, Nekuzo, go follow evil forest. Whatever you see inside evil forest, we'll add you in the story when we start telling story how we waka come. That time we'll add you in the story. You'll be a statistics. We're not begging you. Go anywhere you want to go. The work continues. We're just talking to those that are willing to do things the right way, the proper way. This is what we should do. Know that some of you are too stubborn because here is amazing. You're not used to it. You're used to yaka. We're not begging you. There's joint jailbreak that will put an end to this leadership by trial and error. Iwata Obasanjo, or try Opo. Iwata Buhari, he will try and go. Iwata Jagaban, he will try. Everybody's trying. Try your luck. Try. They scratch your head, do one thing. The other day, they cancel it. They bring money. They manufacture money. They do, like, everything is trial and error. We can end this sorrow. We can free our incarcerated people, the Nigerian masses. We can end this poverty, this mass poverty due to insecurity, terrorism, and mismanagement of resources, God-given resources. We have no reason to be hungry. We have no reason to be the poverty capital of the world as people living in that Nigeria. There's no one single reason, no reason whatsoever. But 1999 Constitution is what is causing it. The union will be reconfigured, reconstructed in such a way that irrespective of your ethnic nation of origin, you will be empowered and you will be able to thrive. In your village, even in your village, if you don't want to leave your village, you want to stay in Oshobo, that's where you want to live, you will be doing well. You will not need to relocate to US or UK or Dubai or even Abuja or Lagos. You don't need to carry your slippers and polythene bag. For those that say, yes, they came into Lagos with slippers and polythene bag and see what they have made. You will not need to do it again. Well, those people that entered inside Lagos with slippers and it's Nigeria that closed down their land. That's the only reason they came to Lagos. If Nigeria did not close down their land, they will not be in Lagos. Yep. Let's solve this problem like people that are mature and reasonable. We are so-called educated. We are everywhere. We are making noise, answering professor, asking doctor, engineer. Let's use our brain then and deliver our people. We can make this happen. By the time we have these ethnic nations, they'll be able to be strong and stable and withstand any external pressure. And things will go the way they're supposed to go. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much, Sister Ekwe, for that explanation once again. We will continue on this journey. We are not relenting because we need to keep hammering on this consistently until it begins to make sense to those that it need to make sense to. So our 5-point agenda today, of course, the first one is an acknowledgement of grave constitutional grievances raised in the union dispute as declared. And then the second one is an express commitment to decommission the imposed 1999 unitary constitution. The third is an express commitment to share further national election under this 1999 constitution in order to initiate an immediate transitioning process for fresh constitutional protocols. And it's not late. So Mr. Tinubu, instead of calling your class of 1999, people that we know of, that did the unthinkable, instead of celebrating them, you can call for transitioning and be that noble man that you're trying to pretend to be. An invitation to the constituent people of Nigeria to work out the modalities for transitioning arrangements, which include mandate time frame, membership and ancillary matters, and then last but not least, announcement of a two-stage transitioning process, which shall in the first stage feature multi-regional referendums by which constituent components shall recommit to or opt out of the Nigerian Union, and in the second part, distilled terms of union as may be dictated by the outcome of the referendums. In our announcement, we continue to remind you that anniversary for Constitutional Force Majeure is coming up. Our third anniversary is coming up. Our sister Ndidi is on Smart Africa on Spotify Clubhouse, constantly educating our people. Please help us to share that link when you see it. Some of them are 1 minute talk. Some of them are just a conversation for you to come and learn more. Thank God for all these platforms. And of course, on Tuesdays, we encourage you to help us with the slogan, hashtag Ninas is right. We stand with Ninas, transition now. This is a way to get this information out there for people that didn't know to know, right? Because we spend a lot of time doing things that will not give us freedom abundantly. So this is one way you can help. And if you want to learn more about what we're doing, we encourage you to visit our website, ninasvoice.org, the daughtersoftrue.org. Nina's Voice and Daughters of Truth, we have wealth of information. Our videos are not restricted. You can download it, share it, break it down, upload it, whatever you need to do to get the message across, you are more than welcome. And of course, we've always insisted on transition now and not selection, because no matter how much input that you think you're going to get from these leaders, they lack the capability or the ability actually to get the work done, because the 1999 Constitution did this to them. They can't. So the only thing they can do is to go in the House of Assembly, pick their nose and flip it up in the air and wait for the months to end. That's what they can do for you.
inflation hits the roof top.
Hmm.
And those prices, once they go up, they don't ever come down.
Nope, that's it.
It will never come down. And you know what? We have a good case. We have a good case. See this self-determination? We have a very reasonable case. And we stand a chance to succeed if we follow Nina's proposition, that pathway, if we follow it. It's been done before. They're still doing it. Do you know when we started discussing this Nina position, how many countries have already received their freedom? If the state of Israel did not remain in Germany after the Holocaust, there is no reason why Ndi Igbo, for instance, should remain in Nigeria after Biafra genocide. There's no reason. After how many years? Over 50 years. It's just that you must follow things properly. You must do things the right way. Don't do things like Ndara. How can you destroy the vegetable of Igbo woman in a market suddenly give you freedom? How? Cutting the heads and eating the meat of your people. How will you give you freedom? And the politicians know the people sponsoring these things, and they will not go to wherever they are and pick them up and put them inside box. The same thing we are saying to indigenous ethnic nations that are suffering, that have been suffering under this British Fulani Caliphate exploitative system called Unitary Nigeria. All of you, all of us, we can hold hands together and come out of this jail, this prison that we found ourselves. According to Yala Venzat, she said that as humans, our response to our struggle is what brings suffering. Everybody struggles, things happen everywhere, but the way you respond, you listening, even in your individual lives, in your marriage, in your school, everywhere, as a human being, why you are suffering is the way you're responding to your struggle. The things that happen to other people, and they will know how to respond and do the right thing and take the self out of the situation. You are not responding properly. That is why you're suffering. We want to look at 4 levels of struggle. There's mental struggle in your mind, your thoughts, the way you think about it, how you chose to think about your situation. Hey, well, they're marginalizing me. Hey, they're killing me. They're killing me. They're marginalizing. Your choice to react like that. You are the one thinking that way. It's happening, but you choosing that all you can do is to just shout. You suffer more. Emotional level of struggle. That's the feeling. And you know what? Feeling is subjective. It may be real, it may not be real. Oh, I'm angry. Oh, meanwhile, you're supposed to just sit down, think, and analyze things. So they'll go, you feeling like, oh, agitated, oh, my head. It does not change anything. Physical level of struggle. That one is objective. That's action. Our physical response, our response to our life struggle and situation is what brings suffering. What you did or did not do physically with your hands, practical things. Of course, the spiritual level. Then they say, who is responsible? Yes, church people will tell you it's the demon. Everything is demon. If your husband cheats on you, it's the demon. If your husband slap you, it's the demon. If you don't cook food and give your husband, it's the demon. What is responsible? Who is responsible? What is causing it? These are levels of struggle. But you know what? We can put things in proper perspective. But how do we put things in proper perspective when religion is taking away our responsibility as humans? No, you're not responsible. That's what religion, the type of religion they practice in Africa. It's not you, it's the demon. Oh, it's God that will do it. Yeah, it's your ancestors. It's this, it's that. Never you. You that are in that situation, it will never be you will never be the one. And you know the thing, if you don't take responsibility, how do you solve the problem? So the religion will teach you to deny your reality and your situation. Is that not crazy? You are the one
you don't have a job, and God will give you Lamborghini this month.
Exactly. Because you gave your money to the criminal pastor. Meanwhile, our ancestors, Sina, Ejiha Apata Etufu Abogoranya. Our ancestors told us that if you keep getting money and throwing it away, you will never become wealthy, let alone buying Lamborghini. But you want to listen to the one that is lying to you and deceiving you and telling you to bring all that you have to him so that he can buy his private jet, and you will trek from Iyanobaja to Juelegba. I wonder why I'm using Yoruba people today. Yeah, you can trek from Onitsha to Enugu with your shoes swearing to God. Ipia, Ipia, Ipia. Who told you that is spirituality? Who told you that is the Christianity that Yeshua died for? That is not. That is criminality. It's not anything Christianity. Rather than you learning how to manage your situation properly and reasonably also, in order to move forward or move your life forward, the religious people will deceive you and make you to deny it until it's too late to fix it or do anything meaningful about it. You are the one wearing shoe. It's tight on you. Common sense will tell you that this shoe is tight. Let me remove it and walk with the bare leg instead of this suffering. No, but you wear it and you're smiling. You are there developing calluses. And somebody is telling you, no, just pretend and deny that the shoe you're wearing is tight. You are the one in this situation. Your brain can give you solution, but no. You are remaining in that situation suffering because the religious fathers and mothers that you are following told you to deny it, that it's not real. That's why you're not solving your problem. Religion refuses to teach our people how to be authentic, how to be real. I was asking one of my sisters, I said, so if without the religious things that you are going through, if somebody slaps you, what is the natural thing you will do? If without anybody brainwashing you, that's just like you came out from your mother's womb and you grew up and became an adult. If somebody slaps you, what will you do? He said, if I can't find the person, I start running, I say, see. But people went and turned something in scripture and told you to turn the other cheek. Is the person that was slapping you, was it your friend? He told the other cheek, you will slap it until the whole cheek falls off and your teeth, everything goes off your mouth. My people, use your brain. I told you people, if you must be a Christian, take that Bible and read it by yourself. I tell people, the Spirit of God taught me my own Bible. That's why when I teach Bible, if I teach you Bible, you will say, oh, is it the same Bible? And I tell some people, I say, yeah, you are not reading the same Bible because what you are bringing is the devil that is teaching you your own. It's not the Spirit that is teaching me the Bible I'm reading. If you read the Bible without the Spirit of God guiding you through it, what you get out of it will be death. And the Bible said that the letter killeth, but the Spirit will give you life. Stop memorizing scriptures that your fake pastors are using to control you and exploit you. They are part of the exploitative system that the colonial masters have put in place. They are not there to take you to God. They are not there to lead you to God. They are not there to empower you spiritually. They are there to enslave you and exploit you. That's what they are there. Our people have ended up being addicted to struggle because they don't even believe that life can be easier. It's like the more they suffer, some will say, oh, let me carry my cross. Are you carrying cross? Are you Jesus Christ? He said, I died that you might live. I was made poor that you might become rich. Which cross are you carrying? Drop that nonsense cross. That's not what God called you to do. He called you to worship him in excitement and happiness, not to carry cross and be addicted to suffering. That's why the so-called churches will not allow us to solve the problem. Excuse me. Because they're benefiting from it. Our people feel accomplished going through pain and tough life. My people, the way we currently handle things in Africa and in Nigeria is not okay. It has to change. It's time for us to begin to do things differently in order to get the results we seek. We must begin to embrace our reality so that we can develop, at least identify appropriate solution. There's a greater purpose than just suffering. There is. God did not create you to be a burden bearer. He did not create you to be a donkey. All you do is suffer, suffer, suffer until you die. You do have the right to be happy. Yes, yes. You listening to us, you have the right to be happy. You can be happy. Life ought to get better as you age because you become wiser and then you know better ways to solve problems. You develop better skills to solve problems. So it ought to be better. But religion that you're practicing is making it worse as you go on. At the end, you will pass on suffering, pass on sorrow, pain to the next generation. That is not the will of God. That's why there is now high divorce rates in Nigeria. More women and even men in sometimes are discovering that they have been lied to. They have been deceived. God does not hate happiness. He's not a sadist. It's a lie. It's the same way they're making you go through pain and sorrow in your private individual lives. That's why in the country also, they will never be part of the solution because they don't want to set the people free from slavery. They want you to suffer, suffer, suffer so that your heaven is your mansion is in heaven. Why their own mansion is on earth. They use private jet to fly around. But you are contributing your money to them, your own is when you die. Does it make sense? Even when Peter asked Jesus, he said, we have we have left everything to follow you. What do we get? Jesus told him, he said, you will get house, a wife, everything, you get those things in this life and in the life to come. That's the meaning of the kingdom of God coming. The kingdom of God coming to you will bring prosperity to you. But anybody that is now removing prosperity by the corner to use it to dupe our people, that is not the Christianity that Christ died for. It's criminality. The law of sowing and reaping means that those who work hard to contribute to humanity should be duly and adequately compensated. That is how God made it. Things did not just happen without a reason. That is the law of cause and effect. Also, our internal environment determines our external environment. That is law of correspondence. All these laws are already there, and people are practicing them without being Christians. Our people, it's time to take back and take charge of our future and destiny. It is doable. Thank you. I'll look at Nina's project as God's plan for the liberation of the Black race. This thing is already planned. The target for Nina's project is complete decolonization of Black race, the indigenous peoples that have been trapped, like my sister said at the beginning of the show, how they trapped us. With the Nina's template, if you apply it anywhere the indigenous peoples are trapped, they will be decolonized completely. Colonialism is Lucifer's strategy for poverty and suffering. Hungry people will not sincerely worship God. Colonialism is not the will of God. It was never and will never be. It's the devil that brought colonialism so that people will not worship God with sincerity. They will continue to be enslaved and suffer, and they will not even like God because they think that God is one that enslaved them. With Nina's project, we are going to eradicate all the man-made poverty in God-blessed lands. And amongst the people of earth, the peoples of the earth, every tongue and every nation. That's how God intended it to be. Restoration of global peace, justice, and equity. Unbelievers will say, will that be possible? That's why you're an unbeliever. You don't believe because you don't know the capacity that is in you, that your brain, you don't know what you're carrying on that your shoulder. You don't know what God has put in you. That's why you feel incapacitated. But if you sit down, you're listening to us, you worship God, either you're praying to him through this or through that. Begin to look at that God that created you. Begin to look at what he has put in you. Therefore, Nina's is for common man. It's not an elitist club. It's a call for righteous people of the earth to arise and say no to evil anywhere it shows up. It is for the common man. It's for you, everybody. And it's easy. You can understand it. So easy to understand. We only use English because that's a language, lingua franca. But we can break these things in our indigenous languages. You don't understand. Break it to your people in the language they will understand. That's what part of what we're doing. We try to explain it to our people. We take from Nina's secretariat and break it to our people. You do the same. In your languages, in your tongue, set your people free so that they'll get the information they need. Next Wednesday at Clubhouse, the Freedom Talk Radio. Their topic will be Nina's false narratives and frequently asked questions. So they are going to talk more about this Nina being elitist or not, whether it's for common people, it's for everybody. Somebody on the Facebook say, oh, can I be part of it? Is it for everyone? I say, yes. For everyone. Earlier, I gave him the link and he entered inside the platform. We're only in platform so that we can have one-on-one discussion with our people frequently, all the time, so they will understand. So apart from this one we do on Saturdays, we are on platforms also where we teach our people constantly and they're getting it. It's time to mobilize your various groups and peoples. You can do it. Priest, if you're a priest, go and mobilize your priestly people. You need to be free. If you are a market woman, if you're a politician, church, anything, any group you are, alumni, all that, go and mobilize your people. All the indigenous ethnic peoples. Mobilize your people in your mother tongue. Speak Yoruba, speak Igbo, speak Ijaw, speak Tiv. In your mother tongue, speak to them in a language they will understand. The 1999 Constitution is the evil that is holding us. It's not whether it will be Atiku or Tinubu, all these are the same criminals. They just wear different uniforms. 1999 Constitution needs to go down. Do not sit on the fence. It is time for us to embrace freedom and liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina's Alliance will lead us to self-determination.
Yes.
We need to get that. It's not complicated. We need to get that, my people. The more you ignore this message, the more you delay our freedom. That's all. So there's no need for us to keep wasting time. We know about the 5 Nina's point agenda. That again, if you don't know these things, don't tell us who you know and whose phone numbers, whose phone number that you have. So for the first one is an acknowledgement of the grave constitutional grievances raised in the union dispute as declared, an express commission. The second one is an express commission, an express commitment to decommission the imposed 1999 unitary constitution. The second one is an express commitment to decommission the imposed 1999 unitary constitution. And the third one is an express commitment to shelve further national election under this 1999 constitution in order to initiate an immediate transitioning process for fresh constitutional protocols. So if you recall, when we said earlier that if you go for an election, you still have to uphold, swear to uphold this unitary constitution, and that's why we're saying no more for the election. An invitation, the fourth one is an invitation to the constituent peoples of Nigeria to work out the modalities for the transitioning arrangements, including mandate time frame, membership, and ancillary matters. And last but not least is the announcement of a time-bound two-stage transitioning process, which shall in the first stage feature multi-regional referendums by which constituent components shall recommit to or opt out of the Nigerian Union, and in the second, distilled terms of union as may be dictated by the outcome of the referendums. So again, if you take a picture of this, it will allow you to share it more with people so that we can understand what we're saying. In that case, you don't go online and ask if you can join. The NINAS is the movement for the indigenous peoples of the so-called fake Nigeria. So this is the announcement. I think we already mentioned about our Smart African on Spotify, on Clubhouse, on Twitter. On Tuesdays, we are asked just NINAS is right. We stand with NINAS and Transition Now. That will help. To learn more about what is going on here, visit the ninasvoice.org. We have a YouTube channel, we have a website, and we have a wealth of information for you to understand our stand on everything that is going on. So, and of course, we don't end without letting you guys know that we must insist on transition now. We must insist on transition now and not barakata that this current government is doing, trying pretending like they are still doing anything for our people. So the next one is all right. So we'll continue with our topic today, which is helping the colonialists. Helping the colonialists run their exploitative system. Helping the colonialists run their exploitative system. The strong, if left alone, could easily, let me start all over. The strong, if left alone, could so easily exploit the weak, till land and wealth in ancient Israel fall into fewer and fewer hands. God cried, woe to those who join house to house, who add field to field, till there is no place for other people to live, and they will live alone in the land. This is found in Isaiah 5, chapter 5, verse 8, that God even cried out because of the evil that was going on in the land when the strong is maltreating or mistreating the weak. A system where stronger, more powerful, and greedy nations and individuals keep mistreating their weak and vulnerable to benefit from their resources and possessions is certainly against the will and purpose of and the purpose that Elohim have for us. No wonder he sent a strong signal saying, you are doomed. We can currently see that the Nigerian elites and the middle class buy more houses, lands, and farms to add to those that they already have. Soon, there will be no place for the masses to live, and they will turn to criminality and even more criminality. So today we'll show you why and how you can be part of NINA's project. NINA's project is God's plan for liberation of Black race and restoration of global peace. We come out here every Saturday to highlight the things that NINA's is demanding or requesting that we do. So instead of us wasting time, some of us like to complain, which I told a friend this week. I said, I don't really care for complaining anymore, that we have solution on the table. So there's no need to keep narrating things that are going wrong in our land. But today, as a mother, seeing things that are going on in our land, you know, as a sister, as Nwadibo land, we are very concerned about the things that is going on, especially in Igbo land. So today, all you politicians, all ye elders, all ye traditional leaders and religious leaders. It is with a heavy heart and a voice trembling with sorrow and anger. The bloodshed and the loss of innocent lives among our youth in Igbo land have reached an alarming and unbearable level. We can no longer stand aside and watch. So today it is an outcry that we demand your immediate attention and action. Every day we witness the devastating news of young lives brutally destroyed, shattered, and families torn apart by violence and unrest. These are not mere statistics, rather, these are our community sons and daughters, brothers, and even sisters. These are the future of our nation, the promise of tomorrow, the hope for better Igbo land. Who will defend us in the days ahead, O ye politicians, O ye elders, O ye traditional leaders, and O ye religious leaders? Who will defend the land when the Nigeria that you are serving now will come for you? O ye politicians, O ye elders, O ye people that are supposed to be in charge. How can you all remain silent when the very essence of our society is under attack? How can you sit as our youth, our most valuable assets, are robbed of their right to life and security? We cannot let blood to continue to flow in vain, and we cannot allow this vicious cycle of violence to persist. As groups entrusted with power to make a difference, you guys hold the responsibility to protect the lives of our children. We call upon you to rise above your agendas, your personal interests, and prioritize the safety and well-being of our youths in Igbo land. Again, as a mother, as Nwada Igbo, we are demanding immediate action to end the bloodshed. It is time for swift action to halt the senseless killings. We are asking that you deploy additional security forces to the affected areas, conduct thorough investigation, and bring the perpetrators to justice. The value of a single life cannot be measured, and each life is lost is irreplaceable loss to our society. Address the root cause of violence. The violence does not occur in vacuum. Don't pretend like you don't know who is doing it because they have helped you to become governor or become senator or whatever. Do not pretend like you don't know who is behind this violence. It is crucial that we address the underlying causes. We know that unemployment, poverty, social injustice are everywhere. Children are desperate. We are asking that you develop a sustainable solution that will empower our youths, provide education opportunities, and tackle the issues that drive them towards violence. We are also that you engage the affected communities. We open dialogue with communities leaders because we need to work together to build a society where violence is replaced by compassion, understanding, and opportunity. We are asking that you provide support and rehabilitation to our youths. Recognize that those affected by violence, both directly and indirectly, require support and healing. We need to be able to provide some type of counseling, offer some psychosocial services, and provide some type of rehabilitative program for those traumatized by all these harrowing experiences. It is our duty to mend the wounds and restore hope to the broken hearts and the shattered minds. Our voices are united and powerful and will not remain silent. We demand that you acknowledge our outcry, take action immediately, and demonstrate your unwavering commitment to safeguarding the lives of our youth in Igbo land. Remember, the future of our great place rests upon the shoulders of our youths. Let's not forsake them in time of their need, but rather stand together, shoulder to shoulder, and pave a way forward for brighter, safer, and more inclusive place for all of our children. Time is of essence, and history will judge all of our actions. We implore you to act swiftly and decisively to stop the bloodshed and protect the lives of our youths in Igbo land. Thank you. So I'm going to pull up.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up the video for today. We cannot continue to watch what's going on and our politicians and our church leaders. Everybody's pretending like they don't know what is going on. Nobody's speaking. Our children are being tortured and killed every day. And we are moving around as if all is well. All right. Next one is the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors. We are shining the spotlight on the wisdom of our ancestors, and the reason why we are doing that is that for years the church and their criminal leaders told us that our ancestors were the one holding us down, when we know that is the 1999 Constitution that is holding us down. For years they told us that it was ancestors that make sure that our destinies are being held. When Mr. What the heck is that guy's man with scarf on his head? The one that told us that you never allow us to control our future.
Osman Danfodio, also now.
No, Osman Danfodio is their grandfather. What the name is of the guy?
Ahmadu Bello.
Ahmadu Bello. Okay. There you go, the Ahmadu Bello guy. When he told us that he's not going to allow us to control our future and our destinies, the church were on the other side telling us it was our forefathers. So because of that, we want to celebrate the ingenuity of our ancestors. We want to see, enjoy the pathway that they have paved for our progress, because they have everything in place. They have solutions for things. We have, a stand on marriage, and stand on how a man should act, how a woman should. They have all those things in place before it was destroyed by the colonial terrorists. And of course, we want to pay homage to their creativity. So Sister Ikwe, please carry on.
Thank you so much, Sister Mona. So we're talking about solving community problems. How do our ancestors, how did they solve problems? Like when there's a problem affecting the entire community, how did they do it? Because this is not the first time. Humanity faced problems. How did our ancestors do it their own? So this contribution is by our brother, Tony Nnadi. So you wouldn't know that when we were discussing, I was taking notes. So the first thing our people will do is they will set up a meeting of those that should know what is really going on, about what that problem is. They will set up a meeting first. And then they will make inquiries, physical inquiries, intellectual inquiries, spiritual inquiries. The spiritual inquiry, we call it Ewafa, as you have in 2 Kings 3:11. When King Jehoshaphat asked them, is there no one that can guide us spiritually here? They had a problem in Israel. He says, is there no one? And then somebody said, oh, of course, Prophet Elisha is there, son of so person. He will be able to tell us what the mind of God is concerning this issue. So our people used to do that. That's the one we tell our people, that the Bible is not new to us. All the things we have in Old Testament, we practice them as culture and tradition from over 5,000 years. So it's not new. So when they have done that, they will now look for people that have these three qualities. They will select them from the community. Clarity of thoughts. People that upon this no, did not used to solve problems for our people. No, people with clarity of thoughts and people with courage of heart. That's why I saw our people when they took them to Atlanta as slaves. They came together quickly. I said, what do we do? They said, rather being enslaved. He said, let's go where we came from. Death was not a problem to our people. They will say they will face that death courageously. So they will get people with clarity of thought, courage of heart, and of course, commitment to purpose. People that will not be looking for their self-good, rather for the good of the community. In those days, when they tell us folks love stories and all that, they'll tell you how they went to Mirinasa, Agonasa, crossing the desert and everything. And then they went to that, they were told that the solution is located in one forest that is maybe it will take them 6 months to get there. And they will say when they were going, and then maybe one demon came out and said, like operation, and said, "Oh, I'm your mother, your late mother. I'm appearing. Come and take water." The rest said, "No, don't go there. Don't look at it. It's not your late mother." The person will say, "No, it's my late mother. Let me go." They say, "Don't go." Before you know it, you will go there, take the water, and die. The rest will continue to move. They will not even look back. They will continue. They say, "Don't look back." You saw that even when God was trying to deliver Lot and the wife. He said, "Don't look back. Look straight." So our people used to have that, our ancestors. So these three qualities that we mentioned will be tested all the way till the solution is found and victory is won. There will be shaking, there will be challenges, but only those who will stand will prevail. So the problem we're having right now is not new. We have problems before. However, we will solve this problem, and we are solving this problem the way our ancestors did. We are calling on people with clarity of thoughts, not in them urumiri, not people that are looking for what to gain. That's what Ninas is looking for. People with clarity of thoughts, people with courage of heart, not in the they will come and kill us. So if we just mention our name, if we say self-determination, they will kill us. No, we don't want you. Just go first. And this, it does not mean whether male or female. Committed to purpose. What we want is self-determination, freedom for the people. No going back. We're going to be committed. Anybody selfish, people that want to make money from the death of our people, the suffering of people, go. We don't want you. People that is their own selfishness, that is selfish stuff that they're looking for. No, we don't want you. Or people that want to pay them so that they will tell our people what to do. No, we don't need you. We want people that can serve, because this is a call for service, righteous call. And of course, there'll be trial, but we will stand. We will not be shaken until we get to where we're going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our people. So thank you so much. So we shall return back next week. As usual, help us to share. We can see there's a lot of attack going on, but it does not matter because work is going. We thank everyone for their efforts, and we shall return next week. Goodbye. So our topic today is helping the colonialists run their exploitative system. And this has been ongoing since they came to that place and pretended like they came to see what we have or to be our friends. All of a sudden, we turned out to be their slaves for over 500 years, and they are okay with it because they have the internal colonizers doing their work. And when they hand you over, when they gave you your so-called fake independence, they handed you over into a dark continent, a place that you will never come out of, because the new nation called Nigeria should be the estate of their great-grandfather, Osman Dan Fodio, and they will ruthlessly prevent a change of power and use the minority of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and will never allow them to rule over us or over them, and never allow them to have control over their future. What a demonic assertion. So demonic. And my people heard this and they kept things going as if they swept it under the rug. And these people, developed their timeline of how they're going to get it conquered, how they're going to keep you conquered, how they're going to make sure that you do not control your destiny. And we're telling you that we must now take our responsibility for our future and take charge of our spaces, because we have a way out of this demonic declaration. So our objectives today, we are going to, of course, look at the bootlicking African leaders, because they are everywhere. They are everywhere. They are the internal colonizers. They pass on the baton to their children. They benefited after the war. The more they sell us out, the more benefit they get from the Nigerian state, because that's what they're there to do. So they will get the worst of us and make them rulers. They will make them rulers of who we, of the best. And imagine gang members. These people, if you look at their background, they've been gang banging from college, and now they're in their 40s and 50s and 60s. Now they're the ones ruling our land. Just a bunch of gang members that cannot manage 2 children and a wife. They fell in everything. They are disorganized. They are, if they don't have money, they think they have to sell our children to get the money. And then we're going to look at the government knee-jerk exploitative policies, and then look at why our case is reasonable and why we stand a good chance to succeed through Nina's proposition. Like our brother that was shouting about the constitution, he told you that local problems deserve local solutions. If you are sitting back in the village somewhere in Oka and you think is the solution in New York that will work for you, you have something else coming for you. And then we're going to look at our sister Vanzat's 4 levels of struggle, Nina's project, which is God's own plan for liberation of Black race. If you like, hate whoever you think is carrying portfolio that has been talking, if we don't change all of this, the politicians will watch when all your children are taken out. Because you know what? They benefited. Those politicians, every one of them benefited from our children being in the hands of one man, so that he can decide that we're not going to vote. And once he gets the resources that he needed, he will decide that we're going to vote. So these are business partners. That's why you don't hear any of the politicians calling any of their names. They will go and run to be senators. When they don't win, they will come out and start calling some other people's name. We know they are all in this together. And that's why we're asking for regular people to wake up. Mind you, the people that are doing this are not even up to 0.00% of the population. These are a bunch of criminals benefiting from our blood. And it has to come to an end at some point. And of course, we cannot end without looking at the 5-point Nina agenda that we have, Nina's agenda that we have been sharing here continuously. If you don't know this agenda, don't tell us who you know. Don't call out names and throw. This is not popularity content. This is not a high school joke. Don't be throwing out names when we're trying to discuss something positive or important. You said, oh, I know this person. I saw me here. Do you want to call him? We don't want you to call anyone. If you don't know this 5-point agenda, then you need to shut up and listen. And we'll end with spotlights on the wisdom of our ancestors, which today we are going to look at solving community problems. We were a nation before this animal came in to steal our resources and made us feel some kind of way. If you say you're an Igbo woman, they say you're tribalistic. But here, I can easily say I'm a Texan, and people will give me high five. Very wicked, demonic agents everywhere. And they have their representatives in our land. They are even using our brothers and sisters. So these demonic agents, they captured indigenous peoples, they captured their nation, their kingdoms, and forced them into unworkable unions that they call countries. Look at how they have left Haiti. In Haiti right now, we're talking about, they call it gender violence. The criminals are now raping women, not even women, children, anything they laid their hands on. Somebody is benefiting from that chaos. They constructed and imposed the exploitative constitutions and systems on the people and got the ruling class, the local agents, to continually swear and uphold and be governed by them. That's why we have problem with this. We have problem with people going to election because they're like, oh, let's just go. When he gets there, and we are telling them that even when he gets there, he's still, the first thing he has to do for him to even be your president is that he still has to swear to uphold. He even came out and told you that he's going to swear and uphold because he doesn't see anything wrong with the constitution. And my people, we are still willing to go and support him. I know family members that put their resources in there to support him, thinking we go there by and forth, because you don't know if they're doing things because of what they will get, or they're not understanding the simple English that the foundation is flawed. These colonialists stole our sovereignty and independence, and they exploited and still exploiting the people's resources, creating endemic poverty. And then if that's not bad enough, they will be the first to run up there and picture, get a video of our children picking food from the trash and tell us to contribute $30 to save a child in Africa. The same people, they will create the poverty, then they will appear as the solution to the poverty. Very demonic indeed. They buried our God-given individual and distinct identities, made us to feel some kind of way. We are hiding who we are. My people came in here, they will change their children's name. They will call them Jessica in the public, and then when they come home, they will call them Munachi, because they thought if they answered Jessica that they will get more opportunity. We abandoned who we are to follow the same demon that came to destroy who we are. They left us without a root. They forced us to be conditioned and abandon our ancestors. We were told that our ancestors are the root of our problems, that they took our destinies. when this animal came and told us that he's going to take our destinies, the church, their partnership with church, have them to put it in our brain that it's our ancestors that is looking at our future, looking at our destinies. We began to knock down things. The one ancestors that love me, I remember how when you run to your grandmother's house, even if your father comes there, they will chase him with Azizia. He will run back where he came from. Our ancestors that loved us so much. I remember going to my great-grandmother's house. Every time she sees us, the first thing, before she gives you a hug, she's already in the kitchen cooking. And the church will tell me that my ancestors are against me. When I know how much my great-grandmother was fortunate enough to see my great-grandmother, how much she loved us. The ones suffering from identity crisis, the so-called detribalized Yoruba, Igbo, Ijaw man and women, caused us to not be happy with who we are. Some of us changed our name. Some of us, began to speak like American. That's I'm like, forget that stuff. I wish I can speak Igbo so fluently. I should be embarrassed for not speaking Igbo. But no, they made us to be embarrassed for not speaking English good. But you can speak your mother's tongue, but you can be fluent in English. You see, people, we have been punked. We have been punked so bad, we don't even know where to start. As if it's not bad enough, they put in people that are interested in selling out our ancestral heritage, our land, our resources. And we are watching them because what they do is that they will use them, make them rich. So they will be Okune Chemba, Okune Wana village, Onwa Batago, he's in town. So only when Onwa comes, we will eat during merriment. He will bring alcohol, he will bring rice. If we are lucky, he will take a child of a widow and pretend like he's doing something for the whole community. How can one man now become God to solve the problem of 200 million people?
No, they will make him God because the more he sells his people, the more they promote him and bless him and he becomes richer. So they
right.
So that
and they will be playing us because that's what they do. They play us every time they come in. Yeah, they will might bring their rice for a few women and then they will be dancing for them. You know, everybody will be dancing.
That's why you see they will always take picture and take video to show their slave masters, the people that
have captured them.
I've captured them. I've done what you said I should do. So is it time for you to give me the contract? Is it time for you to give me the position? Is it time for you to give me all that? So you have to sell your people. To be a best Nigerian, you must be somebody that you have sold your people and thou dead. Then you'll be best Nigerian. Yeah.
You'll be recognized. So they've been playing us. I remember thinking, oh, Moka Westbrook Mother, yes, he's helping people in the village. We're talking about the whole community well-being, and you're talking about Ndo Monagi. As if Ndo Monagi is they are all Unudum. They have now become all of us. They made us to abandon our languages. Which language is so important? Not even other great countries that we know of or nations that we know of speak their colonizers' language. You can imagine China eyeing all these Western wars, saying, okay, you guys think you can do this, only to take all their resources and now they're driving up their ship to your shore before you know it. Even the America or the Americans that was rooted, you would think was rooted in England, they came in and they took away anything English. They would change the way they spell things, they will change the way they pronounce things, all in the name to de-identify themselves from the criminal colonialists. They stole our church, our culture, our nations. They gave us counterfeit Christianity and Islam. The bishop, the priest, they will be way up there. You got a bishop, archbishop. The bishop cannot talk to the archbishop. The bishop is afraid of talking to the archbishop. And then when you look at the pastors at the bottom, don't even try to call the bishop. Who the hell are you? That's the kind of Christianity they sent to us. exploitations everywhere.
Yeah, commander control Christianity. The priest cannot talk to bishop. Bishop cannot talk to priest. Priests do not know the people. The people do not know the priest.
Can you imagine?
When you gather our resources and gather everything and send it to Rome.
Unbelievable. And then you will wonder, right? They're bringing your so-called Holy Communion that you don't know what they put into it.
Oh, you mean unholy communion?
Unholy communion.
Because there's nothing holy inside it.
There is nothing holy. My dad, do you know God was on my side? I never touched that their stupid communion, even don't, like, for some reason, because first of all, they use people that are criminals in the community to be trying to give this communion.
Yeah.
Like, if at least use someone that you can say is a somewhat of
A good person, kind and all that. Godly.
You bring this criminal that we know how they are. You want him to come and give you already.
Because it's poison. So they will have to get the poison, people that poison others, to come and administer the poison to the rest of the community.
Yeah. And then we know there is no way they are not frying your brain with that already. Because when you talk to these priests, you're telling them, oh, I know the church here that I go to or used to go to. You will tell them, let's talk about the evil things that are happening in Igbo land. No, we can't do that. We take orders from Rome. We can't.
Yes.
These are Igbo people. Oh, they are not.
How can we mention Igbo nation on the altar? But you're mentioning Obi on the obedient on the same altar. Mentioning Babangida, Kokoronko, everything on the altar. The only thing that will not save our people, you cannot
mention it. You can mention it. You say, let's talk about, they will bring politicians to the church to come and, the American politicians, when you tell them, let's talk about the things happening in our land, they say, we can't talk about that.
Yeah. Somebody as terrible as FFK, they will call him to church, anoint him and bless him.
Hey!
They are not for the people. They are all gang members. Exploiting the people. They are all gang members. They are not for the people.
Yeah, because we see them every day. They would rather defend Rome and England and their ancestral lands and resources or people. All of them. And then when you look at their backgrounds, they all were educated there. They were all bred and buttered there. So they are just another agent, another extension of their criminality, except that they're using our brothers and sisters to continue the linkage.
Our brother Tony Nadi said it's really now Nkwobi. They eat you and slaughter you.
Our children are dying. They will never speak about it in the church. They wouldn't even be decent enough and say, let's pray for our children.
No.
And call them by name.
Let's pray for our land. Let's pray for Igbo land. No, never.
Hell, bootlicking African leaders.
Yes, that's what they are.
I don't know if bootlicking sounds good. It shouldn't be anus licking.
It should be that. I was thinking that maybe who knows whether this YouTube will say, what did you just say?
Yeah, because maybe they're enjoying the methane coming from there. That methane can make you high.
I agree 100%.
Because boots can be just dust, aja.
Exactly. Yeah.
We see our African leaders going to Russia and Ukraine to beg for fertilizer rather than leveraging on the gaps created by the war to produce theirs.
It's unbelievable. And they will wear their suits that they wear in hot season that fries their brain. And they're going with the rope for suicide on their neck. Time.
My dear, it's insane. It's insane.
With rope on your neck and you're there going to beg them. When opportunity came for you to quickly begin to do your own, something that they stopped you from doing since. No, you must go there. Please stop the war so that you can give us fertilizer.
Hey! My dear, if you think the depth of the problem is this much, you don't know that the thing has taken root and it has gone past even the water in the ground.
I'm ashamed of them. I'm ashamed of the people they call African leaders. They're African sellers. They lead no one. They can't even lead dogs. Dogs will bite them and say, "Ha, stop! Where are you going?" Don't leave me.
The church leaders, they will be divorced from their wife. They will recoil their hair. And they will be there preaching. People are listening.
Yes,
who are you listening to? A man that cannot manage a wife and the 3 or 5 children.
Just that.
What are you listening to? He cannot use his church and his Holy Ghost power to convince his wife to stay in a marriage.
No wonder the Bible said, if you cannot manage your family, don't come and become a bishop or a leader in the church. They will hear that too. They will not read that part. The part they will read is bring all your tithes. Yes, and give them to me so that I can buy the next private jet.
When their neighbors are suffering.
God. You're teaching me God. This is teacher teach me nonsense.
Neighbors are suffering. You will not use your 10% to help your neighbors, but you will give it to your church leaders.
Yes.
To continue their evil ways. We saw our brother Amechi, how he shut down the Maritime University in Ijoland and went to build university in the north.
Transport University in Daura.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Aro.
Now he still lives there. He still lives right there. And people, if you see people that will be bowing to him now, he will come out and say, "Oh, I'm feeding 20 people in my house, and this I'm bragging."
Yes.
When we have millions of people that are still hungry.
Leave them up and down, walking up and down, but they will go to market and destroy the vegetable of our poor market women that want to just be alive. They will see these criminals walking up and down, and they will be hailing them. Freedom fighters, indeed.
Freedom fighters, indeed. We saw our brother, how he buried the rickety railroad in Niger Delta to build a modern one from north to Niger, Kanu to Maradi.
Yes.
And we don't have any that we can boast of.
No.
Then as if it's not enough, he also uses money to, allocate to sponsor Buhari.
State money, state allocation. Yes.
To sponsor Buhari. Can you imagine?
Buhari that has impotent 150 cows. Over 30 years, the 150 cows remained 150 because they're impotent.
My dear.
And you can't buy tickets. You can't buy a presidential ticket. So you have to use the whole state money you are supposed to use to alleviate poverty in your state and go and sponsor him and Tinubu. Abomination. Inside you look, it's an abomination. Our brother Bomudia, good evening, my brother. You're welcome. Please help us to share, like, and subscribe.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. This is overwhelming as a mother, because when our children are hungry, they come to us. When they need school fees, they come. Anything they need is the mother that will bear the, burden of most of these things. And we have these people that we've already identified as internal colonizers, working freely in our land, and we are busy beating on women that wants to go and get food for their children.
You can imagine. I just saw something that Tony said it's gay cows of Daura.
Gay cows, you're right. They don't give birth.
Oh my God.
Or they have finished destroying their path, because they like to go there to enjoy themselves. Maybe they have finished destroying the pathway. You can't deliver anymore. It's all by themselves.
I'm telling you.
This Buhari in 8 years, he built 10 federal new projects in his Sharia north, while upholding the Southeast Land, Air, and Sea blockage, which was in place since 1970, when the region was conquered and shut down. Since that, by 1960s, since after the Biafran genocide, by the 1967 North-Southwest Criminal Alliance, we watch as their military occupation of Southeast still remain in place. Well, because we live in their Usman Dan Fodio estates, we are in a conquered territory. So when they're building 10 federal new projects, nothing is happening in our land. Instead, our young youths are being killed every day, and videotape is going viral. People have become so complacent nowadays that even when they see a police officer laying their brother on the ground to use a car, because the police officer now will have to tie the boy on the ground and then the man on the ground, and then to get into the car, nobody stopped him. They were busy videotaping and saying, "See what this place have turned into." What is going on? Have we all become animals? Do we have human beings in that place? The entire South, all they do is to keep begging for development upon development. They keep begging and begging as if Mahawunde beggars on the streets. While they are doing that, our so-called representatives, they continue to swear to uphold and govern by the same exploitative 1999 Constitution, which in it has 68 items on the exclusive list and the 30 on the concurrent list. Our brother earlier mentioned 12 in that video. Is 30. He was too excited. It was too excited to identify this evil called 1999 Constitution that will never, 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 never allow us to move forward, especially when you add bootlicking African leaders to it. We will never move forward. Go and check out all these leaders. They are all criminals. Go and ask their friends from school. Agavu, all of them that are now turning into governors and senators and commissioners or whatever they are. And you guys are sitting there. Even the so-called professor, you're sitting there because your sons are hiding all over in diaspora. You're sitting there and watching widows lose their sons, and you think that your land will progress. You guys have something else coming for you. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you so much. Please help us to continue to share, to continue to like, and subscribe. We need you to subscribe on YouTube, please, because the more you subscribe, the more people will see it, and then they want to know what it is that people are subscribing to, and they will get the information. It's so important. So yes, so this video trying to bring up, it's one of our brothers, one of our elders actually in Niger Delta, TK Goriba. So he has identified the project with the project, and he's speaking again about how the Constitution is the problem. It's not going for election and looking for one head slave called a leader or a president. No, but how we are constituted, the system we are running, and the paper document, because it's a system that you now put down. All this is what is causing trouble. We are supposed to be a true federal system where each region or each ethnic group or each constituent member of the union has their destiny in their hands and their future, and they will run at their own pace without the other one pulling the other one down or the other one pulling the other one too fast. That's what it's supposed to be, and that's what it will be. Okay, please, let's watch. Thank you, sir.
Of restructuring, we can look at the document that is being used in the governance of the country. The Constitution, as far as I am concerned, like as you do well know, the Constitution is an aberration. It is not proper. It is supposed to be a document that will be fair, that will take care of the interest of the people. Today, we can say that that Constitution is in favor of the North. Can I use a word, even though it has been used often, hackneyed? The new nation called Nigeria is an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Dan Fodio, and that we will ruthlessly resist any change of power using the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, never to allow them think about their well-being, and we should not allow any of them to rule over us. These are things that have been stated since 1960. And I can tell you that the present Constitution is fashioned after that. So there is an imbalance, and it is not proper. So, and in that Constitution, the president has the powers of doing what he feels like doing. I can tell you, the Avengers came up in 2006. People will tell us that why didn't they do all of that when Goodluck, a man from the South, was the president? Look, rulership is a continuum. Goodluck was a president. He left office. So President Buhari took over. So whatever that was left before that they didn't take care of must continue. There are issues that were laid down before amnesty was granted, and those things were going on before Mr. President came on board. What are we talking about? Development of the place. So we have also come to understand that it's only when we take some arms, militancy, that is when they listen to us. That was what happened during 1966, when some people started looking for state creation from 1940, after regionalization in 1939. No state was created for his own people, for self-identity, even though they went to Lancaster House, where they said we should be recognized as for people. We came, Brie went there and said we need to have a state created for us. They didn't agree. It was only when Isiboro, went into militancy that the state was created after 27 years. And that is what that has come on to them. So you would not blame any group of young men that are agitating in the South, in the Niger Delta region. Avengers not different.
Now, Avengers have been under for some years now, for some three years now. Let's check out what happened within that 3 years, that there was no agitation from them. What level of development was experienced in the Niger?
There was no development. By the time we were able to secure what we call ceasefire, these young men respected the elders, the people that approached them, discussed with them. And after all of that, they now told the elders what they want that should be brought to the table. Which were development of the area, the University of Maritime University, opening roads, infrastructure. Look at the East-West Road that was awarded since 2006, 15 years ago. It has not been completed. But some other roads that had come, after that, have been completed. They also want to complete the road from Abuja to Kano before our man, the president, leaves office. These are not the properties. So these young men put all of that together and gave it to the elders. The elders considered themselves the what we call PANDEF and met with Mr. President on the 1st of November 2016, believing that they issued what we call a 16-point agenda. And out of all of the 16 points, I can tell you that it is only one, so to say, had been taken care of fairly. That is the opening of the Maritime University in Okranko. So are you taking us for a ride? We gave ideas to the elders. They put it up together in a paper and brought it to you. Now that you have not done anything, it appears you can only listen to us when we pick up arms. And that is why they are coming up again. And nobody's going to blame them. So what I can tell you is that our constitution is faulty. We have to address it. And that is all, embracing what we call restructuring. The constitution has to be cared for. That is why a body of people from the southern part of the country, the middle belt of the country, they have put themselves into a body called NINAS. And what is NINAS? National Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Survival. Okay? Where they have given what we call a force majeure. A force majeure has been issued. They wrote a protest on the 16th of December 2020 and gave a 90-day ultimatum. That has elapsed on the 15th of March. Nothing is coming on. So in that paper, a demand was made. 5-point demand was made, and we can issue that to you. 5-point demand was made. So when we look at all of the things, holistically, we will get somewhere. But presently, what we can tell you is that our constitution is not autonomous. It must be a bottom-top approach. It must not be foisted on us. It must not be enacted by, like I see, it's a foreign group of people that did all of that. So we need to sit down and do referendum, go through plebiscites, and all of it together, so that when our constitution is properly put together, all of these issues. In that constitution, we have 68 items that are known to be exclusive, no-go areas. The state governor in a place cannot have what we call a state police. Security doesn't know. A lot of things are happening. So we felt that these things must be put together so that when we sit down and talk, it means dialogue. Except that somebody is happier when problems are happening. If not, why can't you sit down and discuss issues and make sure that all the areas of this country are duly taken care of?
But let's move on to the issue of restructuring, which is one of the engagement the president had with the leaders of the Nigeria, the INC in particular. And the president said, on the issue of restructuring, things are being done. He didn't mention what he himself is doing, but he said the National Assembly is doing something. And whatever the National Assembly brings to him, he is going to act. Do you feel any sense of assurance from the position taken by the president?
That is a way of parrying a question or a situation.
Exactly.
I give you a scenario here. Avengers in 2016, they gave their ideas to an elders body and they went and engaged Mr. President. Nothing has happened, and that is why these young men are coming up again, and that is their style. And that is why people are saying that restructuring, there must be true federalism, there must be resource control. We should determine how our development should come on stream. This is gimmickry as far as we are concerned. We had said that by the end of June, the body has to be constituted. President, because elders met him, had said that it has to be end of July when the report comes on board. That is a way of delaying it. And one man is benefiting from there. And that was why the young boys, IYC and the group of young men decided to protest. And this thing should not continue like this. Everybody, you as a president, you are a president of the entire country. So all the LGAs, they are your constituencies. And if you do certain things the way you are doing it, the people that are aggrieved will rise up. Look at what we are doing right now, development. In every 100 naira that we produce in this country, 87 of it is taken away from the Niger Delta to better the lot of other areas, like as they were discussing here. It's wrong. And we are trying to do things from here to Niger Republic. Is Niger Republic part of this country? No. And the people that are supposed to be developed that you have not developed will be hungry. And that is where we are, what we are talking about. So all that we want is for us to sit down and discuss.
So
that is why some people are clamoring for what we call a confab, a national dialogue. Things have been done because the North feels otherwise. If they sit down and talk with us and the things, particularly in the 2024, constitution, that conference they had, 2014 rather, okay, it will be beneficial to us because of this.
All right, so we have this video in its, oh my God, did I just?
And they will continue to beg the nuts.
Yeah, so continue to beg those that told you they will not allow you to control your future, and they will make sure that your destiny is in their hands, and they will ruthlessly prevent you from ruling them. And we are there begging as always, we have a begging or beggar syndrome. Is there a name, such a name like that?
There has to be, my dear. There has to be.
So that's what we do. That's what our men, they have reduced our men to beggars. The people that used to do the undoable, they are now beggars. They're begging and begging. And they even use one of us to do their own side and leave us with nothing. So it's too sad. All right, let me pull up the PowerPoint so we can.
It is sad, and we have said we're not sitting down, lamenting and crying. We are doing something.
Point agenda again is an acknowledgement of the grave constitutional grievances raised in the union dispute, an express commitment to decommission the imposed 1999 unitary constitution, an express commitment to shove further national election under 1999 constitution, because if you do so, they are going to swear to uphold and promote and protect the whole thing, and nothing is going to happen. So until we can initiate an immediate transitioning process for fresh constitutional protocols, an invitation to the constituent peoples of Nigeria so that they can get this thing, because you guys are not used to having your slave be part of the decision making. So this is an invitation to the constituent peoples of Nigeria to work out the modalities for transitioning arrangements, including mandate timeframe, membership and ancillary matters. And then the last one is the announcement of a time-bound two-stage transitioning process, which shall, in the first stage, feature multi-regional referendums by which constituent components shall recommit to or opt out of the union. And in the second, these two terms of union as may be dictated by the outcome of the referendums. We've always encouraged you guys to take a picture of this. So if you can understand this portion of the process, we are good to go. Let's